Hey,
Hello.
we're here, everybody. Welcome to
Yeah.
the AGE Open for April. Can't believe it's April
Yeah.
already.
We're here in Richmond, Virginia.
No, we are in Redondo Beach / Lawndale, California, in the
Oh.
new spot here at Collector Legion. We're very excited to be here. We've got a new little situation. We got a nice little window behind us. You know, you can see people. They're real people out there. It's not a screen.
Yes.
And then I'm, of course, joined by Blake. Blake, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen today. I think we're going to have some newest blood playing today of like some people you haven't seen. But you can see Chris Ioli's back right there. That's his professional
Oh,
jersey.
he's got it. Yeah,
He's
right.
back.
Oh, wait, which way? This way.
I like that we can see the clock timer at all
Clock's
times
there.
behind us.
The Scourge is right there.
Right. Like people are ready. They're getting ready for Baltimore in 2 weeks. I think there was a thought process of what heroes are good right now. Can we prove it? And maybe this is we had no idea that there was this good of a list. What's interesting is everything that we prove you're also going to be able to get like on Tuesday. So if some crazy 3-headed Dromai deck comes out of this, it'll be available to anybody even in Kansas.
Thanks to the internet,
if
we
that's
can
it.
share all that data with you,
Yeah.
which we will. First things up, though, we've got a special announcement. We got a battle hardened.
So we click this button, and this tells you it's going to be June 24th through the 25th here, not in Richmond, Virginia, not in Long Beach, but in Pasadena. Even though it says Los Angeles, it's going to be the Pasadena Convention Center where we had it a year ago. Great place. Rubio's Fish Tacos is right down the street. A lot of stuff happening those 2 days because it's a straight-up battle harden, and then it's also, I think we click another button here, and we do schedule. It's also going to be that AGE Open for June. So it's a Saturday, Sunday doubleheader. I don't know if that's a doubleheader or doubleheaders are normally the same day, so it's like a weekend series if we're doing baseball stuff. But PTIs,
PTIs.
3 of them.
Gold foils.
Gold foils, 2 of them.
Woo!
AGE points,
As many as you.
150. I shouldn't do that one. That did not look kosher. What else is there at stuff? Money. There's going to be thousands of dollars given around. 2K for the AGE. PTI and a gold. Somebody's in my ears telling me. PTI and a gold foil for the AGE. So it definitely come by. It's something we've been working towards and looking forward to. So I think if you're like, man, I really want to come to one of these monthly tournaments,
come on down, and also win the battle harden. See what SoCal is all about. You can get tickets now at age.events. You know, if you want to see what a great website looks like with a lot of good information on what an event is, where it is, how to get there, where to park, and you can buy tickets, go to that website because it is a example on how you should actually do this stuff. So shout out to our leader, Justin.
Yes, Justin L.
He keeps the lights on and makes everything look good. And then back to our weekend story.
Yeah.
All right, so Battle Harden. Don't forget, we're going to be mentioning it all day because we're excited. You should be excited. It's the only Battle Harden on the West Coast for this whole
We were
year.
clamoring for it,
Yeah,
too.
everyone was mad, so I hope you're happy now. Like I said, we're very excited. All right, so next up, it's the Age of Rangers.
Which I think the AGE of that is just like some cross branding, but like I think there's gonna be some Lexis today. Like
Definitely Lexi. I've seen a couple out there already.
there's some murmurs and some clickety clacks on keyboards about like Lexi should be the tier 0, tier S deck of this format. I think today's the day we're gonna prove it. Maybe have some people with some deck lists that were like, I'm gonna do 45 damage to you in a turn. Goodbye.
Well, hang on a minute, Blake. I thought Azalea was supposed to be really good.
Well, she's got Dominate and Lace and Lace and Lace and On Hit and then Seek and Destroy. So I think those will be the super tall, super wide. We got some Y-axis. We got some X-axis Rangers. And I think...
And then over here will be like Icelander just winning still.
Right. Right. It is a thing of, what do you want to tech for? Do you want to play your unmovable? Like, screw you, Azalea. I'm going to unmovable one of those. Some people are putting the that Crucible rare where it's
The reinforce the line.
reinforce the lines getting into decks now. Katsu can do reinforce the line or flick flack, so he kind of goes tall or wide depending on what ranger is going to go against him. Even though Katsu's not really a great blocking deck,
It's like he likes to block. I didn't know that.
There's Turtle Katsu was forever ago, and maybe there's a snapping turtle. We got someone in the background trying to take the shine away from us. That's
Look
Sam
at that
OB.
guy.
He'll be on stream later too.
That's right. Also joined by Josh Myers today as well. So got a stacked cast of commentators. But back to the topics at hand. Ranger, good. We'll see. We'll have them on stream today, and we'll find out how good they are. I mean, I think Ayali's still on Lexi, right?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We did say goodbye to him to go to the Battle Spirits Saga thing last year. I don't know how that worked.
Pound on the glass. Ow!
Yeah.
What are you
what's
playing?
going on?
Post your deck list on the screen.
It looks like he's writing L.
We'll find out what the number 2 in the world, Chris Ayali, is playing today very shortly. But
the reason why Rangers are pretty good is because of
Codex.
Yeah, there's a list that's going around, and by going around I mean it's just styling on me as I try to block. Like our resident Lexi plays 9 Codex in their list. Ooh. 3 Blood Rush Bellow. What is it? 3 of a kind. 3 Art of War.
Blood Rush Bellow.
And you're just like, how am I going to get around this pressure? 9 Codex. I think most decks will choose 3, 6, or 9. What are you thinking? 3, 6, or 9 in your Ranger decks today?
I mean, it seems like 9 could be good. Getting it in your arsenal is obviously just value for a Ranger. I don't play a lot of Ranger myself, so I don't know. It's that thing, too, where if you draw, like, a bunch of them in your hand, it's kind of bad.
Right.
So
especially early on.
I feel like, there might be a sweet spot of 6. Maybe you put the emphasis on the Frailty, because I think that one's just obviously better because you get a card from Graveyard, while the other 2 just kind of, take it from your hand, which kind of, for everybody else, it feels like it sucks. Because you're just like, great, unless you're putting Plunder Run down there, it doesn't really seem to, or I guess Ponder Run.
I think the thing that I hate most about it against our Ranger friends is like, oh, I'm going to try an all-out block. There's the song and dance of, can you block my Endless Arrow? You need to do it 3 times a game. Well, you did all that. You all-out blocked. You blocked my Endless Arrow. Codex of Frailty, I'll just go ahead and put it back in my arsenal. And you're like, okay, I gotta block Endless Arrows 6 times now. And if you don't, you get outvalued. And it's like, okay, I just need to play a deck that can target these decks now.
Yeah, I mean, it is the case where the Rangers don't block well. Their equipment does not bail them out of situations where they want to pivot. So if you can force them to take that damage or, disrupt them by breaking some of their equipment through other means, it can be pretty devastating. So I think that's going to be the name of the game. It seems like disruption continues to just be good, but I hope we're moving more out of just like the slow you down ice disruption and into the more like, cool on hits and that kind of stuff.
I will just knock out every card from your hand instead. And you're like, this is way more fun than not being able to play my cards. I just won't have them.
Yeah, if you don't have cards, you can't play them. So it's that easy. So I'm excited to see what people got today. I'm not sure how many assassins will be there. I saw one Uzuri player at least.
They're sleeving it up currently.
So I think that will be fun to see where they're headed, if they're kind of on that list from Dando.
There's 2 lists.
There's 2 lists, apparently.
The Dando, which we don't, I don't know him, so Sam Dando list is the red one.
Samuel Dandonathan.
And there's another one where it's just, Arachne with a cooler hero power. We're trying to do contracts more. That one feels like you need to have a good basis of Arachne play already wired into your brain before you could just pick that up and start going.
Yeah.
I also think a pummel list with Uzuri, like maybe some dude in Alberta right now is playing that and just like gonna bring that to a PTI play. What is it called? Pro Tour place? Like pummel?
Pro Tour place.
I think there's an idea of like there's an assassin that is on attack and then there's an assassin that's on defense, and a lot of them are playing I'm gonna be on defense and then spring with my hero power. But I'm excited to find or have someone find the list where it's just an aggressive assassin that like, yes, you maybe mess with. I like okay, but if you blood rot pox me, I can still go. Maybe the other ones of like discarding my hand or making me pay a little more does backfire. But like doing damage to me as a non-hit, cool. I'm gonna take over the game and then go 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 go. I'm excited for a list like that. That's probably just a whole nother deck and hero instead of assassin. But I think there is some room that maybe someone finds there every once in a while.
Yeah, it's still very new, so I'm excited to see how that one shakes out, or shakes up, shakes down.
Oh, I like that.
I got there eventually.
I think what's sick about Plague Hive too, like that's getting into decks right now, and having that dice roll of like, if this is a 1 or 2, you get Blood Rot. If this is a 3 or 4, you get Frailty. 5 or 6. I haven't seen that whiff in my entire life. Like it is always the worst disease, and like
For whatever situation.
it literally always hits. And that's an interesting thing. Like dice rolling is a thing that hasn't really been in the game, and I get random stuff. But
What are you
it's
talking
like,
about, brew player?
I mean, that hasn't been in the game in a couple metas, but like,
Look,
I know somebody's playing Levy today though, so it's whatever.
yeah. I mean, I think the Plague Hive is good. I think it's really interesting. I mean, it's the gem problem of like, okay, I can't block with this. I can only pitch. So in certain situations, it's the worst thing to have in your hand.
Right.
But there are fun little things. I was playing some Blitz, and I had Plague Hive, and I was messing around with some Iron Hides, so I could just pitch Plague Hive to block 4, and then give them something.
Oh yeah.
Which like felt pretty cool, although it never lines up really when you need it. So not that viable there, but fun ideas all around.
But it's fun.
Yeah,
That's half the
what
battle.
That's what I'm here
Who
for.
wins? Who wins skirmishes these days anyway? Sheesh. Yeah, last week.
Congratulations.
So hashtag Blake was right. I got my 1 skirmish a year win. So 2 more living legend points donated from Blake to Icelander. So I am affecting this game
That's right.
by 4
You'll
living.
be on that
legend
list when
points.
she retires.
That'll happen in about 12 days. So look for my name there.
Nice. All right. So last up is the Pro Tour in Baltimore. Like we said, this is one of the last events, at least locally, for players around here to test out their decks in a competitive environment before they all head out to Pro Tour. And I'm pretty sure we have a lot of people going out to Pro Tour from Southern California.
I would say there's gonna be a field about 30 here. I think from our area, maybe there's 20 people going to Baltimore. I don't know if all 20 of them will be here today. That would be insane. But get ready because there's going to be some high-level people being like, I think some of them are probably taking a little bit of a dive maybe of like, I'm going to play my second best deck, or I brought 2 deck lists. Which one should I play? And then like seeing what everyone else is doing. I did see somebody's Icelander list that has a way different card that I've never seen before in there. I don't know if Anthony Pham will play that list. If he does, I'll be like, okay, here's what's going to happen. If he doesn't play it, I'll keep it secret. But there was one blue in there where I was like, this is new. So,
Whoa, a new blue?
a new blue.
We'll find out
An
on
old
stream
friend.
to get a new blue, an old friend. Yeah, so I mean, I'm excited. Pro Tour. I'm also really excited personally to see the limited action at the Pro Tour.
Oh.
See where that's shaking out. Watch some good players play some limited games. See what kind of archetypes come out. I've only played like 3 or 4 drafts so far. I've been a little busy.
Yes.
It's a weird. It's weird. I think it's really good. I think Ninja seems like Benji is not a thing unless somebody else figures it out. So it's basically Katsu.
And I've seen some Benjis win a draft. I think one thing that's really cool about this draft is if you can figure out which one no one else is picking,
Yeah.
you blow people out. And so I don't have that skill, so I'm a little salty sometimes because like there'll be a draft of 8 and it'll be like there's only 2 assassins and it's like, oh my god, I should have forced that. And I was trying to do like Riptide fun stuff and then it's like you just get I'll shake down from it and it's like how do you have a shakedown in limited?
They always have a shakedown apparently. It is Assassin does seem good. Just the sheer number of cards that they can play because of all the hybrid cards just makes it the most viable hero I think from the jump. But I think a good Katsu deck can be really, strong if you get the right combo cards. You know how to craft that thing and know what to look out for. I think it just takes a bit more savviness during the draft to get there. And personally, I'm the guy. I'm like, what card did I just pick? I kind of forgot. So that's not me. So I guess I'll just be
savviness in Flesh and Blood. Not a big resource that people have here.
Look,
we like
there
stuff
are
that works immediately.
That's true. That's the the middle people, us middle people who just here doing our best, having fun, and then we got those killers out there who are just like, yeah, I just drafted this crazy CC deck that is going to destroy. So I'm like I said, I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see all the kind of players from around the world show up, and I don't know. We'll
Instead
see.
Of just our world.
We see these guys all the time. They're always here playing
I'm
really
starting to
well.
get bored of how good these Oldham and Icelander players are. Please, someone make a deck that I can beat these people with.
Yes. Bounty out for anyone who can make a deck that shames people who play Oldham and Icelander into thinking about their choices.
Oh yeah.
No,
I actually like that.
If you like it, it's good. It's good for you.
Yeah.
I hope we have
everyone can cook. Ratatouille. If you want to stall cook, if you want to spell cook,
Ratatouille.
Yeah. Everyone can cook. That is. Let's just have that be the theme for today.
I'm into it.
January Oldham.
I need to believe.
February Icelander. 2nd February. March was Stromae.
2nd February.
What wins today, Colin?
What wins today? Lexi. Let's do it. I'm going to say the strength of her just having a busted arrow, a crazy hero ability, and just tons of really good Ranger cards is going to be too much. So
if you're saying Lexi, you're saying Ioli's taking this one?
Yeah, I'm going on my boy Bryce. Let's go, Bryce.
Oh, Bryce. The guy from Odyssey drove from Odyssey over here.
Well, yeah, that's right. Over here to Collector Legion. Shout out to Collector's Legion for sponsoring us and hosting us today. We're really excited to be here. What else we got?
And if you don't know anything about Los Angeles geography, neither do I. But it's like an hour drive from Odyssey, so there's going to be some different home field advantages today. The air is going to be a little different because we're by the beach. Maybe some allergies throw some people off. Maybe people forget their ponder token.
There's a circus across the street. The Everfest Carnival has really us.
I came this other way. I don't know what the circus thing is.
Dude, it's literally out the window. I wish we could see it. I could see it right here.
Maybe
giant circus tent.
Yeah.
There's literally a circus across the street. So, if you scrub out, you got that to look forward to. There's also, I heard, a Taco
people
Bell.
are going to scrub out. There's only 8 spots in top 8. Darth Print is talking crap about LA already.
Everything in an hour away in LA. I mean, if you're trying to go somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
I got here in a cool 30 minutes. So Saturday morning, 90 on the freeway. I'm just kidding. Not really. That's fine. Anyways.
So that'll be the beginning of this. We'll have round 1 in about 5 to 8 minutes. We're going to do a players meeting. We're going to do a water break. And we'll see you probably at 11 for round number 1.
We'll be right back.
Have a good one.
All right, everybody, we are back and we are set for round one. I feel like you need to scoot. All right, this is going to be great for me because it's going to be a Kano mirror.
I thought you were saying the players meeting was the coolest one you ever heard.
It was pretty cool. You know, we told them about the Battle Hardened, so I'll tell you about the Battle Hardened. We got a Battle Hardened coming up here in Los Angeles, June 24th, 25th. Tickets at age.events. Almost said .com. No, age.events. Things down there at the bottom.
Yes.
Check that out. But yeah, we got a Kano mirror.
Kano mirror.
So this is going to be a weird game where all we got to do is keep track of whose turn it is.
Who are the two Kanos?
We got Tiffany,
I
and
know
we
her.
got Eugene.
I don't know him.
Apparently, Eugene's very good. I heard him talking about Kano before, while people were setting up, and he sounds like he knows some things.
I heard a rumor from somebody else you'll hear more from later that he knows his pitch deck from top to bottom. Don't think that's going to be a thing in the mirror, though.
He knows his pitch deck top to bottom on the first cycle.
Nice. That's actually illegal, so we should DQ him immediately.
No, apparently, yeah, he's a true Kano player. He believes in the ether and pitches his stack well, as they say.
I think we should address something real quick. This square, this square right here, is a light, and it reminds me of the thing from the mat from Bolton with this sword where it's so bright on the mat where the mat is just white. So Bolton player,
Bolton's here with us in spirit.
Yeah,
all right, let's do it.
Oh
boom, boom,
God,
boom.
it's real.
Kano v Kano. They're looking away from each other because they ain't friends.
We've been doing a lot of Kano on what is this thing? Arcane games, which makes sense. Because
It's an Arcane game, that's right. I mean, Kano seems to be well positioned currently in the meta. There's a lot of fast red decks, and people just tend not to respect the Arcane.
I'm sure both of these people did not want to do this in round one.
Probably. It's a weird one for sure. I enjoy this matchup because it's kind of insanity. You just sit there the whole time, kind of like not doing a lot until someone tries to do something to you, and then you try to clap back, but then you got to remember whose turn it is because you don't want to be caught up on your turn with no cards when they draw up a full thing.
Is there any cards in their deck that they're only playing for the mirror, or literally zero consideration for another Kano walking in? Because I guess you do have to tech for Icelander, and that just bleeds over into this match probably.
I mean, I'm curious if they play Alluvian in this matchup. Maybe not, but just because the value of Crucible, it's only one to activate Crucible.
Right.
But I think I've tried that in the past. I'm not sure if there's any like specific cards they have in their sideboard for the mirror, but I am curious if maybe they run more or less time snap potions if they think they're gonna have to do some more top deck manipulation to get to where they need to be because they might not have the time to set up their combo. Because I think essentially, I'm not sure the kind of deck that Eugene's playing, but I think Tiffany is probably running the Arsenal Pass style Ether Wildfire deck.
Ooh, I like that card. Tiffany also did some, I don't want to say the wrong word, but I'm pretty sure she did like magician stuff. So look how good she is with doing these cards like this.
Does she do close-up magic?
I think so.
That'd be so tight. I love that
She's
stuff.
always wanted a magician hero. And I was like, oh, how's that different from a wizard? But it's like sleight of hand stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't think she's going to like be that with it of like playing pick a card, any card. That'd be crazy in this deck. But.
So we're both got a little bit of flex. Eugene's got the Marvel Kano, which makes me so jealous. And then Tiff's got a cool little
is that an
like
altar?
a 3D alt art cutout one that looks pretty sweet. So, some Kano lovers. So if you don't like Kano, go away for 5 minutes, but leave the stream on so we can get your views.
I think Tiffany's been playing Kano for a while, too.
She had, yeah. She's played, I think, kind of on and off for a long time, but lately she's been mostly playing Kano, which I fully respect because it's fun.
Because she was doing it at...
She just, slapped his...
I think literally a year ago at... what was like Road to Nationals or something there in not Road to Nat. I think Road to Nats last year when I was playing Bolton. I played her and she was learning Kano at that point. So pretty much a year of stuff. I do like that Feiyu from last month, who top 4 is Kano, is cheering on a fellow Kano player. So maybe they looked at his placing last month and were like, oh, maybe I'll try that.
I think Tiff was here last month playing Kano. To be fair.
Great. Great. She's like still a good decision.
I think he's in a good spot, to be honest, in this meta. I think the biggest hurdle is Dromai. That matchup is just either slaughter or get slaughtered.
Right.
And it sometimes feels 50-50 and other times feels unwinnable. But I think the other biggest issue is Oldhim. I think just the amount of Arcane Barrier that they can carry and just block all of your damage, and Oasis Respite in the mix as well makes it a little bit hard. I know Eugene was kind of talking about earlier, thinking about a Stir the Ether Winds style thing if Oldhim, continues to be a top deck.
I mean, I would love to see Stir come back into play, or maybe even somebody figure out Blessing of Aether. I think that's a card that I would love to have somebody figure out. We do see Alluvian.
Yep.
So this is 4 AB on each side. And I think what's interesting is both of these shoes and boots, when they get activated, the AB goes away.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a kill turn that will come into play where it's going to be a very intricate finish of this game no matter what happens.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the same thing with the Metacarpus nodes. Interesting pointing out that Eugene's got Waning Moon, I believe. Some people think that's better in the Wizard matchups, which I've had kind of different results. It feels good sometimes, and then other times I wish I could push my damage higher with the Crucible, but it is just kind of that thing where you can constantly chip damage, which I think gives you an incremental edge in this position. Especially, you play out Epot turn 0, which is exactly what you want to see, and then you're just like, okay, I'll also just hit you for a couple damage as well.
Right. And I think what's interesting about that is Eugene's going to be doing damage over time. Tiffany has way bigger combo potential now than her opponent. So maybe that's a thing where she's like, there's no access to Crucible to bump up everything by 1. So if we go toe-to-toe, my toe's a little bigger.
Get that big toe.
Big toe Kano. I think we're thinking about doing damage to each other. Oh, Eugene, we can't hear him talk, but I think he's Waning Mooning himself to get ahead on Alluvian counters.
Nice.
Which is, I think, a little cute. Instead of like, oh, you got to do that every time. I think it's something where maybe we get cards out of your opponent's hand, but Tiffany hasn't activated Kano yet, so maybe he was waiting for that. But Tiffany is very disciplined to wait, hold priority, and now start Kanoing.
Looks like she is passing. She's sinking Blazing Ether.
Yeah. She'll lesson in lava that later.
And, just a nice little setup turn for Eugene there. I think doing the Waning Moon on yourself is just like a nice way to get your counter started on Alluvian. It's kind of like, starting turn 0 with Tunic. You get that 1 counter on there. But I do think it is a little cute. But I'm sure, here we go. It's going to be one of those games where they just do the same thing back and forth with each other.
I do like the smiles that, this is a club, and they're both in it, and, they know what's going to happen. And it's just we're just going to sit over here. I'm going to put the water in my Super Soaker. You put the water in your Super Soaker. I'll fill up my water balloon. You fill up your water balloon. But instead of all this, it's just pyroclasm magic or whatever.
Yeah, instead of a water balloon, it's a fire balloon.
Yeah.
But they're still going, tee-hee.
Right. That reminds me of the summer where you're just I'm in a water balloon fight. This is the most fun ever. But as soon as I get blasted and completely soaked through and my phone gets ruined, I'm going to never want to do this again.
Absolutely. It is a bit of a club. When you sit down against another Kano player, you're just like, hell yeah, let's let's do this. I know we're in for a
Right.
bit of a weird one. So over back to Eugene's turn. He's coming in for Lesson in Lava. See, this is where I miss Crucible a lot of the
Yes.
time, is that your Lesson in Lava comes in for 3. You know, they do both have 4 AB, so they could pitch 4, but generally that feels pretty bad to do. So it's like just being able to block a lot of these like 3 damage arcane attacks is tough. But I'm gonna give Eugene the benefit of the doubt because I do know a lot of people like the waning moon in
Right.
this matchup. I think I'm not sure if there's like a split between whether you should do it against Icelander or against just all wizards in general, but I know that's kind of the thought that people.
And I know Tiffany probably has 1 or 2 other Kano players in Hidden Fortress to play against. So I'm wondering if she's like, nope, I have a clear game plan against this, or maybe she's learning how to play against Waning Moon on the fly. But I think most Kano players are like, it's the same game plan against everyone. I'm just waiting to find the target for Ragamuffin, put this on top, and then do 600 damage to you. We have a meta breakdown if you're interested in that. Oldham and Azalea are tied
Nice.
for the most. 5 each of those guys. Our one-ofs are Dash, Reinar, Viserai, Phi, Dory, and Levia. And then there's a bunch of 4 3s and 2s, you know?
Yeah.
We'll talk about those in a second.
Eugene responding on Tiffany's turn. Oh no, it's still his turn. He
Energy
is
potion number
Kanoing.
2.
Get another energy potion, just wrecking the top of his deck like a true Kano player. And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to get those energy potions. They are value for you, either to protect you if you have no cards against another arcane attack, or to help you just end the game with a lot of style.
I think the thing that's interesting in the matchup that never is Dampen. What is Dampen doing? Of like, okay, go ahead and do your big old spell. I play a red Dampen at the last second when you don't have any resources to block this. I can do like 3 arcane to you, and then the next 3 arcane that hit me don't hit me, and it's kind of like a spell void thing.
Dampen's a weird one. I think
Like I've never seen that resolved correctly, right?
yeah, I think the timing, especially against another wizard, gets a little bit dubious, and it never quite works out the way you want because they can respond to it. So it is that thing where it seems great, but it is an action. So,
Right.
but it feels more like some like an arcane defense reaction. So Tiff's playing out this Tome of Findel, I believe, from her arsenal.
Which is kind of bad because it gives a window for the other wizard to like pop off. And so there was an activation to get Tome of Aetherwind, which means he can go grab 2 more cards to like priority is back to Eugene is what I'm trying to say right now. And like it doesn't feel good when you're trying to draw cards and go heal yourself when the other wizard's like, okay, I'll take this point to do 15 damage to you.
Ooh, and he Kanos off a Ether Wildfire, which now he's thinking, do I just, can I pump it with the Tome of Aetherwind as well? Because while that's not always the move, I personally have found a lot of value in using the pump selection on the Tome rather than just drawing cards, especially if you have a good amount of blues. He's still got 3 cards. He could easily Kano and pump this thing so that he's coming in for a much bigger attack than he would otherwise.
Tiffany's not completely defenseless though.
Oh, he's Kanoing again.
Because we've got an energy Aether Spindle is going to be very gross.
Yeah, this is gonna be a great turn. Yeah, everyone hold on to your butts. Eugene has nothing but choices here on how he wants to resolve this. He could
2 cards in hand. Like,
he
what the hell is happening?
He could Ether Spindle, look at the top of his deck, figure out if he wants to draw a card or if he can Kano another card, or I guess
Draw?
okay,
Draw.
he's drawing. I don't know. I feel like you could push the damage on your wildfire and also look at your ether spindle and find something else to just like probably do almost 29 damage this turn.
And the weird part though is if Eugene whiffs after using wildfire and buffs up wildfire, then any kind of arcane that Tiffany does is also affected by the wildfire.
That is true.
So that just like if I say 28 and then Tiffany goes, well, she doesn't have her own wildfire because it can't be the opponent's turn twice, but there's maybe a blazing aether. I mean,
ether
something
flare.
Gross.
Yeah, if she gets like an ether flare
flares
that gets pumped by that, and then her next one gets. She's got 2 floating to prevent damage.
Waning Moon is bait. Oh, you can't. Oh, the door's open. Can't say that too loud. Okay, we're closing the door. Waning Moon is bait, so Tiffany not blocking that is the right way.
Mm-hmm.
You just take Waning Moon damage there, and that's maybe the game plan too of my opponent can't block the Waning Moon if they're going to block all this other stuff afterwards too.
Yeah. You're just getting that chip damage in there. That's what the Waning Moon is in the deck for. This is still Tiffany's turn, despite there being 6 cards in Eugene's pitch zone. Now he's going to send off this wildfire.
This is a blue or a red? This is
I think it's a blue.
Cool. We're blocking 4 of that, so that's just
the whole thing.
Completely gone. That's going to resolve and do
3 damage. So he's going to opt 3. Yeah, 7 cards in Eugene's pitch on Tiffany's turn, but Tiff's still going to draw 2 cards and gain 2 health, and Eugene will have used a couple really strong power card, like 2 tomes and Ether Wildfire and Ether Spindle to get in just a couple of damage and then leave him pretty open on his turn, which is the dance you play when you're in the Kano mirror. Like, because Eugene has no cards and you feel like you can Kano and for free get some damage in, that also, if you don't kill them, that leaves you open to the same thing. So it's just always this back and forth of what's like, what can I do and what can I get away with, and will I just leave myself open to get slaughtered on the next turn?
I mean, he's using a lot of resources right now, so I'm wondering Sonic Boom will help.
Yeah, so he knows what's coming next too, so this is going to hit.
Yes.
But it is only for 3. Tiff has her energy potion, so she's probably thinking, do I pop this now? Yep. And then
this is the safe way to play it.
Likely, most cards in Eugene's deck are 1 or 0 costed. There's only a couple of 2 costs, like the Wildfire Spindles and Sonic Booms, I think. Maybe Swell Tidings if he's got that in here as well. Emeritus Swell Tidings. I think, and the Wildfire and Spindle. So
I mean, everything's just a 1 cost, so it's like.
So a very strong likelihood that he can play this for free. If he can't,
it's just Aether Wildfire, and then he was super greedy for no reason.
I mean, Sonic Boom, one of my favorite cards. It just leads to some really fun situations that either just happen or you set up through opting or stacking or manipulating the top of your deck or stacking your pitch. Wow, how many cards now? Was that 8 cards in his pitch zone?
That is 8. I think the other thing that's kind of interesting about this is Tiffany is going to draw 2 cards, and she'll be able to arsenal one of those.
Yep.
And then draw up to have a full. I can do whatever I want to Eugene on my next turn. So if one of these 2 is Aether Wildfire, Eugene now goes to, oh crap, what's going to happen to me next turn?
Yeah.
Which I think is a really fun seesaw of this matchup of Tiffany has survived 24 pitch basically.
Yeah,
and only took 5 damage after healing up a couple.
She's got to feel pretty good about that. She's got a couple Sonic Booms in her hand, unfortunately.
Those are not blue.
Yeah, I think she's got. It looks like she's got 2 blues, 2 yellows. Sonic Boom definitely not the best on your opponent's turn unless you're hitting it off the top with Kano's abilities. So right now, I think she's got to figure out: do I want to peek at the top? In this situation, I feel you Kano if you've got resources and
Evan
to see
can't
what's there.
get enough. Did you see him go from I'm going to look at Eugene's cards to I'm going to walk over and look at Tiffany's? I want to know every single piece of information.
Yeah.
Evan is also kind of a part of this club because he plays Kano and Blitz unsuccessfully.
I mean, he did get to the finals. He just didn't happen to win against the one and only Blake.
Strong.
So Tiffany activating Kano. This is Eugene's turn. Like I said, that's the biggest thing to keep track of in this matchup.
But if she whiffs, then Eugene is like, okay, cool, I can do 24 to you. Because he saved a card in his arsenal, and a blue off the top is awful.
Yeah, that's not great. Prognosticate, I think it's a 0 cost.
That's the new zap that if you do, you can opt if it does more than 1, which is never probably worth. Yeah, he's like, I'll go to 29.
I think
First blood.
I think it is the case where she has Sonic Boom in her hand. She knows that on her turn she's probably going to play that, so she doesn't want to hit this prognosticate then. So
Nice.
might as well get it out now.
That is a. I did not think of that layer. You have played Kano? I have not, because I would not think of that.
Yeah. So sometimes you do just want to play those stupid blues off the top, even though they don't do much. She does get 1 damage, which ain't nothing. But Sonic Boom coming in for 4. Again, the Crucible helping out, making this a more impactful attack. But Eugene responding with Kano. And he's like, I also have a Sonic Boom. Tiffany giving a little laugh. They're both laughing. This is why we play Kano, is because you're like, well, what's on top? Sweet.
I think one thing about Flesh and Blood too is when you're playing a mirror or any kind of like, oh, I played my Blood Rush a turn, but as my if I'm playing a mirror, I have a power card. My opponent has the same power card. It's the attacking player or the person with priority that always ends up winning that. Because then you're making your opponent block with their power cards.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a little different with Arcane stuff, but like if I draw my Codex of Frailty 1 turn before everyone else draws their Codex of Frailty, I'll be raising my banner in the rafters after this.
Yeah. Again, though, the Sonic Boom from him will only come in for 3. So it's much easier for her to block this when he does it if she has a blue in hand, which she doesn't. It's a yellow, so I guess that solves that. She could have actually, I think, activated Illuvian. You remove 2 counters. Yeah, she could have activated Illuvian to pay for her Crucible and kept the 1 floating, which might have been a better value play, just to make sure she had some extra pitch to deal with this. So we got a Scalding Rain coming in. Is that a blue?
That's a 1 for 2.
So coming in for free since she did a little bit of damage from Sonic Boom, but not the power play she's really hoping for with Sonic Boom. That is why a lot of people dislike this card, because the bottom is low.
I mean, it's better than Chain Lightning though, so
it's true.
That's not getting into a deck anytime soon. Oh, there's 1 Chain Lightning.
Chain Lightning is in there. It can be very good. It's often is not.
A Hail Mary card, or how does Chain Lightning work?
Chain Lightning combos with, like snapbacks and other things like that. And I think in the best situations, it just allows you another instant activation, especially if you Kano it. But in my experience, I never hit it off the top with the Kano. And it also requires you to play another card. So
Oh my gosh. So it's like a boot target, like big finish. Grand finale.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a win more card, to be honest.
Oh. Not a good game to be playing win more cards like Flesh and Blood.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know how it's actually functioning these days. I know how we used to use it, but the decks used to be we had Stir the Ether Winds and shit like that, so it was easier to like always hit off of it. You could also do funny stuff with Gaze the Ages, which Eugene did just play and opted to. The other best card in Kano's deck, probably the best blue in the whole game, to be honest, because you opt and then you get it back in your hand, which is pretty incredible.
There's one yellow I'm seeing in Eugene's deck list. I don't know if it comes into the Wizard mirror. Mind Warp.
Mind Warp, that's a great one. I think people are sleeping on Mind Warp. Yeah, I think against aggro heroes, it's probably a bit better just because they're not going to block.
Is there like a Wizard Harpoon?
Well, it Mind Warp's the one where if you surge, they have to. I think they bottom the cards and then they draw that many -1, which is really good against certain decks.
Trap with Arcane on it.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Well, Collapsing Trap you discard, which is just insane. That when I read that after reading the card multiple times, I was like, this is pretty good. All right, so
we have switch turns.
It is Eugene's turn. He's coming in with an Emeritus Scolding.
So this won't get the buff, but this is still going to be gross. I think if you're watching at home and you're like, what do I do as a Kano person? I think you play Waning Moon because that is the damage that's getting across and inching Tiffany closer and closer. I think we've already prefaced it. We've already said this. It's all going to come down to like the final flurry of spells. So every little point of damage is just positioning. It's like, well, yeah, that's how the game works. But the 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage is making Tiffany a lot closer to any card off the top of my deck is kill instead of like a specific 4-card combo.
Yeah, it Yeah, so I think there is that kind of chip portion of it, but it also comes down to the sequencing of that last turn. I think as our producer whispers into my ear that whoever casts Wildfowl first, it might be losing this game.
So we have a Potion of Deja Vu. They each have it in their list.
Yeah.
Tiffany just pitched it, so we're not going to see the power of it. But Potion of Deja Vu is kind of like craft your kill turn in your pitch zone.
Basically, yeah. It allows you the flexibility to fix what otherwise might be a bad hand of cards because you can pitch the cards to pay for themselves, which is extremely powerful, especially along with the Ragamuffins hat. And it just gives you that extra value. It basically like you turn a red card into something that you can pitch and play on the same turn. You pay for the Kano activation, activate Potion of Deja Vu, and then you get to play that card you just pitched, which is pretty sweet. And of course, if you can set up the top of the deck to benefit you even more, it just really benefits you over the long term. So Tiffany coming in with the Lesson in Lava for 4. Again, Crucible, pretty sweet.
We Crucibled with the Luvian. One thing that was happening in that whole last exchange, Eugene put his 4 cards down on the table, didn't touch them at all, every single priority window through 3 or 4 of Tiffany's priority window. What does that mean when you're looking across the table at another Kano player? Does that mean I've got a bunch of cards I don't care about? I have a bunch of reds. That's interesting. Tiffany, do it.
Do it, Tiffany.
Do
Let's
it.
go.
And that's something where that was apparent. Tiffany's closer. She could see I'm not doing anything during 4 priority windows. There's no thought. I'm just saying pass, pass, pass. That is a weak play.
Oh, she get a little head tilt on that one. All right, Swell Tidings.
Swell Tidings is going to be gross.
Nice.
Blessings in Lava hasn't resolved yet, so she'll get to do whatever she wants with that as well.
So coming in with Swell Tidings.
A juicy turn for her.
Yeah. That comes in for 6. Or 5. Yeah, 5. 6. I always add in the Crucible just because that's the way my wizard brain works.
Crucible is hitting the other spell, though.
That's right. So Lesson in Lava coming in as well. And then, or did he already take that damage?
I guess that happened.
Oh, he blocked. That's where he pitched all the
Oh,
cards. Yeah, sorry.
yeah. True. True, true, true. True, true, true. What's also interesting about having the reds and blocking is now on Eugene's turn. It's that double window of like, oh crap, double time. It's not worth playing Hope Merchant's Hood though, hoping you're
No.
not going to play a Kano mirror. You're just hoping there's not another Kano. I'm the only Kano in the room. Is what you're hoping.
Ragamuffin is too vital to crafting your kill turn. Similar to Potion of Deja Vu, it just allows you to get the exact card you want out of your hand onto the top of your deck. Gain more resources by drawing a card, or at least netting equal resources if you draw like another red. It's just too good.
Never seen Evan this interested in a game in my entire life.
This is a great game right now. They've both played really, really well. It hasn't been too conservative. They've been pushing damage. They've been blocking it. But we are getting into the state where you have to overextend yourself a little bit because of what you have in hand, and you don't want to take too much damage.
Sonic Boom in hand sucks, right?
Sonic Boom in hand sucks on your opponent's turn for sure.
Right.
But she got this Ether Spindle off the top, so this is where the forking paths of Kano decisions begins. It's like, okay, well, if I play this and I can opt up to 5 cards, if he doesn't block it, then basically anything can happen from this point going forward. But she doesn't want to overextend herself either.
Right.
That's, again, keeping...
Unless she gets to opt here, and then it's full speed ahead, because you know exactly what's coming.
Could be, yeah. If you're lucky, you get exactly what you want off the top. But she doesn't have a lot of resources in hand. I think she's got a Tome of Aetherwind and another
That's
blue.
The 4th red.
Yeah, he had a
4 red hand.
Yeah, they're
Tiffany
both
was like,
laughing
I
about
should have killed you last turn. This is disgusting.
So that's the thing.
Green light.
She now has a green light, but he does have a energy potion, so she has to be able to do 18 damage at least, which with 2 cards is a pretty tall order. I think she does have the Tome of Aetherwind in hand, so there is something she could do where she Kanos and draws 2 blues and then has like a dope red. If she has 2 blues and a red right here in her opt, she could put the 2 blues on top, draw those, and then no. So it doesn't look like that's happening. So we'll see.
1 card on top, 2 cards on the bottom. What does that mean for the other Kano looking for that information too?
I think it can mean, it depends what she's trying to do. If she's trying to go for a kill turn, she could have put in 2 reds, 2 blues on the bottom, put the red on top. If she's
she wants to draw the card she just put on top.
Yeah, there you go. I forgot. It was Eugene's turn.
But anytime she's going to go to her deck, that's a window for Eugene. He says, go for it. She put 2 blues on top. I think that's a smart move because now she has a lot of flexibility. She can Kano a bit and see what happens. Or block.
Or she's ready to block if she needs to. Because drawing 4 reds is really bad this late into the game. And that's
a great target there.
It's a great card to see. But she is riding this, she's riding close to the edge here, where if she fires this off and leaves herself open for Eugene, he's had that card parked in Arsenal for a bit. So I would assume it's part of a combo piece. Which part, I don't remember, but...
Lava's going to go to 4 here. Oh, Anthony Del Taco Zacella going to the bathroom only 22 minutes into the round. He probably murdered somebody using Art of War.
It's the way he likes to do it. So, Lesson in Lava hits.
Pitch deck ruined. Go grab whatever card I want.
Well, pitch deck is not going to be a factor in this game unless it's just the top of your deck.
Okay, so Chain Lightning.
So...
Is that the time to play it?
Maybe. I mean, she has to be able to Kano it off. So
Or dampen. Is this a time where it's like dampen's not only an attack? What does it say? Does it ruin the arcane damage to block damage? Is it that weird?
Dampen.
I literally do not know.
Dampen says deal 4 arcane to any target, prevent the next X arcane damage that would be dealt to your hero this turn, where X is the damage dealt by Dampen.
Dampen is godlike right here.
It could be, but he could also just not.
Okay, we're doing that one.
He could also just not, you know.
What
so.
everyone remembers that you clearly always get is the doubler.
Yeah.
Blazing Aether.
Blazing Aether here, just going to provide some good value, although this is going to leave, if she Kanos this off the top, it's going to leave her wide open on his turn, and he took all that damage, and 17 is not an insane thing to ask for on your turn. The question is, did she do that to draw it or Kano it? It looks like she's doing it to draw it. Okay, so she might have the combo piece in Arsenal and is now drawing a bunch of blues with her Blazing Aether so that she can try to win this game here. So Eugene playing, I think, his last Toma Aetherwind, and he's going to go up to 5 cards.
12 is not healthy.
12 is not, but 17 isn't that much better, to be honest. If we're talking Aether Wildfire turn, it's not that hard. I mean, you basically get there even if they block most of the Aether Wildfire.
Right.
So this is going to be an interesting turn. I feel like if it's not, I don't know. I feel like this could be the last turn.
Tiffany's at 14 too, because Eugene has a free Waning Moon, which is always going to come in and always probably going to hit.
Well,
so, like,
it's his turn though, so
well,
she's at 15.
Then it's like, yeah, 15 then.
And he does have his Illuvian charged. So yeah, this is a great question to ask as a wizard against another wizard. Is like, here, I'm gonna draw 2 cards. Do you want?
I don't like that at all. Yeah.
Do you want to? Does that mean I'm in a weak position? Or does that mean I'm in a strong position and getting stronger? You know, like if he had 3 other red cards, maybe it is the time to like pop off and go for it before that resolves. But if you can't quite get to 12 before that resolves, you leave yourself open as well.
Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. And now we're going to start our BS of tome into tome into tome and draw 6 cards a turn as a wizard.
Yeah. You know, I'm probably in the minority. I kind of hate hitting Tome of Findel off of a Kano just because you have to pay for it, and that just feels bad.
It just seems like you're like, what do I want to draw into?
Yeah.
The thing I want or the thing that gets me another chance at the thing I want? I just want the thing I want.
And I'm always worried that I'm going to draw into the cards I wish I'd Kano'd. So I think that's, Eugene here is Kanoing first to make sure that there's not some gas on top that he doesn't want in hand.
He said, I'm going to holding priority so I can look at...
And there he goes. But it is his turn, so this isn't the wildfire we have at home.
This is just say 2 cost 4 damage spell.
Yeah, but
the worst thing that happens out of his deck.
It is kind of a deterrent because if Tiffany tries to wildfire right now, she's going to pump all his stuff. Which is it a game of chicken? Do you let him? Do you just keep passing priority to force him to play it and then respond after he does his damage, or is it like a bluff? Like, does he put that out there? I don't even know if this is even a smart thing to do, but does he put that out there?
It's a game of blazing hot chicken.
Ooh.
I do think the thought process of Tiffany not touching her arsenal card for 4 or 5 turns means you're not going to like it when she flips it over. Because if it wasn't a combo card...
I was like, he's just taking cards off the top of his deck. That is the Tome of Findel resolving.
Well, there's no healing because it's not from Arsenal. That's not how that works.
All right, so here we go. Wildfire coming in.
4.
Coming in for 4. So
Tiffany's like...
She definitely wants to... if she's trying to play her Wildfire, she wants to wait till this resolves fully. Although, no, I guess it wouldn't matter because it's on the play. So now her window's there, but he does have 4 cards in hand and another arsenal card, plus energy potion,
Right.
alluvian, all his other equipment. So he is definitely not in a position of weakness here. And
I'm gonna block 3 of that. Take 1. Grab a counter. I do like Tiffany is playing this as defensively as possible. This is somebody who's like, I'm only gonna wait until I get good poker cards before I bet in. She's waiting for her better cards to show up.
ooh,
She's not
that
going
is
all in on a 2-6 bluff at all here.
that is another great card to see off the top. Ether Flare, the mini wildfire pumping the next one by the damage dealt.
And if Eugene gets Tiffany to waste more of her resources, he'll be able to blow her out next turn, which I think is the idea here of if Tiffany's not going to go for it and block some, let me keep applying pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she's at the point where she needs to decide if she is going to go for it. I think pitching that 1 blue is not really helping her. If she wants to go for it, it is just keeping her alive. But if she has to pitch too much and then on her turn either overextend herself or just hold back her cards, it can be iffy. Okay, so she's going defensive, which I don't know if that's right or wrong. I feel like she's in a weird spot where he is not weak. So if she goes for it, she needs to ensure that she will win.
Taking the waning moon, super smart. He didn't use the alluvian because he probably wants to draw another better card. I think that's a thing that you could mess up every once in a while is using alluvian when you're like, dang, I wish I would have pitched this crappy card out of my hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really, I'm wondering what. I'm wondering if Tiffany should have just gone for it. If she should have tanked all that damage, and just like gone for it. Maybe she would have gone really low. It is risky, just even with that energy potion and a red. If he hits a blue card off the top of his deck, off of that ether flare, pumping it, like that would be, that could be pretty devastating. So that kind of stuff is hard to play around, especially when there's so much unknown there. But we'll see what Tiffany does here. I feel like it could be a pass. See if Eugene does anything.
Pass. See if Eugene does anything. Is he waning moon when he can't? I'm just kidding. He's Kanoing. Tricked you.
So he's banishing the gaze, the ages. He's got to wait to play something else for that to really be valuable for him.
He just sunk his head down.
That was an interesting, some body language, some.
I think what's crazy about this, I don't know. I'm not trying to, like, I'd just be looking at Evan's eyes the whole time. Maybe I'm a bad person, but I'd be like, Evan. Not asking him to tell me, but, like, Evan is,
Oh.
Blazing Aether only works for Eugene. It's not like it also doubles Tiffany's stuff. Don't worry.
So he's going to play, I think he's going to play this and then hold priority and do a bunch of wizard stuff. So
Gaze.
he plays the gaze, going to opt to gaze to come back to his hand, so he'll have 3 cards in hand. I assume he's got a wildfire or lesson in lava in his arsenal. So this is a very threatening position. However, if Tiffany has 2 blues, she could skate around this.
I think the way Tiffany's been playing is she held these cards for a reason because she didn't have anywhere close to a kill turn. And it would have been off the top. So I think in my vast knowledge of playing 0 games as Kano, I would assume Tiffany has 2 blues in her hand. And that's why she's passing, because it's like, go ahead and use another round of your best cards, Eugene, because I'm going to block 6 of it, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Give me another counter, I'll draw up, and then try and kill you after it.
Yeah, because again, this is her turn, right? I'm pretty sure, this is her turn. So if he plays out all his cards again, she's going to be in a really good spot to finish this game.
Gaze is a free Kano.
Ooh.
This is a 6 damage spell for 2. This is the best card to possibly get. Energy Potion is immediately used.
Yeah, this is interesting.
That's not going to be doubled, though, because the Blazing Aether was played to turn on Gaze the Ancients.
But what do you mean it's not going to be doubled?
We're not using this to double the. This is already resolved, just in case you just literally turn on the last 5 seconds.
No, it has.
I was like
it
6
hasn't
times
resolved.
2. It hasn't resolved.
No, he's doing all this on top of it resolving. So
gracious.
all he has to do
6
for
times 2.
Yeah, so all he has to do is gaze. To play gaze is to have played another wizard non-attack action, so he can play it, hold priority, play the gaze, get the benefit of the gaze, which he's done. So now he's doing all of this before Blazing Aether resolves. So this is how you do it on your combo turn too as well. In some scenarios where you have to play the Blazing Aether first, for whatever reason, there's different.
Does this double that? Does Blazing?
It'll double all arcane damage dealt.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
Waning Moon is the key.
Yeah, Waning Moon can be very, very strong.
Because that's 9 arcane being shown. She can block 6. She has to block the right 6. Then there will be 3 times 2 is 6 more. She'll go down to 8. As soon as there's a red shown, okay, she's going to try and kill him.
Dude, let's go. Let's do it. We came here to play. Or did she?
Well, we're pointing at each other. Ragamuffin. This is my time.
My time down here.
I think they're talking about priority windows of what has currently happened. No damage has come through. Eugene has 2 cards. Oh, yes, damage has come through. So use those 2 resources up.
Interesting. So I think she pitched to block the Waning Moon, and then she activated Ragamuffins.
She blocked 1 of Waning Moon?
And then he played Emeritus in response. Yeah, I couldn't tell if that's a red or.
It's not looking good for Tiffany right now. She's thinking about it. She just put her pinky out. There's no card in her deck that does 12.
This is the face of a wizard right here. Do I pass priority? Okay.
My favorite thing about Evan, I know I dog on him a lot, but like, yeah, okay. Tiffany was like,
I think she was hoping for a blue off the top to save her, and that was a last-ditch effort. But yeah, there you go.
She did not have 2 blues in hand.
She did not. It looked like she had a bunch of reds, unfortunately.
What's in the arsenal, Tiffany? Flip it over.
I mean, I would assume it's Wildfire. But that.
So then it's like she had 2 blues last round and then these 2 red cards. Is there any way she can kill him when he has 2 cards in hand? No. Tiffany decided no on that.
Probably not. I mean, if it was me, I am a bit reckless. I might have gone for it because that seemed like the time to do it.
Yeah.
But not having an Epot or your Alluvian charged at that moment really hurts you, because if you're trying to Storm Striders or Metacarpus node, like, you are scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as like resources goes. So, but excellent game, yeah. So she had the Wildfire.
Arsenal.
He had the double Blazing, so he was basically threatening 1836 damage off of
there was
Emeritus, Waning Moon, and the double Blazing. So that's pretty nuts.
3 plus 6 times 2 times 2. 18 times 2, 36.
36. I did the math. Woo! I went to art school.
Oh my god. So that's Kano.
That was Kano. That was fun. I had a great time.
You're going to be watching that back if you're a Kano fan. It's Waning Moon.
I think Waning Moon. I think that's where you see it. Waning Moon feels worse throughout the game, but in that position, it turns into what?
Lazy
3,
Moon? Yeah.
6, and then
that's representing
it turns
12
into 9
damage by itself, basically.
Which is crazy. So
I said 2 different numbers, but I'm wrong.
I don't. I'm trying to do the math and also talk, but I don't want to do it. It's good.
So the waning moon is 3.
And then the blazing ether gives it more 3. So, I mean, I think it comes in for 9, basically. It turns into 9 damage.
I would agree with 9.
So that's pretty good, as we say in Flesh and Blood. So that was round 1, everybody. I don't think we have our meta breakdown slide set up yet.
That's the longest.
Let's look at the meta. That was a long
Kano I've ever seen. Like, that was a very cool back and forth of that.
I think that's how that one goes, unless you just rip the combo off the top and catch someone off guard. But here's our meta game breakdown. Azalea did show up in 4th. So that is great to see. I'm excited to see that. I hope we get some Azaleas on stream. Of course, Oldhim, the original Frost Daddy, is still here. Is there not a single Icelander here?
That's insane.
Welcome to Southern California, where we just...
Winter is over.
Do what we want.
I think people are just afraid of those inertia tokens, and they like, okay, Anthony was like, should I play Oldhim or should I play Icelander? And I was like, play Icelander.
And then he didn't listen.
And then he switched to Oldhim, and he's like, I'm going to be like 4 other people here.
But yeah, so Azalea Oldhim at the top. Dromai, of course. We do love Illusionists out here at 4. Bravo, 3. We've got those Bravo stands who don't do anything but. Shout out to Bryson. I don't think Chris Iali is playing Lexi, because I think Zane is playing Lexi, and so is Bryce. So curious to find out what.
Somebody's going to be on Azalea, man.
Oh, do you think Iali's on Azalea?
Crazy.
Woo, I hope he is. We do got a couple Katsus.
This is just in. Craig Pollock wins today. Like, no shot. No shot Craig loses today.
Yeah, I think
Goodbye, everybody.
the one Levia, is it
probably Alan, yeah.
I heard he's thinking of bringing it to the Pro Tour, so maybe we'll see that on stream. He's feeling good about it. He is a specialist of sorts. Used to be a big Bolton player, and now he's been
total peeps. Let's do the math real quick. 5 plus 5 is 10. 14, 17, 19, 21,
I think we're at 30-something.
25, 27, and then 6. Yep, 33, everybody.
33. All right. Well, that was round 1. That was super exciting.
That was way fun.
Dude, Kano mirrors are the best.
Let's have a Kano tournament.
I would love a Kano tournament. I would have to play in it, though, just because that's...
AGE 9 will be that.
Kano's only. I think... It is one of the most fun matchups, because it's just kind of the whole time you're just like, wait, is it my turn? It's your turn. Wait, who is right. And then you're just like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And it's just this back and forth that feels much. There's like an interesting feeling that's similar to like very mid-rangey games, but with the potential just to do something totally insane because you're a wizard. So. Right. And we saw it there. It was a good game. Shout out to Tiffany and Eugene. Thanks for being on stream. And thanks to you, everyone, for watching. We'll be here all day. I think we got 6 rounds coming up. We got Sam and Josh Myers coming in to commentate with us. There's Alan, the man himself. And, yeah, we'll be right back in a little bit with round 2.
8 minutes left in the round, and then another 5 minutes after that. Go put the Hot Pocket in.
Yeah, switch out the laundry.
Pick your kid up from soccer if they're 5 minutes away. Drop them off at their friend's house and come back and do it all over again for round 2.
This window behind us is fun. You just see people walk up and look.
Long break, baby. A good movie to watch is, just so you get this as a go do this. Some of y'all will hate this. I almost said another better. Infinity Pool. It's the good version of Bones and All.
Oh, yeah? How many people do they eat? No spoilers.
Not 0. That's Barraging Blake.
That was Barraging Blake. And you know what?
Like this
Blake, you were right, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's all for now. We'll be back. Round 6 coming up.
It's yellow. It's blue.
It's blue. That's I'm going to talk about the blue stuff. Yeah. Talk about the
okay. Welcome, one and all, to This Month in Flesh and Blood, our show where we here at AGE bring you all the news that's noteworthy from the world of Wraith. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I'm joined by my co-anchor, Mitch Uber Leslie. How are you, Mitch?
Yeah,
let's go ahead and jump right into this month's top stories. This Month in Flesh and Blood. Spoiler season for the upcoming set Outsiders is right around the corner, bringing new support to underrepresented heroes from the pits looking to take control of the meta. If history has shown us anything, we can expect a dynamic, exciting metagame where heroes from Aria continue to dominate.
This month in Flesh and Blood, a plane carrying Flesh and Blood developer and resident cool uncle Brian Gottlieb departed New Zealand only to return to the same airport 18 hours later. Sources say that a fire at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York City was the reason for the turnaround, but eyewitness reports on the aircraft tell a different story.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Fatigue Oldhim dominated the top tables of the Calling Indianapolis, as the top 8 of the event featured 5 decks centered around the icy old man. Unfortunately, reports from the ground all seem to indicate that the opponents did not enjoy those games whatsoever, proving once and for all that it's not about how long you last, but how you play the game.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Ethan Mansant Van Sant reported that his lost FedEx bag from PT2 Lil has finally been recovered. In it, of course, his streaming equipment, his treasured Levia deck, and the exclusive Eye of Ophidia playmat. Unfortunately, there was one all-important item that was not able to be found: a stable internet connection.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Michael Hamilton continued his mighty rule over our card game with another decisive win at the Calling Indianapolis. While some have pointed to his value-based strategizing as the key to his success, others have attributed it to his wardrobe consistency, as the world champion is pictured here in 3 actual photographs from entirely different events. Sources say, however, that Hamilton is planning to switch up his look for the next Flesh and Blood event, just announced in my childhood mall, the Calling Hot Topic.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Canadian national champion Tariq Patel put an all-call out on Twitter, challenging any Dromai player worth their rakes to come and step into the ring against his Oldham build, being confident enough in the Guardians' chances to put money on the line. Unfortunately for the expat American, challenger Darkodius managed to resolve 2 early tonal ties, and Dromai took the match. Instead of playing a best-of-3 like Tariq had anticipated, Darkodius said he was going to take his bragging rights and run with it. He was rumoured to have said, and I quote, "I'm going to knick-knack, bric-a-brac, and get the out of here."
This month in Flesh and Blood, Sam O'Byrne from plucky upstart YouTube channel 3 Floating was selected to join Ethan Mansant Van Sant and Ethnic Smoke in the booth at the Calling. While his esteemed co-stars Blake Meyer and Colin Honigman wished him well on his journey, they also told him in no uncertain terms to watch his back. I didn't write that one.
Me neither. This month in Flesh and Blood, Battle-hardened Bologna took place recently, with Bravo's showstopper stopping the show and taking down the tournament. This came as a surprise to the Americans, who only saw a single Bravo convert to day 2 at the Calling Indianapolis, despite 42 registrations on day 1. We knew Americans loved to play Bravo. What we didn't know is that they were bad at the deck.
This month in Flesh and Blood, award-winning Overwatch shoutcaster and devoted Dorinthia player Mitch Uber Leslie joined the AGE Open casting team for this February event, providing high-level analysis and a gosh darn charming smile. His highly anticipated spoiler card for Outsiders is confirmed to be one of the legendaries for the set, which sources say is LSS's way of saying we're sorry for printing peace of mind. To quote James White, Dorinthia didn't want those Dawnblade counters anyway.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Chris Ciali, hometown hero, had all of Southern California and, bizarrely, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, cheering for him as he took his talents to a runner-up finish at the World Championships in San Jose. He returned to the national stage last month at the AGE Open and took Lexi Livewire to a similar second-place finish, going to show that nice guys don't finish last, they finish second.
This has been This Month in Flesh and Blood. For Mitch Uber Leslie, I'm Sam O'Byrne, and we'll see you next month.
We're back, everybody, with
I think everyone's new and most favorite segment that we call Barraging Blake.
Uh-oh.
In this segment, we will get Blake Meyer in the hot seat to give his hot takes about whatever we feel like throwing at him.
We said no Reinhardt, no Levia, no problem. We're going to get brute cards in there one way or another. Just jam somebody's face on it and make it a segment.
And the question always after every game is, so did we have fun?
Because I think a lot of people that are in the lower brackets today were like, oh, well, I played my hard matchup. They got the nuts, and I was done in 3 rounds. Are we having fun? No. Let's get some nerfs. Let's get some buff. I guess you can't buff cards in in cards.
Yeah.
Maybe on the
just send
Marvel
everybody a
Snap
card to replace the one they have.
Yeah. So this is Barraging Blake. What's going to happen here is the guy in the booth with us, Justin, he's going to do his dead level best to ruin my day. So let's see.
Let's see what happens. First up, we've got, a classic pair. It's like a fine meal and then, the matching drink you paid extra for. It's belittle and minnowism.
Right. I haven't seen these cards before. Let me read them real quick. Oh, wait. It's every single deck ever that it doesn't make sense to put it in. Has to put it in. This is back whenever I was playing Icelander before Wounded Bull got there. We're not talking about Wounded Bull, but belittle minnowism is so annoying because it's a thought process of I'm an aggro deck. I'm tired of getting frostbite. What can I do? What can I do? Oh, I can play 3 red belittles and 3 yellow belittles and just go get a minnowism at any time. Go get a blue card. I get an extra card in my hand. It replaces itself. I'm pitching one. It's actually like belittle says -2 for 3 is kind of how the map.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the AGE Open here in Lawndale, Redondo Beach.
Yep, that's the new location here at Collectors Legion.
Absolutely.
Yep. It's great being here. It's great seeing you, man.
Yeah,
Glad you
dude.
make it out.
Been a minute.
Definitely. We have some great games here. I don't know if you've seen the meta breakdown. Meta breakdown is going to be... It is available. Cool, perfect.
Let's go bottom left.
Yep, meta breakdown.
Blammo.
Awesome. We got 5 Azalea, 5 Oldhim, 4 Dromai, 3 Bravo, 2 Lexi, 2 Katsu, 2 Kano, 2 Briar, 2 Urzi, 1 Dash, Reinhardt, Viscerai, 5, we haven't seen in a bit, Dorinthia and Levia. We have a huge spread here.
Yeah, interestingly, when we looked at the last breakdown for the AGE back in March, it was Katsu reigned supreme. It was, these cards were still fairly fresh on the market and in the metagame, but we're seeing somewhat of the expected numbers today. When you look at the breakdown across, people are talking about Azalea, people are talking a lot about Oldhim, and by God are people talking about Dromai.
No, definitely. Dromai seems to be, I think, the crowd favorite. Everyone's rooting for Dromai to go up and get those top placements.
Yeah, I mean, the discourse that is being thrown back and forth across the internet and kitchen tables about the draconic illusionist hero is varied, sometimes measured, and often in some ways combative. But we've got a game for you that it features neither of those heroes. We've got Lexi and we've got Briar coming up for you in just a moment. So let's go ahead and take a look at the intro to that game, because we have 2 very established, very exciting players coming up. We have Chris Ayali of World Championship fame on the hero that he piloted at that event in Briar, Warden of Thorns, versus Zane Johnson on Lexi Livewire.
SD Golden Child, Zane, definitely one of our, I think, well thought out players. This is his first card game he's ever played, and has consistent Pro Tour. He's gone to Lily, he's going to Baltimore. So 2 really, I think, well seasoned and disciplined players.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a little bit of a San Diego versus Los Angeles feature match for you today, a cage match, as it were.
Yep.
Taking a look here, though, I was talking to Chris about his pick today. We've seen him at the AGE piloting Lexi. He had that incredible game against Craig, and I think the very first one that we had back in January, where it was going all the way down to the bottom of the deck, and you just saw Chris block until he came in for his 1,000,000 damage at the end of that game. So he's been testing the deck that he's facing against extensively over these last couple months, but decided to bring Briar today. I talked to him a little bit. He's definitely was anticipating the lack of Icelander, which he was absolutely rewarded for. I mean, looking at the breakdown, we didn't see a single one of the Ice Wizard in the room today, but he wanted to see how it was. He told me he was not that interested in playing Oldhim, and he was curious about the matchup into the Rangers. He said a lot of his teammates were saying, how bad it was, and he wanted to see it for himself, and by gosh, he's gotten his wish in round 2.
Yep, this is the place to do it as well. You're going to be playing against really great players. The average elo in this room is massive. So testing these theories before going to Pro Tour coming up is definitely, I think, what's on everyone's minds here. Zane most likely probably going to be bringing Lexi to Pro Tour. Chris, just seeing what's out there, what his options are. Chris is the type of person who's very flexible and very skilled and can go into what he thinks could be the best deck to get him that finish.
Yeah, the tournaments over this weekend, every piece of data that people can acquire before the Pro Tour, I think people are really staring at these tournaments. They're going to be looking at the battle hardened results. They're going to be looking at these results. They really are going to want to see what is the breakdown of the meta. How do the decks actually compete into each other? Because people are doing their testing, they're doing their talking, but at the end of the day, it's different when you sit down in a tournament. You can't plan for some of the variables and just some of the magic of actual play. But
especially a turn 1 red icy incarnate, right? That's the
Arctic Incarceration.
Arctic Incarceration. That's going to give 3 frostbites to Chris, and Zane's going to be able to load arrows and pass back. Chris not having a strong slapback as Briar. Briar hates frostbites.
Yeah, you got, Briar, they can often operate without the blue card in their hand, but they do like to use it for some of those big Channel Mount Heroics and others when they do have it. Critically also, Zane, by just throwing out the Arctic Incarceration, not allowing Chris to filter his hand at all, and that is going to end up, I think that's just the Infectious Host,
Infectious
right?
Host red. So
yeah.
It's 0 for 4. He doesn't have any ailments or any diseases, so it's just vanilla, but...
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. But Briar loves 0 for 4s. That's the deck that she has a previous version of her called Cheerios Briar, where it's just 0 cost red for 4. So I can see why he would think this is deck, and probably pretty good against those new outsider heroes.
Yeah, and so Chris, critically, like you talked about there, because of those 3 frostbites, having to spend all 3 of the other red cards in his hand just to send 4 damage, he's not going to have an arsenal after this turn, and he's going to have to face down whatever comes after or before the drill shot that he can already see sitting in Zane's arsenal. So
Beautiful dice.
Look at those dice.
Look at those dice.
Shout out to the YouTube channel 3 Floating
for
providing those dice.
Guys.
Thank you to Legend Story Studios for providing them. And
appreciate it. Making us look more professional.
So
it's drill shot red. Chris is going to have an embodiment, so that's going to block for 4.
Absolutely, yeah. The 4 breakpoint of these drill shots is part of why they can be so effective, because you either have to commit 2 cards or you're going to lose the block on your equipment anyway. But the embodiment of Earth there providing all that value that we're used to seeing out of Briar. And we've got a signed Remorseless coming in.
Beautiful. Look at the purple on that. I just love the art in this game. It's so amazing. Yeah. Unfortunately, the art does not save how much it's going to hurt. 5 damage with an on-hit. Chris laughing. All right, I'll take it. I'll keep my 3 cards. Let's see how he deals with this. Not giving up any armor early. Waiting for that turn where he's going to get that CMH or get that power play and be able to swing tempos when he really wants to use that armor.
And you're going to want, it's going to be critical to watch here how Chris elects to handle the on-hits, because the damaging on-hits, you have to imagine he's less interested in blocking versus the on-hits that actually tax his turn, or in this case, tax his equipment block. And we see 2 blue 3 blocks that, because of that embodiment of Earth, are going to go ahead and clean up those 4 attack breakpoint cards with just a single card. So that last turn when we saw the Infectious Host, it ended up doing a little more work than perhaps we thought, because it did allow him to get that embodiment, which turned on those blocks for his next turn.
Correct. No, that is definitely huge, especially in this matchup. You want to be blocking efficiently, and you got to be aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, Chris putting down a Humble, brand new card out of Outsiders, so great, and super good tech against Lexi.
This is sick, because this Humble here, if it hits, it's going to turn off Lexi's basically text. She's going to be textless. She'll have no hero ability. And you think to yourself, okay, so I can't give a Frostbite, I can't give an attack go again, but you can't turn the card face up with Lexi's ability. So you have to, the only other way to clear that arsenal would be to play it. And if that attack doesn't have go again, you have to ask yourself, is Zane wanting to commit his Snapdragon Scalers this early to give the attack go again? So this is a really cool little play here. For my little play, I mean big 6 attack from
Big
Chris
Jack,
Iali.
6. Yep.
Yeah, I actually saw, I was looking around at the round 1, I saw a Rhinar throw out a Humble. You know, this card is actually I didn't expect to see it kind of ubiquitous throughout these heroes, but I mean, look at that. It's going to take 2-3 blocks from Zane. That's a really powerful on hit.
On the Tunic turn, he's going to flip for Frailty. Thankfully, had a Frailty there. As we're seeing the first time, at least for me, a Blood Rot Codex from Lexi. This is going to put a card face down from his hand in his arsenal and give Chris a Blood Rot as well, and give Zane a Ponder. Super huge, throwing Endless Arrow out. Let's see how Chris responds.
So, yeah, that we got to wonder, does he have another Infectious Host? Because he might end this turn with both a Blood Rot and a Frailty, and it would be nice to play a 0 for 4 that just pops those afflictions back over to the other side. But
Chris is on another level, knowing Infectious Host is going to be a good generic in this meta, especially if you're an aggro deck that you should be looking into because of all these oppressive decks like Lexi and Assassins that are going to give you these new diseases or new tokens.
Now, here's an interesting decision. As this red Endless Arrow comes in for Zane here, it's going to be coming in for 4, right? If you block it, you don't want it to go back to your hand, but that Codex of Frailty right there, that might just pop it on back into the arsenal, and you're going to be faced with the exact same problem again. So Chris here is going to go ahead and elect to block the 4. It is going to go to the graveyard. Let's see if Zane wants to go ahead and cash in his Codex right away.
Did not have Go Again, so he did not do the Snapdragons. He says, okay, you get that Endless Arrow. I have 2 more. I got a Snatch out of your hand and some armor. So I think he's kind of happy there with that. Chris Ollie is going to have to, once again, keep the aggression up. A CNC, super good against Lexi's.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, another thing that I was listening to the Manor podcast, and they were talking about how Fuseless Lexi, they have more 3 blocks. That's something that Chris really liked, and he was telling me about in his Lexi list, is the 3 blocks are much easier to come by when you're not having to run the ice cards. But these codexes block for 2, a lot of the ice cards block for 2, so depending on how Zane has built his deck here, it might be harder to come by those 3 blocks to block something like a Humble, to block something like a Command and Conquer. So he has at least 1 card in his hand, 1 floating in his Tunic resource after this. So you have to imagine this isn't going to have Go Again, and we'll see if Chris wants to pay for the Blood Rot if he can, or take 2 more damage at the end of the turn.
That's also a good point, is that Chris not having Creepers is choosing to use Snapdragons. Necessarily, it's a preference, but sometimes Creepers against Lexi can provide an extra 1 block and maybe an instant Tome of Fender or something. But obviously, with the Snapdragons pick, being more aggressive is what he has in mind instead of being more defensive. So it's going to be a good game so far. Blocking 2 cards, the CNC. Zane wants to keep his arsenal.
And Chris electing to pay for the Blood Rot there with the blue. So he is prioritizing life, even though the Snapdragon Scalers point to that offensive
I don't think I've ever
game plan.
paid for a Blood Rot. I was like, I'll take this too.
Yeah. So the Arsenal card there for Zane coming out first, one of the new cards from Outsiders, a Falcon Wing, is going to allow him to continue his turn, because even though he didn't load it with Voltaire, this card just has Go Again. So here's a 0 for 3 with Go Again, 2 cards in hand, Tunic online. Zane at 36, Chris at 34 here. Let's see how he wants to respond.
This card, too, was originally a little slept on during the preview season and even earlier in the testing. But once people discovered, oh, this is just an arrow with Go Again, they loved it. You can buff it with Rain Razors. You can buff it with Voltaire. So if you're a Ranger main out there, try this card. It's super great. Has Go Again.
Zane then, he's going to cash in his Tunic, load with Voltaire, and put a Searing Shot into his arsenal, and then out there on into the arena with Go Again. So this is a 0 for 4, but if it hits, it's basically a 0 for 5. He will take an additional point of damage. Chris took the Falcon Wing, going down to 31, and let's see if he wants to commit any further blocks to the Searing Shot.
Just vanilla. I think I'd let Falcon Wing if I didn't have an optimal block hit, but the Searing Shot is a hard one because 0 for 5 is super efficient.
Yeah.
And Chris is already at 31. He doesn't want to lose too much health this early unless he has CMH hand, I think. So he says, I'll take it. I'm going to go 0 for 5.
And you have to imagine...
Oh...
There's that second red Arctic Incarceration. Going to go ahead and give 3 more Frostbites, allowing Zane to sit on that Codex of Frailty. This is like, dude, I don't want a single Frostbite.
This is the Briar experience against Lexi. Being buried underneath the snow makes it so your hand that you're trying to trade out, it's just now just useless because you can't get through that ice.
Yeah, and as a Chain Ender as well, you got some damage in. You were able to throw meaningful cards that could have required blocks, but then if the opponent decides to not, you have something they have to respect.
Yeah.
Frostbites are you can't choose to not pay.
Look at Chris here on his thinking process. You can see.
Yeah, there's a deep breath from our guy.
Man, this is I think what most Briars deal with on daily with ice, and that's why you don't see them as often. Chris, I think, coming to a conclusion about Briar now, not probably going to see a whole lot of them if Azelanders still exists in the meta, and of course Lexi still having available to ice is making it very hard to do anything.
Yeah, we're going to see how he wants to do this. Chris at 26 to Zane's 36, a deficit of 10 life here. I believe I see a Garganing Tome in his hand. Normally a fantastic card in this deck.
Perfect opener, yeah.
1/2 of your Embodiment of Lightning. It gets you another card, but it It's not as good when it costs 3, and it looks like that
Pitching
is
a ton.
exactly what it's going to be. Pitching those 3 red cards,
Your Gorg Tome.
get rid of those frostbites. He's going to pitch
That's all you can really
an
do.
Arsenal.
Yep. That is exactly I think what he had to do, because he couldn't keep the same cards. He wants to dig for some new cards that could possibly get through more frostbites.
Yep.
The hard part now is this is him stop being aggressive. This is the first turn you haven't seen him play an attack action to swing at Zane. So now Zane has all the priority to push ahead in
Yep.
damage.
And he has that Codex, which is going to allow him to grab an attack action if he wishes. If he doesn't, that second Arsenal zone is turned off. So without another attack action card, there's only going to be a couple arrows if he wants to keep sandbagging it there. Critically, Chris also, by arsenaling the card that he drew, turns that Codex, the discard effect, off for himself. He's not going to have to put in a card in. He's not going to have to discard a card. So that Codex is just going to represent the frailty and then the draw if Zane elects to use it. But first, he's going to come in with that Heat Seeker coming in from Arsenal after pitching to Voltaire. This is going to have go again, the on hit here, allowing Zane to put a card from the top of his deck into his arsenal at the end of the turn.
Super great card. Lexi's love this card. Azalea's love this card. Definitely one of their power cards and a great buff that they got.
So
5 damage is starting to feel like a lot when you're almost below 20. Chris not having an embodiment makes it hard.
And I did take a little peek at the hand, and it looked as though Chris has a Channel Mount Heroic. I think I might have even seen a Force of Nature in there, so we'll see if he wants to try to make this next attack as powerful as possible. But
Rain
critically,
Razor
yeah.
was insane here. Rain Razor's going to make this turn very explosive. Bolt and shot. Codex of Frailty in Arsenal. We're seeing the writing on the wall here. Chris is about to take a lot of damage. 7 first, no blocks. Now 7 again with go again on hit reload, but Zane doesn't have it in hand, so just the damage alone.
Yeah, but that Codex is going to allow this turn to continue with the Rain Razor's buff. I mean, you see why Zane was electing to hold on to it. He was still able, with that Arctic Incarceration, to put pressure on Chris's resources here, and this is going to allow for an enormous amount of damage, as well as, I mean, Codex, we don't need to talk about Codex. Codex is going to get him a card to continue this Rain Razor's turn with. It's going to get him an arsenal for his next turn, and it's going to make Chris's, if any attack comes from the arsenal or that Rosetta Thorn comes in, that's going to come in for 1 less damage. So it's, I mean, on a Rain Razor's turn with a Bolt and Shot and a Heat Seeker, he's gonna have 2 cards in his arsenal at the end of this turn.
Yep. That's Zane playing very beautifully, very careful. We see he could have put the Codex out earlier. He could have tried and force something, but he was waiting for this turn to line up.
Yeah.
And this is a beautiful turn, if you ask me. Yeah. The pressure that's put on here, Chris not having an embodiment. Oh man, this is definitely a hard decision. Sometimes you, like I said, as Briar, you have to block in certain situations, but you don't want to because you want to be aggressive. This just not feeling great. What cards do you want to give up? They're most of them block for 2, maybe a couple block for 3.
We've seen him use some 3 blocks earlier in this game, but they were much more effective when that embodiment of Earth was on the field.
Yep.
So it'll be, you know,
Chris says,
it's
"I'll
tough.
take it."
Yeah, I think if he has those the 2 cards, if he has the Force of Nature, if he has the Channel Mount Heroic, he's going to be able to push a lot of damage, but he's going to be taking an enormous amount as well.
Playing the Codex. Let's see what arrow he fetches.
Yeah. So we've seen some drill shots be blocked with, I believe, and be attacked with. We've seen the endless arrows as well. Now, critically, the Heat Seeker is only going to be online if if Zane has an open arsenal zone. So I don't think there's any way for him to get that card into his arsenal face up that he draws off the ponder. So probably
No, I don't think there is at all.
Yeah,
No,
so
this
that
might have a face. It would be face down.
So that Heat Seeker trigger might not be able to continue the turn from here. But let's see, he's just going to come in with the Searing Shot.
Nice, beautiful. Just
That's
pushing that damage.
Yeah, another 0 for 7. Going to put Chris down to 5, and he's just going to have to take it. He's already taken so much here.
Yeah.
At this point.
At this point, why not? Having the Ponder token go. Chris pointing out something about Heat Seeker. Gets Ponder token. So I think the issue here, Chris was saying, oh, you have a Ponder token, you have to resolve it first. But from my understanding how the rules work, you get to resolve your layers first. So if you had like a Blood Rod, Inertia, and something, you resolve which one at a time.
Yeah.
So Zane resolved the Ponder first, drew the card, and then did the Heat Seeker, I'm pretty sure, and put the Heat Seeker up, and then kept the card in hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the lots of new plays with these codexes.
Yeah. So here's the Tome of Harvests. This is going to draw him 3 more cards. He's already gotten half of a way to an embodiment of lightning. I do see a channel mount heroic. I'm not sure that I might have thought that the tome was a force of nature, so we might not have the force here. But at a Chris Ayali at 5 to Zane Johnson's 36, so there is an enormous mountain for him to climb, and let's see how he wants to get started.
Nimblism is good. That's going to push big damage and get you that embodiment.
So embodiment of lightning created is going to give his next attack go again.
Little Coax of Commotion, a great little generic majestic. If it hits, then Chris can choose to pick 3 options. Each player gets to heal 1, each player gets to make a quicken token, or each player gets to draw 1. But that's only if it hits. It's on hit. He does not have to declare the modes beforehand, like E-Strike. And it's always an interesting one because it kind of confuses people because it happens to them too. It's kind of like one of those "this round's on me" cards that's just like, it feels good for everybody, but can also push you past damage that you need. So it's going to hit. Zane says, okay, what modes do you choose? Chris is going to think.
And critically, that quicken token can be well used by
100%.
Zane here. If he does decide to get both these players quicken tokens, that Bolt and Shot then is able to just come in for free.
Yep.
That's basically like a whole nother card that he just gets to play without having to worry about pumping it, giving it go again. He might be able to use both of those arsenal zones on his turn. So Chris having to weigh those decisions.
Quicken token does come down. Everyone gets 1 health. I think it's smart. Chris needs the health, and it's a big mountain already, so why not? 1 extra
Looks
health.
like
isn't
both
gonna
players
be-
are going to draw a card here.
Yeah. And draw cards. So all modes for Coax. The biggest Coax was made in a commotion somewhere in some bar.
That Coax had go again. It came in for 3 more. Yeah, that was a massive commotion.
Yep. Still has a frailty token. CNC coming down from hand with the quicken token. CNC, one of those big cards against Rangers to find to swing tempo.
That's pretty sick. With the go again, his turn's going to continue. He pitched the Channel Mount Heroic here, allowing him to come in for this big ol' Command and Conquer. Zane acting like he's just going to take it, and it looks like he does. We're going to lose the Bolt and Shot.
All right, no
Chris's
problem.
turn is going to continue from here.
Chris, massive damage turn. We're at 13 damage that he's brought it back. 24, slightly bringing it back. Let's see what else he's got in his hand. 1 big card. A Rabble. Revealing a yellow, so it's going to be a 3 Rabble, but better than a blue.
Zane going to most likely just elect to take it, go down to 21.
Good vanilla damage. And if this was old Briar, Chris would have had 3 embodiments right now. But new Briar is fair and balanced. So just 1 embodiment and then Rosetta Swing. It's going to be 2 and 1 because of the frailty token from the Codex. So Codex is putting in that work. Big chain. Now it's 6 to 18 in 1 turn. He was at 36, 30-something before, right? Chris putting up big damage to Briar, showing why she's still relevant. If he would have found a CMH somewhere in that mix, too, it could have got crazy.
Now, does Pulse of Candlehold, does that block?
It does block. It blocks
It does
3.
block, all right.
It's a yellow blocks 3. It fuses things, and then if you haven't bought it, it blocks 4.
I was going to say, if he has a no block here, you see Blake in the background with a... and then so he's going to be able to come in for 5 here with the Quicken token.
So there's the 4 block plus the grass, so that's 5. Rain Razors on the top. Second one seen by Zane. Perfect timing.
Pop it right back into hand. He only has 1 more Voltaire activation, but the bullseye bracers here representing a 3rd arrow that could come down if that bow is used twice. So let's see. He's going to activate it a 2nd time.
I think Chris is in the range. I think Zane's going to try and go for it here. Let's see what he has. Hopefully more arrows.
He still has his Snapdragon Scalers up for that Endless Arrow. This is a Heat Seeker for 7. Chris is at 4, so a 3 block here won't cover it all up. Most likely going to be seeing some equipment blocks here. He saved his Crown of Providence. He saved that 2nd block on the Grasp. He has his Tunic that he just used on the last turn. But it is looking dire for the LA man.
It is very dire.
You and your San Diego crew are looking to be in the driver's seat here.
Oh, yeah. San Diego came up big this time around. Lots of people representing from different regions in California. Every time we have an event, it seems more and more people come out of the woodwork to come play.
And the bullseye bracers here is going to put the bolt and shot in with
Over
go
the
again.
edge,
The
and then
reload on hit. There isn't enough block to
endless
cover it
arrows,
up,
yeah.
and that is going to be the end of the game. Chris Ayali going ahead and taking it over Mr. Zane Johnson.
Look how happy Zane is. Zane's Chris and Zane, I know, are good friends. They're laughing the whole time. It was a fun game, but just a rough matchup to play against as a Briar. And Chris did his best. He got those big swings in, but wasn't enough to beat that ice and disease tokens are coming down. Just everything from Lexi.
Yeah, absolutely. A little hello from one of our producers in the back, Ryan. But that was a good game. We got to see some kind of classic heroes from some metas of yore, one might say.
Yeah, kind of like the start of your well, you started like a little bit before.
I started in right at the release of Tales. So.
Yeah, so that
So those heroes are. I know
yeah.
those heroes,
Yep,
man. Those are the Blitz
exactly.
decks I learned with.
Mhm.
But it's interesting. We didn't see an enormous amount of ice from Zane there on Lexi, but the ice that was played was unbelievably impactful. Those 2 red Arctic incarcerations just ripped Chris's turns apart.
I hate that card. It's so hard because it's 3 frostbites
Yeah.
for 0, and Zane was playing them beautifully exactly, and he would one chain,
First
2
turn
chain,
of the game,
and
or the end of the chain.
yeah, it's true. First turn of the game
Yeah.
was an insane
Yeah.
here's your slap back on that first turn. So Zane just drawing really great, being patient. Those were 2 Rain Razors. Chris Eiley not seeing any CMHs in any of his power turns. He did see CNCs, which are good, and those did kind of help, but they weren't enough to close that damage lead that that Zane developed. And well, it's hopefully I can see Chris make it up through the bottom bracket and go.
All
to
right.
the top.
Our boy has done plenty. we believe in him.
We do.
We believe in him. But that was a great game, well played by both parties. We're going to head into just a very, very short break, and then we will be having Zane on here for an interview, talk about the game, hear about his deck choice and his meta predictions, and talk to him about Pro Tour.
Yeah,
So
that's
we'll
gonna
be
be
back
exciting.
shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Bye. How's it going, guys? Welcome back. I have Zane Johnson as for the last game. Lexi. Why bring Lexi today?
You know, just showing the real most powerful weapon from Tales of Aria.
Voltaire. You're one out of 2 Lexis here.
I am one of 2 Lexis. I think that's crazy. But
You think that's crazy? You think you're going to see more Lexis at Pro Tour?
yes.
You-
More than 2, yeah.
Oh, yeah, more than 2 for sure. It's definitely did great last game. You got the turn 1 in the icy
Arctic Incarceration.
yeah, there you
is doing its job.
doing its job. We have your list in front of you.
Yep.
Are you comfortable to talk about anything in your list? You want to
Sure.
keep it a little secret for a Pro
No,
Tour?
we can talk about it.
Okay. So you have a Codex of Blood Rot, which is a new one, at least for me, I haven't seen at
Yep.
all. Why Codex of Blood Rot?
Well, when you have 2 Voltaire activations, it's kind of nice to have your third.
The third one, okay.
And I like to arsenal Codex of Frailty, and then Codex of Blood Rot lets me play it, get the card from my hand out, Codex of Frailty with an empty hand, and just be a little more efficient with my arsenal management.
Okay.
It also helps, just does 2 damage, and it's kind of like Take Aim, where Take Aim's +3 and reload. Blood Rot is basically 2 damage, reload, and a ponder. All the codexes are strong, but we're kind of just trying it out. I'm running 2.
What's your favorite Codex? What's your favorite Codex personally? Just out of all 3.
Art or effect?
Mixture of both. Just the one that you like.
The Marvel Blood Rot is my favorite,
Yep.
but it's gotta be Frailty.
Frailty. Yeah, Frailty is so strong. Running 3 of Frailty, running 2 Blood Rot. I think that's appropriate. No Inertia.
It was in the list 2 days ago. We're just trying out.
Yeah, of course. This is what AG is for. Just seeing more Rangers use a mix of these new codexes is very interesting to me because I know before it was just Frailty, but now it seems the field has widened for you.
Yeah, I mean, that Ponder token's obviously great. The deck's built to use mostly anything in Arsenal. Sometimes it can be awkward if you don't have enough go again and you like double Arsenal and the Ponder's not useful, but yeah, Codex is good.
Nice. So definitely experimenting with more codexes, I think, for anybody out there playing Ranger is obviously the go-to. Don't get out of just Frailty because Frailty is good, but so are the other ones.
Totally.
Let's see. We got 2 Command and Conquers. Nice. You got hit with 2 Command and Conquers. How did those feel last game? I remember about that because I think they kind of hit you at the right time to where it's preventing that setup.
I thankfully had 3 arrows in hand both times, so I could block the CNC and still have a relevant turn.
Nice.
Sometimes you just eat the CNC now, especially like when you get the Ponder draw, you get like a blue arrow. It's obviously nice to have. If they CNC you, so be it. You lose your 2 damage or 3 damage or whatever. It's definitely still effective against Lexi, of course. It's in the deck for the Mirror and for Azalea primarily, but it's a good card.
Last one, which is a new buff I like pointing out, is Falcon Wing. I always recommend to people on the stream, run Falcon Wing. It was kind of slept on the preview season a little bit, and as people started playing with it, they realized it's just an arrow with go again, and that's great, especially when you rain razors it.
Exactly. It's a 0 for 3. That's sometimes 4. That's sometimes 5. That's sometimes 6. With so it's just it's like the best thing to hit off Ponder.
Nice.
It's just a value card, especially when you have that second Arsenal and you play Frailty. You just get the Falcon Wing and it's 3 or 5, and then shoot your last card.
Nice. This is list was beautiful. I think you played great.
Thanks.
What were you thinking going in playing against Chris Iali, world finalists on Briar?
Yeah, well, Chris is a good guy. We've played a couple times off stream. I had never beat him in a real tournament, so it's good to get a win. There's definitely the name recognition with Chris, but I saw he was on Briar, and so I knew that I wasn't doomed.
Yeah. No, definitely. I was explaining to stream that's not always the best matchup for Briar because of the Arctics and the Frostbites, and you had that turn 1. That turn 1 that prevented him from slapping back real hard, and I think really put the brakes on for him.
Yeah, he had quad red the first Arctic, and then he had worse than quad red the second one because he had the Gorg Tome.
Yep. It seemed like you guys were having fun, laughing,
Always.
a great game. Definitely go back and watch some of those. I think you'll really enjoy Chris's reactions that we zoomed in on when you played those those Arctics.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about yourself as a player. You're going to Pro Tour, correct?
I am.
How long have you been playing Fab?
I started right before Monarch. I just bought like bulk decks that were basically commons and a couple of rares. Played like Rhinar versus Dory, Rhinar versus Bravo. I had a lot of fun, and then Monarch came out right around that time, and so I got into Chain, played some aggro, really like Viscerai and the whole Runeblade style. But then once Tales of Aria came out, I really liked playing Lexi, and so I kind of just bounced between those two as my main two heroes.
Another fun fact, I always remind people, this is your first card game, right?
That's true.
It's amazing. Welcome. I'm glad it could be
Yeah.
Flesh and Blood as the first card game.
Yeah, no Magic, so people always make Magic comparisons, and I'm like, totally.
Yeah, totally. Well, that's amazing. How do you feel going into Pro Tour versus the damage build Lexi versus the Fuse Lexi?
Ice and versus Fuseless kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ice Lexi still has a place. I think things like Insidious Chill and the Fuse Arrows really help you get over the top. You know, cards like Icequake and Winter's Bites really help push through damage. The Fuseless is interesting. It's just so efficient, and it's the Ice deck can run into friction with codexes, right? Because you need cards in hand to fuse, and then sometimes you can't utilize that Ice card efficiently, and then like you either have to awkwardly pitch it or to codex. And it's also just, 3 to 9 more cards that you want to run that don't say Ice or Arrow on them.
Yep.
So it's a delicate balance. I think there's still room for Ice. I wouldn't be surprised if Ice shows up and does well. I might play around with Ice a little bit more, but Fuseless is fun. You kind of get to do a Briar impersonation.
Just a little mini CMH or just one less CMH.
Rain
right
Razors
on the
is
top.
basically CMH, and Three of a Kind is basically Force of Nature.
Well, that definitely seems to, I think, be on every Lexi's mind right now as they're preparing for that Pro Tour is that balance, as you said, between Fuse and the codexes, because the codexes are so strong.
They are.
But so are Frostbites.
They are. And Codex, you can tunnel vision on Codex a little bit. Like, it's yellow. You should be pitching it a decent amount of the time that you see it. But yeah, it's another tool. Shout out to the devs for giving Ranger a tool to play small hands. It feels good.
How do you feel about Outsiders as a set? Because as you being a Ranger lover,
it's the best.
It's the best.
I love it.
Christmas,
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the draft format's really fun. It's engaging. You have options deep into the packs. All three heroes or all three classes can succeed if they are drafted properly. And yeah, I think the CC editions from Outsiders are great. I think the draft edition or the draft format is more forgiving and more fun for that reason. Uprising could feel a little constricting, and you don't pivot on one pick, and then you realize that was wrong, but it's too late because it's just, I don't know. You have a little more freedom in this format, and that's a good thing.
Should we be afraid of Riptide? Should I be afraid?
In draft?
Okay, all right. That's good to know. Is there anything else you want to identify on your list that you think would be good for players to know as they prepare to bring their Ranger into Pro Tour? Just that balance.
Yeah, I think just finding the balance of you really want to draw. You need 2 arrows in every hand, and when you run this many arrows with the Fuseless, you just block better. So you're a little more insulated to CNC, and sometimes that's kind of all you need. Like with Ice, you'd have 2 arrows and 2 Ice cards, and then you can't block a CNC because the Ice cards don't block 3.
Yep. So make sure to get your reps in. Make sure to get your balance in. Zane, thank you again for doing the interview. Thank you for coming up from San Diego and repping our region for sure. We got a lot of skilled players and not just LA players. We got northern players. We got people from Arizona. We got people from Vegas to come out. And I'm excited to see more of your run.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man. All right, guys. We'll be right back with the next game. Stay tuned.
Math works? I swing an Ember Blade without trying?
It's basically the pyramid scheme of Flesh and Blood.
And what's BS about it is everyone says, well, and whenever you try to have an intelligent conversation with a Ninja player, I don't recommend it. They will say, well, Blake, you have to have Belittle Minnowism or you auto-lose to Icelander. Like, I don't play 4 decks that auto-lose to all the other people. And it's like, auto-losses are a thing in Flesh and Blood. Gym ID has to be on your side to get to a top table, or you play some like you play Starvo, you play some Living Legend deck. Like, I was playing Icelander into a, whatchamacallit, Prism meta. That was an auto loss. I literally, anytime I played a Prism, I was like, you win. I'm not even allowed to do that.
He would just leave
I'm admitting
and go
this
get food.
now. I would leave to go get food.
Come back.
I don't want to play Prism as Icelander because it's a non-contest. And so to say, oh, well, ninjas need Belittle Minnowism or it's a non-contest, duh, I want that to happen.
But Blake, they both block for 2.
They both block for 2. You're never going to use them to block. There's no point in bringing out the block value of a card if you're always going to play it to attack. That is it. Yes, sometimes doesn't matter. You're never going to block with Plunder Run. Who cares about the block value on that card? You're going to jam it in Arsenal. You're going to flip it over. It's going to do something. Same thing with Minimalism. It's just time to attack, and not care. Grab a blue. I'm going to keep going. Boom, 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 boom. It replaces itself 3 times.
So on a scale from like 1 to Starvo, where do you put Belittle and Minnowism?
I would say this is aggravating, and I have wanted to ban this card for about 3 months. So I would put this as in a not a blood rush bellow, but a angry clearing bellow.
Nice.
If we're sticking to our brute thing.
So just ban it. Just get rid of it.
Just ban it. I think it's interesting, too, because it made it into Viscerai, which you're just like, bro, you do so much cool stuff. Why are you trying to do this?
That was a hoax. I think that was a hoax that some people perpetrated that it didn't need to be. It was just...
I'm glad
why?
it never made it in the Dash. That's a thing where, like, at least the deck builders weren't doing that.
I did try to put it in my Dromai Talishar Transmogrify deck, but that was just bad choices all around. So don't do it. Just forget these cards exist, and Blake will tolerate you. So next up, what do we got? Oh, this is we're just going we're going for the whole state of Arizona.
Wow.
Let's talk about Mexican food in Arizona. I've never had the pleasure of getting any.
There's a reason why Alex Vore is good at playing Kano, because he is not going to eat outside of his house, because there's no way it's better than inside his lean cuisine that he could put in his microwave. Because I went to this place, everything I went there, it was called the White House. It wasn't even called Castle Blanco or whatever. It was in the middle of kind of like, you got to be a little bit older to live there, 55 plus communities. But every single person there was 18 to 20 that worked there. And I was
trespassed into a 55 plus community.
I was visiting an aunt. She's lovely. She was like, let's go to the Mexican restaurant. The margarita was a margarita barely, and I got the flavor. You could see the like drip they put in there, and literally only stirred once. And I was like, why is there a swirl in my mango margarita?
That's the mango.
My aunt got a wet burrito type thing, like smothered burrito. It was cheddar cheese slice melted on top, and it was called Fundito. What is it? Pollo Fundido? And I was like, the next day she was like, do you want my leftovers? And I was like, no. No. Was the food I had good? No. It was just a little more palatable. That's a good word to use for Mexican food in Arizona. I don't know. Maybe there's other places in Arizona that are good to eat at.
I feel like you're judging the whole state on one restaurant, which is
probably
a bit
right.
rough to do.
Yeah.
Because, I had a wonderful Mexican food meal in Alabama, of all places.
Nice.
And it was the only reason I signed up for Yelp with an account to write a review, 5 stars. I'm probably chotting it on there. You can go read it. I put a lot of effort into it.
That's not how I felt.
That's not how Blake felt. He deleted Yelp from his phone and forgot what Mexican food was. I'm sure Arizona, you've got some better food. I've heard they've got really good pizza out there in Phoenix.
Kind of hard to mess up pizza. That makes sense.
Well, apparently it is the best pizza in the world, according to Chef's Table on Netflix. And it's
Netflix
a show.
has
so
never been wrong about anything.
Netflix is not wrong. It looked good. So, Bianco Pizza, shout out to you.
Netflix pride till I die, dog.
We love...
You worked for Netflix recently, too. Don't talk about it.
Let's not talk about work. Next on our segment, Barraging Blake. We've got the sweet, cool, awesome, amazing assassin hero, Arcane. Sorry. Oh, wait. No, we've got an update coming. Dromai's here. Dromai's here
This is hateful.
to win 57-0. Is that a typo? How do you even get 17 extra life?
So I was playing Arcane for about 3.5 weeks. I was loving him. I 4-0'd my first. I put it on my Twitter. I was like, girl, I have cracked this list. It's fatigue Arcane. There's the only way to play it. Don't play it aggressive. You're an idiot. I was like, I'm so smart. This is the first thing I've cracked since Icelander Blitz forever ago. I was feeling so good. And I heard about maybe the Dromai matchup's bad because you don't have natural 6s and you got to do stuff. And it was like, can't be that bad though. Like it's an exaggeration. And then somebody that's in our community, he played, what is her name? Dromai? And like, she's such a non-factor in the meta normally because there's nobody in the top 8 here. But I was like, how bad can the Dromai matchup be? And he played 3 sigils, so there's 9 points of health.
Okay, that's not. Let me write that down.
So
9.
how much is left? 8?
Yeah, 8
And
more
then
health.
he played 2 yellow. Well, I guess that's the only kind there are. Toma Findale.
Ooh.
And he gains 8 more from that. I did not do a single point of damage because I was trying to... I'm playing fatigue. I'm trying to fatigue the dragons. The dragons stay out. You can't really... I was like, okay, I have 2 Findle's Fighting Spirit in here to block and gain a health. These are my poppers. I had Command and Conquers. Just wasn't drawing them. I think he got the dragon out. What's the one? The Dominate? No, Dominia.
Dominia. Banish a card from hand.
She's a loser card. Like, banish a card from hand, banish all my stuff. This is long-winded. It was so frustrating that it made me stop playing this hero. I was feeling so good. And it literally, like, oh, I need at least 15 cards. It's a non-game that I wish would happen to Fi of not get out. I can't play Belittle Minnowism to get rid of 57 damage from Dromai. What is my Belittle Minnowism in Arachne? Can we have that in Outsiders? Is that a thing that's coming?
Spider's Bite, man. They're good.
Spider's Bite kills 1 Ashwing, and then it's like, cool. Here's Kyloria. Here's this. Oh, Chromai, Yindarai. And you're just like, well, I'll block one of these. Somebody was trying to play Arachne with me. I don't know if you know him. We'll leave him unnamed. He was like,
I don't know.
He was like, oh, I lost to him 36-0. I was talking so much mess of like, 36-0. Did you even try? Did you even try? And he was 1 table over, not paying attention. And like to save myself some skin in the game, I asked the person I was playing against. I was like, "Can we click the minus health button on your side 23 times, so it looks like I did better than that guy?" Because I don't want to lose this bat. Like,
did he let you do that?
One thing I'm telling brand new players in our community, I'm saying to people, I'm like, try out Flesh and Blood. My favorite thing is you never lose 40-0. It's always, you get to the end of the game, it's 1-1, maybe 10-1 at tops. And I guess I didn't lose 40-0, but 57-0 is like, if that happened to me in my first armory, I would quit the game immediately.
That might be like a record of some kind.
I hope somebody lost more than this. Maybe there was some big, I guess you can't even do the, what's the $500 Heart of Final doesn't get you in this way because you're already ahead on life. But it was kind of like, should I stop playing this game completely? Should I reevaluate my life? If I spent all this time at armories and the gym, would I be a married man by now? What can I do to improve my life? Because losing to Ash Artist 57, I don't respect this hero. I really don't. So to lose that badly was something where I was like, great. Because all my heroes, like I lost to Dromai, the Colin as Reinhardt finally, and that felt bad. So it was just like, all right, I put Arachne in a box and didn't touch it still.
Until March.
And it is like, oh, stealth. Stealth's not going to do crap against the dragon. I saw that Outsider preview card. I was like, bro, what? That's not going to get rid of 7. I need the stealth card. I need the stealth card that comes out to say a 9 cost, 18 damage card that can't be blocked by dragons. That's what I need for Arachne for this
generic.
matchup.
Everyone can.
There's one more?
All right.
No
Blake, don't
way.
blow your fuse yet. We've got one more.
I'm pissed.
Speakeasies. This is a hot topic because apparently there's many in LA, but you don't know about them because they're hard to find because they're secret.
Oh my god! Have you been to what we're talking about here?
No, I haven't. I don't go to bars with people.
So when you make friends in this community, you are coming at like, oh, these people enjoy the same things I do. They like cards. Some of them like board
That's
games.
one thing they like. That's maybe 2 things.
Maybe these people share my favorite football team.
No, that's not true.
Then you're like, I'm going to travel with some of these people. I'm going to live in hotel rooms with some of these people. But one thing I never wanted my friends to have an interest in is speakeasies. Because we went to one in San Jose. Every single bartender, no sleeves. Or what is this called? What is going on in this thing? They got vests. So anytime my bartender has vest on, it is kind of like, what are we doing here? I'm trying to drink beers, and a speakeasy is always like, oh,
No sleeves, except for the sleeves under their vest.
I don't know.
Was it just a vest, or did they have?
They had sleeves, but it's just funny because
they have a jacket without sleeves.
You go there and like. We went to a place in San Jose. It's in the basement. You got to talk and go down there.
Dingy basement.
And then girls are wearing vests. Guys are wearing vests.
Everyone's wearing vests.
Non-gender binary vests. And it was like, this is interesting because I don't like this. And
were the drinks good?
I was there. I got some. What did I get? I was like.
Did you order a beer? That's probably why you don't like it.
It was funny because I was with somebody who's allergic to peanuts, but there was a drink that had like nuts in it, and I was like, I'm not gonna walk away without trying that. So I was like, stay away from me. Don't even think about
don't smell my breath.
Smelling my breath. I don't know how that works, but speakeasies are not for me. But it's one of those things where, oh, you have interests, and I like you guys enough to try this out. But speakeasies down, sports bars, yes. Non-bread, what's that non-bread cheesy thing? Kings Road. Let's go to one of those. If they have vests, I'm out.
So there you go. That's Barraging Blake. Thank you, Blake. I'm sorry.
I've got opinions on cards and restaurants.
He's got opinions on opinions.
Yeah.
And we will be right back with, actually not right back. We're taking a little bit of a longer break, getting ready for top 8. Give these players a little chance to eat some food. But we'll be back pretty soon with some top 8 action here at the AGE Open Series, #1 in Southern California and the world. Bye.
Against me? What is going on with this eyebrow right here? Was very interesting of like, I was at 33 health maybe. It was like turn 2. The Mai came down and I didn't have a way to kill it with a spell. And I didn't draw into an attack reaction for maybe 3 turns. And I legitimately could not do anything because I was not drawing stuff to do on my own turn. And I just scooped and went to eat. So it's a card that turns off. Like, I think one thing, okay, here's the actual rant or whatever. Because we're doing the whole thought process of, at Worlds, we have stuff for brand new players. It's fresh to Fab, and we're going to teach you how to play the game. And we want to make sure that new players can have great environments and great stuff without doors being shut in their face. This is a door shutter card. I want to play Wizard. Why is there a door shutter card for my entire class?
Well, as Kiwi Stalker points out in the chat, you could just play Scar for a Scar to kill it.
Oh. Can I have a tutor card for Scar for a Scar in the exact second that I need it?
Well, you run 3 of those and then a bunch of Wounded Bulls. You could kill it easily.
I think the other thing I'm about to, like, I want a tutor card for Icelander. I feel like that would make the deck just, like, sing and be great. I don't think anybody that ran this Wounded Bull list would play the tutor card because they're like, the deck's great already. And you're just like,
to be fair,
I want to do Wizard.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Welcome. We're here back with the Myers Bros.
Myers Bros.
Excited to be back here with you, Blake. It's been like a month.
That's what's crazy is we've been doing it. Okay, so between January and February, it was 9 weeks.
Yeah.
So the time February 25th showed up, I was like, oh my God, this has been so long. 25 to 25, February to March was like, that's a solid month. And now we went 25 to 15, which is a whole 10 days earlier.
Yeah.
And this has been like, oh, this was a speed run because somebody was like, the Arcane game and events, what is it in this month? April,
yeah.
What is this weekend? And it was throwing everybody off. We're doing everything quick.
Man,
but we're here, is what we're trying to say. But so this is the least amount of time in your life between seeing me.
Yeah, honestly, I don't get to I only get to see you in these precious moments where you get past, and They have been occurring a little. Feels like a little bit faster because I'm the anticipation because we don't have as many larger events. I think on the West Coast, and so you're
Right.
kind of always building towards that. At least for me, it feels like that time flies when I get to see you again.
If only there were big events on the West Coast, you know.
Oh, like the Battle Hardened? Look
What
at
a segue! That
this.
was a commercial.
Oh, like the whole time. Okay.
Jeez, who is this presented?
AGE events.
I do like that we tried for the longest time to do age.events, but people are used to the www, so we have conceded.
Yep.
We have started putting www stuff. If you look at the back of the T-shirt,
It says it right here.
it says arcane.events,
There's a
right?
little
There's
bit,
no
yep, right
www.
there. I promise that's what that
So
says.
we have
Perfect.
conceded. We are starting to put w.
Yeah.
You can do both. If you want to go the I can do computers all by myself thing,
Yep.
age.events gets you there. You can start buying tickets.
Yep. The website is live. You can go to www.age.events.
Right. Yes.
Get those tickets and for both the AG event and the Battle Hardened as well, right?
Right.
Yep.
And if you're like, it doesn't make sense for me to go to the Battle Hardened, the second day is only for AGE points, and there's no way I could go back in August for the grand finale. That's wrong.
That's wrong.
There's going to be a gold foil given out that day.
I like gold foils.
There's going to be a Pro Tour invite given out for the winner of the same tournament we're doing today, but in June.
Yep.
So if you can make one, make that one.
Please come out. Let's all gather, have a fun time. I want to see more people from different areas in Vegas, Arizona.
Right.
I hear
Utah.
Utah.
I played against some of y'all
Ooh.
2 years ago almost, and
They're out there.
I talk to you guys at the Collins every once in a while. We do you were the Bravo that did that. And I was like, no, I'm not associated with Bravo anymore. But
Come out,
You-
meet
I
Blake
haven't seen
in
you in a
person.
while.
That's also a treat.
oh, you could meet me in person. That's
Always a treat.
people have been doing that for years. By the way, we're at Collectors Legion today. It is
A new setup.
an apostrophe S on that one. We're gonna show you their website, www.collectorlegion.com. So if you want to scout your periphery for new cards,
They got tons of cards here, tons of Fab product. Honestly, most Fab product I've seen on the shelf, we don't have any in San Diego as much as they do.
oh dang! Shout outs to those stores selling tacos first and Flesh and Blood cards second.
I
They're
know,
not having
right?
good
But-
selection.
But they've been really supportive. They've been really nice. The venue's really clean and has AC, so we're not sweating doing
Dude.
this cast for you guys.
They probably have Pokemon cards there too. Magic.
Everything. They got this giant monitor to tell you the time right there.
Yeah.
55. Oh, there's Sam.
And Sam's
Sam
here.
got caught. And we have this cool little window into the view of our
Yeah.
community, which is really interesting. It feels kind of being like in a fish tank. You get to see.
I mean, if I could be in a fish
There's
tank,
Eugene.
I would not choose that.
Mhm.
We're gonna hold here for a second, which means you're gonna see us do this. So we last round matchup.
Uh-huh.
I want to talk about Infectious Host.
Okay.
What did that do?
Infectious Host, I think, is a general meta tech for codexes and things that give those plagues or those
Right.
tokens. And also in Briar just carries for 0 for 4. The
Correct.
Red Infectious Host is 0 for 4 and plays into possibly this new meta.
Right.
So it is definitely the first kind of emerging of seeing this card, but it's not a horrible card if you, as you
Right.
saw, have like a Blood Rot token and a Frailty token. You throw an Infectious Host that has CMH on it. Well,
This
now
is the best snatch of all time. Almost.
Yep,
I
and
just
now-
didn't draw a card.
just didn't draw a card, but you get to put the debuffs there on you on them now, and so you kind of sync together, which Briar really likes doing. Briar wants to sync together because eventually she'll hit a CMH turn and she'll be able to bury you way faster.
Yeah.
So I like it.
I do think that's a thing. Like I've been playing Missouri in this meta so far.
Mhm.
I'm enjoying some of these games. I'm not enjoying some of these other games. I think one thing that Missouri does have is the 0 for 4 leave no witnesses, which does mess with the Ranger when they play Codex of Frailty. I'll like, okay, I'm gonna go grab another round of leave no witnesses to mess with you.
Yep.
Yes, leave no witness comes in for 3 there, so
Yep.
maybe it is go grab something else. But like that could be, oh, I don't have leave no witness because I'm not an assassin.
Mm.
This is your fake leave no witness of Infectious Host.
Got you.
And now off Codex of Frailty, I'm going to go grab a 0 for 3 because it's going to come from Arsenal. But now it'll hit you and give you disease.
Yeah, I like it. I think that you're definitely gonna see more of it as people continue to test up to the Pro Tour. We're gonna have a pretty amazing game coming up here soon. I heard there are 2 AGE champions.
Well, there's only
playing.
3 of them, so who are we leaving out in the cold
Well, let's
here?
find out.
And I said cold because all these people play ice here. Oh my
Oh,
goodness! It's
Zachary
the last
Wall.
2. Azalea looks to the left and right. That is so weird.
Oh, the animation.
You're not. That looks so gross.
She has to watch out
Look
for all
at
the
her.
traps.
Look how much white space is in there.
Oh no, she's
Go
looking
back.
out for arrows. No,
Go back.
Blake, we've been past
Look
this.
how much white space she has as she looks to the right. That is not okay.
She has to look in through her peripherals.
Azalea is banned not because of cards, but because of the breathing in the AGE intro. For sure.
It's definitely a new intro. There's 5 Azalea here today. People really, people really,
And I hope they burn in. Okay.
people really liking Azalea right now in this new meta.
Well, that's until they get tumultied turn 1 by our former champion Zach Wallach.
Yep.
Interesting seeing John just give up on Icelander, or no, that makes sense in our current meta, or maybe give up is the wrong verb here.
I don't think John necessarily has given up because I don't think he's necessarily a dedicated main. John seems like a meta player. He's playing to win, and he's trying to pilot the best deck to do that for him. Which I hear he travels a lot. He goes and competes a lot. So optimizing that time playing just whatever the best deck is great. And very hard though, because mastering those decks is not easy.
Right. These are 2 people that we had the whatchamacallits for too, huh? Oh, Zach is wearing a medal if you're not paying attention.
Oh yeah,
to that.
that little the blue and the yellow. That is his AGE medal he won last time. He's wearing it to the event.
We're doing players things. So we have one for both of these. I'm not gatekeeping because I don't know what I'm going to play. I'm gatekeeping Rangers. That's what I was looking for. He is going after the Rangers today, and there's a Ranger sitting in front of him. So Zach has confidently said 20 days ago, I will not lose to a Ranger ever.
Oh, that's some high
And
stakes.
now he's playing against one of the best people in the world at flesh and blood knowledge. You know, whenever they say the thing football IQ, or he's got great mind for basketball.
Yeah.
I think you can talk about John Zapata has a great mind for flesh and blood.
Yeah, he definitely does. I've seen
Doesn't
him.
have a ball on the end of it. I was going to say flesh and blood ball, but then
No, he definitely has a great
not
mind.
good.
He's committed. He shows up. Honestly, and just a pleasure and a nice guy to
Right.
play against as well in person. Always smiling.
But in the biggest tournament of all time,
The AG
only
Open.
15 people beat Zach that one time in San Jose.
Mhm.
So this is kind of a Clash of a Titan thing that I think they'll both look back and go, wow, that was really cool. And maybe 15 years from now when we're on Azalea Diamond Princess or something,
Yeah.
we'll look back at this match and go, wow, what a great game.
I think this match is actually going to be a little legendary because of what people are expecting to see at Pro Tour, which is exactly these 2 heroes.
Right.
So this is going to give us a lot of insight, what you guys should be prepared to see. John, I was watching him a little bit earlier play Azalea. He plays really fast. He knows his reps. I don't know
That's
how many.
bad for me because I don't know all these play patterns yet. I feel like we're just going to see 2 buffs a turn or more.
You're going to do 2 buffs a turn. He's playing Death Dealer, the classic, Crow's Nest as well. Zach having Mage Master Boots, turn 1 Mage Master Booting.
Dude, we're going for it.
We're opting to be aggressive here.
Because he wanted to make an Ash.
I think that was probably correct. He wanted to put the Miragai out and make an Ash all at the same time.
You need to shoot Miragai, or you're never going to be able to use whatever poppers you do have in your deck.
Correct.
They're going to be thrown in the trash. Which would be battering bolts times 3. The guy in the sky is telling us that there's not really a good boot target for Zach, but he doesn't also the footsteps aren't going to do anything in this matchup either. So he's just using it for Ash.
That's pretty smart. You're getting the value out of it while you can. If you let Azalea get too far ahead with her on hits, you're going to get buried underneath them. Seeing
That's remorseless.
remorseless in the opening hand and a glide path too.
This isn't going to be dominated yet, but there's also how this whole works for everyone at home. I don't think we had an Azalea last time, so maybe there's long-time listeners, first-time watchers of Azalea. What's going to happen is the dominate only comes off the top. Whenever he flips this hero power this way and flips up an arrow, then he will be given an option to give it an aim counter with Crow's Nest, which would cost 1. Now the arrow in his arsenal is dominated. So that means Zach can only use 1 card from hand to block, which is not going to work when the arrow is going to come in for base 5 plus any kind of possible buffs.
Rabble coming down. Going to try and put some extra pressure on Zach, but flip to blue. That's always
The blue is
low.
Zach is saying, "Thank my lucky stars."
It was a blue. Take the 2 damage. Shooting the drill shot for 7 dominate right now.
And is this a time where you're like, well, if there's already a drill shot, should I use my equipment to block, or should I just go ahead and take 7 straight to the face?
Take 7. What would you put the -1 counter? The furnace or the crown?
You definitely put it on the crown because I'm wrong.
Furnace.
I
Blake
don't
not
have
knowing
Flesh and
is-
Blood IQ.
does
I
knowing
should
is-
move
yeah.
on to Yu-Gi-Oh or something else.
Okay, so putting it on the furnace makes sense because furnace usually traditionally gets you 2 blocks. The 2 and then the last one should be 3.
The reason why I would put it on the other one is because you want them to block with Furnace. If you make no block value on Furnace, they never get rid of the Ash generation possibility of that.
Makes sense.
So
I
would
see
put
that.
it on the other one. But I'm in not top.
We're in the
2
Cash's
right
booth right
now,
now.
yeah.
We're in the Cash's booth. Zach putting out another big dragon and then a Blaze Hedgehog.
And that's going to do 4 every time. John's like, I don't block ever. I'm looking at my cards and pretending, and I'll go straight to 36. That's why Zach knew this. None of my cards block well, so let me just do 4 back. Remorseless means every time I do something, I'm going to lose a health, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's like every
That's
time you
happening.
play an action card, then you get -1 health for the on hit.
But that doesn't happen on dragons. So that's another point
Correct.
where maybe Dromite gets around some of this bull-loney that John Zapata has on Azalea.
That's a great point. Yeah,
Of like, my dragon attacks are not giving you 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage from Remorseless.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. They kind of get around some of those on hits for sure. Zach putting a lot of pressure onto John. Zach does not want this game to go long.
No.
The longer this goes, the bigger that John can dominate his arrows and the more damage it can leak through.
Right.
Zach's looking to build his dragon army real fast. 1 little baby dragonling gets made at the end.
And Azalea maybe has how many arrow? Ooh, okay, we're using crossbones. Show the blue. How many go-again arrows do we have? 9 Bolton shots, and then maybe a
We-
Falcon Wing.
have
Oh,
a
we
list
do
right in
have
front
it.
of you, right
Okay,
here,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, I'll look at it. Bolton shot, Bolton shot, Bolton shot. There's gonna be 9 in every list for the rest of our lives.
That's the spine, as I say, the backbone of the deck is all 9 of those.
Rain Razors, we'll give those go again every time for the rest of our life. Nothing else has go again on arrows, which is crazy.
Well,
So
sometimes
you're not gonna be able to kill dragons.
Yeah, I think you're looking for the buffs of the new blood rot buffs and frailty buffs and inertia buffs, and then pumping a big arrow really big and making it dominated, and then not being able to do that, be able to block
Right.
efficiently.
Ravenous Rabble has go again, but he still says, I'm going to focus on Dromite. That's the only one. That's the only health I care about is Dromite.
Which is where if they do the
That's
thing,
how you lose to Dromite, though.
it is how you lose. When you disrespect Dromai,
Yeah.
that's when you like, oh, they have like 10 damage they can swing every turn, and my on hits don't make them not do that.
Right. I think the other thing you don't want to see, the must-kill dragon for me, I think, is, besides the legendaries, would be, oh my goodness, Chromai.
Chromai.
Because even if you're saying Red in the Ledger, no, Red in the Ledger says you can only do 1 action, but it doesn't say anything about my allies attacking.
No, it does. It does say something about allies attacking.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
lying.
Got you.
I don't play as.
Got you. Okay, so
okay,
It does resolve that
okay.
way. The dragons
Maybe this isn't
are
as free
considered
as I
an
thought
attack,
it
and
was.
then they cannot attack for more than one
Good
dragon.
Thing,
So
good thing the man in the sky plays Droma.
Red in the Ledger coming in for 8 with
This
release
is-
detention. I think that's the one where you can't play D-Reacts from hand.
Which sucks.
Yeah. That
Because
is
now we can't run unmovable and block this. We just lose.
I don't think that movable is the play here. I think Zach's gonna try and do the health game more. So he always finds ways with like oasises and sigils to kind of wait out the storm and then develop his dragon army, and then it gets so big they have to respect it.
Right. Which is kind of cool. Oasis is definitely a good play. Put those in your deck if you're losing to Azalea.
Here we go. This isn't a dominated error at all. This is just 8. So Zach's gonna opt to use his Crown of Providence, burn them all, and another card from hand.
Gotcha. I blew that then because she had her. Azalea is turned sideways, but I do think John is using his dominate token to help out. So I should have just listened to that.
Good form on John. Thank you.
Rain Razors is the only thing that Azalea can do to put damage
What did
afterwards.
you say, Blake? Rain Razors?
There it is.
Oh my gosh.
Take that, Zach. You're still going to get red in the ledger.
Just get punished. Rain Razors being an absolute star so far. Great card.
Yeah, that's $14.
Great $14 card. A smaller little CMH.
$7 per damage on that turn for John. If you want to think about, if you want to point Goblin your wallet later too. Chromite is the one I thought was going to be way better, but it's just a normal. You can invoke it, but you can't attack with it because red in the ledger is that good.
Yep. Well, once again, Zach just building that army up. 3 big dragons is a lot.
Right.
I don't know how John can clear more than 1 a turn because a lot of his stuff. I guess he has the Bolton shots that maybe he could use to get the go again things. But even then, in Rabbles, but we've already seen a couple of those Rabbles. You know, he's wasting them on going to face and ending the game faster, not clearing dragons.
I think what's interesting about Azalea is we're flipping something and we're opting with our helmet. Now we can opt with glide path, which is a buff. Now we can pseudo opt with our hero power. Like anytime you're like, oh, I don't have it, you're just like, well, here's one of my 15 cards that say try again. And there's a lot of, when you give that much knowledge of their deck to high tier players, I think it's like, why did I just lose by 30 to somebody? It's because they got to go look through their whole deck instead of, I'm going to blood rush and hope for the best cards off the top. It's like, great.
Definitely sculpting that hand. I haven't played too many Azalea, but I imagine it's hard understanding because what happens if you put something because you want something else and then it breaks back on top. I guess you do have, like I said, a lot of different ways to filter. That
Right.
is seek and destroy. I'm pretty sure.
You're just literally, oh my God! Welcome to the show. That's going to be +3, +3, +3,
Yep.
+3. But if
Frailty.
this hits, we're going to give you 4 extra preliminary damage. We're going to discard any card or hand you have in whatchamacallit. And then you're also going to get a frailty.
9
He has to get 2
8.
dice.
is not.
Is this really 17 damage? I thought we were joking.
No, this is.
It starts off at
17.
5. 5 plus 3 is 8. 11.
Yep.
Plus
Welcome,
3.
Blake. This is your
What?
new meta.
I want to throw like I legitimately I'm having a lot of health problems right now and I can't deal with 17 damage arrows that give me 4 damage in the back.
More
Okay?
disease.
The blood rot will literally go straight into my weak heart and take me out for
Oh,
good.
Gosh.
And like, what do you do?
Zach giving up 3 cards in his hand and a
And
sigil.
if you have sigil, you're like, okay, I'm gonna heal 3. That doesn't even get you past the blood rot.
Nope.
And then on your turn, you're gonna go, oh, okay, it's red in the ledger, so I guess I'll attack with 3 damage. And then they go, okay, I'll go to 26.
Yeah.
Okay, so I play Missouri, but I'm willing to give up Codex of Frailty, and because this card only happens, and then he gets a card for Arsenal, so I can use my hero power again next turn.
Yep. The Ponder token's real
Get-
strong. Real
get-
strong.
Get cuss word, man.
Thank you.
Jeez,
The children at home.
Louise.
No, definitely that is super strong. Seeing new Azalea in action here. Zach at 20, definitely gonna go probably lower. He doesn't have any cards in hand to pay for Blood Rot.
You know why John Zapata's playing this deck?
Why?
There's not a single spell that does 17 damage. An Icelander. Sheesh.
I got real happy after that turn. He's much more
Yeah.
alert. He's ready.
He's like, oh, cool. I only have to do that 2 more times when I win.
Just 3 damage from Chromai? Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll take that.
He literally said, who cares?
3 damage to
Yeah.
Chromai. Definitely one of those big, impactful terms. We'll see if he'll stall here or is able to keep
Blood
momentum.
rot. Blood rot.
Yeah, blood rot,
Forgot
blood
about
rot.
it. Oh, he loses the Seek Below because of the Seek and Destroy.
Yep.
This is literally, so the 2 Blood Rots, that's 4 damage that actually hit through. And then also killed the Mystery Ghost 4 that would have been blocked next turn is gone too because of the Seek and Destroy.
It is
Literally, if you're at home and you have a calculator, because I don't have access to stuff or the time to do it, that is probably the most point goblin turn of all time. Like, it has to be based off of actual damage presented, messed up a Sink Below later,
Oh, man.
then residual damage later, and then, I don't know, if it took 1 damage off of attacking attacks for everything with Frailty, that would be even grosser, but I would have to say that's one of the most insane arrows of all time.
No, that is definitely up
Unless
there.
that's average.
That's
and I'm
definitely up there on highest score. I think if we had a counter to see like what the most damage is in a turn, you'd see some massive damage turns coming out from these Rangers.
Yeah,
Lexi
let's get on
and
that.
Azalea.
And then if he had Rain Razor, no, he didn't have a card in hand.
No, but it was still very powerful. Pushing a lot of on hits for Azalea so far. And last turn we saw Lexi's also just doing more of
Right.
the on hits and kind of more vanilla. So
But now John Zapata's like grasping his head like, oh, I got to go to the dentist after this instead of being happy.
all right, he's gonna sink this.
Oh, good. So
Oh.
look, it's Remorseless. My
Remorseless.
favorite. Actually, my second favorite.
It's got Azalea cards in it. Oh man, how fast? How many LL points do you think Azalea's gonna get?
Honestly, 8. Like, she
8?
sucks. Let's go, Bravo!
Oh, we're never going back. We're never going
I
back. I'm
hate.
sorry.
I don't know who to root for at this point. Like,
Deadeye, melting points.
all the heroes that could beat Azalea are some of my other least favorite heroes. Okay, multi-point's 4. Deadeye is 3.
Has dominate.
If this hits you, I get to choose a card from your hand to discard, or no, they do it, right? It's not Harpoon, it's just a discard.
It's yeah. I think it's Deadeye. Yeah, so they have to discard one.
Destroy Zach's Dagger Dragon.
Dragon dagger.
Okay, so now Zach's thinking back to last AGE, and he goes, maybe I shouldn't have said all that.
About gatekeeping, a little
yeah,
preemptive.
I'll never
a little
lose to
preemptive.
Rangers ever.
Well, he's not
Maybe-
done yet.
Maybe whenever he's in the finals later, he goes, no, I wanted to lose to Jean Zapata to help out, send me to losers so I could cruise through that and
Man.
go eat early. Sweeping blow for 3, no, that's something you can't really, you have to block this, Jean Zapata. If you don't, there's no on it.
And just so strong, like so strong that Azalea can prevent him from swinging all these dragons at once. Because I feel like if he was at least able to swing all his dragons, then he would at least have
Yeah.
closer of a health, you know. But these on hits are
Oh.
so strong.
That was a red.
Uh-huh.
So we are going to be able to swing all these dragons.
There we go. So,
So 3 turns into 6, turns into 7, turns into 10, turns into 12. Maybe this is closer.
maybe John didn't opt a remorseless on top and wait for it. We'll find
Shoot.
out. What if he puts something that's not as great as that and allows Zach the room to catch up with his army of dragons? I think he still has game. He just has to hope that John doesn't have a big turn like that last one.
Does Dromai, what is the biggest defense reaction Dromai has?
It's probably Sink Below, right?
God, there's no unmovable in here.
Yeah, Dromai doesn't like paying 3 cards from movable.
3 Oasis, he's going to draw a blue and 3 Oasis right now. And a Sigil. And it still died of Blood Rot or some bull.
Yeah.
Oh my god, if he dies
Rot
to
is strong.
only Blood Rot. Ugh.
Blood Rot, finish.
Come on, Zach. Draw those Oasis. I don't know. I do think, obviously, Azalea's been 19th place for 2 years.
Yeah.
So there's probably just the same amount of people being like, I love Azalea. Kind of reminds me of, like, when Mankind won the whole WWE. Like, everybody loved Mankind forever. But it's like, he wasn't good until Stone Cold came out, knocked The Rock down, put Mankind over. It kind of feels like Outsiders is The Rock giving his
that push.
not The Rock. Who's the other dude? Stone Cold giving giving Azalea the push she needs. It's like
To be up there.
she's been a perennial favorite, but now she's about to be like, do we really want her to be on top?
So far, we've also seen a lot of new cards. We've seen Melting Point. We've seen
Yeah.
the Blood Rot stuff. So really seeing the work of this new set shine. And Crow's Nest, technically.
Crow's
brand new
Nest.
card. Crow's Nest, I don't think it's activated
Oh.
quite yet. Oh,
As you talk about it,
and there's the aim counter on the drill shot.
now it's going to have piercing.
Yeah, now it has piercing.
Here's a melting point. If I have an aim counter, I'm going to kill your dragon that has dagger on it. Dominate 8 is not enough unless he's got, I've got Rain Razors for game.
Mm-hmm.
One Oasis would really help right now.
How many Rainers have you seen? One.
I've seen one Rain
one
Razors.
Rainer, so definitely 2 more in the barrel.
3 life from Remorseless, right? Says Riku. I think there was no Remorseless damage because dragons
Yeah.
aren't actions. They are attacks from allies.
Correct.
Remorseless, does Remorseless happen on if you swing a Romping Club? Because maybe that's a difference of attack actions versus
I think it would.
attacks. Okay. I need to read some of these cards a little more.
We'll definitely be reading more of these Ranger cards as we see them
Oh,
appear
yeah.
more and more in the finals here at AGE. Getting to know your local Ranger buddy who's coming out.
I mean, he's literally chilling. He's like beat Craig last round.
Man,
So he's here. Does Remorseless not trigger from dragons? That's what we're wondering. Bracers and Snaps still live, so nope. There's the Rain Razors.
there's the
That's
second
probably
Rain
gonna be
Razors.
enough because 8
Big damage.
8 plus 2 is 10, and that's enough
GG.
because Sink Below only takes it to 6. That's disgusting. We don't have an Azalea doing this to us yet on Tuesdays. We've been playing draft for a couple weeks. I don't want to play against this. Maybe I won't give them practice against me, and I don't know. What do you do? Do you have to hope to blood rush them? Do you have to play removable, unmovable? You can't do that because then they play the defense reaction hate. How do you beat Azalea?
Well, that's what we're here to figure out. How would you do
Okay.
it? A couple techs I've been running, which has been great into an Archer meta, is Reinforce the Line.
Cool.
Reinforce the Line gets around the Dominate because it's an instant, and it's 0 for 4. So you block with an attack action, which I think a lot of decks, especially Brute, would have, and then you do Reinforce the Line or with a piece of armor, and you'll usually be able to cover a whole dominated attack.
Usually, I don't like that word though.
Usually, what if you get the 17 or the
That
13
was-
damage arrow? I'll need multiple Reinforce
When
lines.
he put the 9 dice next to the 8 dice, that is the largest. Like nobody.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe somebody in Valda has pummeled a 4 damage pummel on top of that big 14,
Mhm.
but that is the biggest attack I've ever seen. And then to
Massive.
have the stuff in the back, like you're doing a blood rush worth of damage on one attack.
Yep.
And then also being like, sometimes you can only block with one card against that.
Yeah.
Like maybe there's a trade off of like it's not gonna have dominate if it's that big.
And then here's my personal tech. I've been liking Reinforce the Line.
Cool.
You ready? Fog Down. Fog Down does not in Jeremiah. Not in Jeremiah. In a deck that could afford to play Fog Down. If you're trying to buy yourself room, I know at Runeblade I can cast at instant speed, but it shuts down non-attack actions. So they would not be able to create the pump. And as you saw, he
Cool.
had 4 pump cards. So he would only be able to shoot the Remorseless.
And then you get shot with a 5 damage right in the ledger that you have to block with 2 cards, and you're just like, oh my
Yep.
gosh. And then Fog Down only works for your opponent's next turn. There's no way to pitch an ice card to keep it up.
Just Shroud the other one. You're running multiples, right?
So what blows my mind is now Icelander is bad against this.
Mhm.
Bad against Azalea because there's like not frailty, but the
Inertia one?
inertia.
Yeah, Inertia stops
But
you
it's
from
like-
doing the Arsenal thing.
How is Azalea not just owned by like kind of like Frigid at instant speed, and it's like it's just not going to be there because of inertia.
Well, I got a big
So-
surprise for you. We're going to have an interview with the Azalea player we just saw on stream, John. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Sounds good, Coach. Okay, we're here with February's champ and last round's dominator. That arrow, how much? What happened? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was the biggest arrow I've ever shot. I think
Okay,
it's
thank God.
17 plus 2 blood rots plus a seek and destroy.
Right.
Yeah,
So
at
Seek
least-
and Destroy
at least
takes
21, yeah.
and then takes 4 block from him next turn. So 25, kind of the thought process.
Yep.
Cruise control all day long or a hard
actually-
tournament?
No, it's a hard tournament. My strategy today is to dodge Oldromize, Bravo, and Oldham. And
So far, not
no,
great.
not working out. But
Uh,
yeah, I beat an Oldham round 2. I
okay.
think that's the first time I beat an Oldham with Azalea. And that draw my. So
How did
first round
that
two.
go in round 2?
I put in Vambrace and it worked. I felt like
Oh.
it made a difference in the matchup. Yeah.
And you don't lose out the like once per game shoot another arrow or we're
Yeah,
doing
no.
our best.
Yeah, well, because I noticed that I always have like mana floating, so might as well put Vambrace in there for their crown. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I got his shield there with the drill shot
Right.
as a Vambrace there.
And I heard you took 30 damage in round 1 because why?
Oh yeah, because I played against a Fi and he got first 3 or 4 turns. He was red in the ledger.
Yeah.
He couldn't play, so he was down to like single digits. I was still at 40, so he just sent me a 30 damage turn with an Art of War, and
Who cares?
I just took everything. I was writing it down even before he put down his.
Sheesh. Dude, I like that kind of confidence you can get. Like, this is a brand new deck. Nobody was really playing this last month. Do you think
Yeah.
it took like the 3 weeks of like looking at other lists, or is this coming out of nowhere, or people have been this good for this long at it
With Azalea.
with Azalea, or you're
I
like,
think
I
the
don't
last
know.
AGE it was just the release day, right? So I don't know
Right.
if people had enough time to practice. I didn't see an Azalea that
No,
tournament,
nobody
so.
showed up.
Yeah, so I picked it out the next day because I didn't do well with Icelander that tournament, but just give it a shot. Yeah, give another lady a shot.
Is this happening in Baltimore, Azalea, or figure
so
out
far,
what happens
I mean,
today? Maybe.
like if I burn out today, I said I'm gonna go back to Icelander, but 3-0 so far.
It's too easy.
No,
That's the subtext there. John Zapata doesn't want to say that.
Oh, I like that.
Um,
You can watch from behind.
Yeah, you can see the whole world out this fishbowl. Collector Legion. This is like one of the stores you come all the time for
Yeah.
skirmishes and whatever. You
For sure,
dominate
yeah.
people
I
here.
would
or
say
what?
this is my home store. I
Hell
come
yeah.
here like every Monday.
Protect the Collector Legion.
I don't know if I dominate. Adam Feifel's always good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank God he's in somewhere else. You know.
yeah. Where is he? I haven't seen him.
I do want to bring up something so I can. This is the only ego thing I'll ever say. What happened on Sunday? Last Sunday, dude.
Oh yeah, I was playing Kano.
Didn't even top 8 a local skirmish, dude.
Yeah, I guess the
There must
wizards,
have been killers there.
the wizard skills wasn't there, but I heard another wizard one.
Yeah, I heard that too, man. I mean, that'll be the only time that happens in my life, so I gotta
Congrats, man.
insert
Yeah, great,
myself
yeah.
into there. But you're gonna beat 3 more people and go 6-0.
I'll try to dominate.
And then
Try
you want to beat.
the biggest arrow you can make. I'll try it.
I mean, what has been in your mind of like the best bread and butter combo for Azalea? Like, what's your favorite? Oh, as soon as I get this buff in my hand, I know they're done.
Yeah, I think it's just seek and destroy plus thread in the ledger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they can't keep any. They can't use any of their cards to block. They can't use any of their cards to attack, and then those cards are just discarded.
Correct. Yeah. Plus, yeah, I like the blood rots too. If you can stack them, it's just so good.
Right. I think one thing about Azalea is they've kind of been like patching up her weaknesses
Mhm.
for each set from Arcane on, and then to this set was just like, and now here's damage.
Yes. Yeah.
And
lots of
so-
damage, lots of on hits. Yeah.
So there's a lot of like, what I'm trying to say is like, there's not a hero you can't sideboard against, right? Of like, if somebody's like, I'm gonna go all out and play all defense reactions, you have an answer for that.
Yeah, you'll have, I guess, Remorseless and Release the Tension. You can't play defense reaction from Arsenal, so
Right.
that helps out in the end, yeah.
Remorseless is not defense reaction at all, right?
I don't know if it's Arsenal. I think it's Arsenal only.
Wow. So you block the front half and you block the back half of. So people is Oasis the only way? Oasis and Reinforce?
Reinforce, yeah.
And how many
A lot of people running Unmovable still, yeah. Or Staunch Responses, yeah.
unmovables bad?
Really?
man?
Okay.
Is it bad against you?
I
Because
don't know.
if they have it in hand and you say not from hand, and then next turn you're like, well, they had a really
Oh, yeah,
crappy
yeah, I see
turn. I'm gonna do. You can't play this from Arsenal. You're just literally like ruining a card in their hand the whole
Mhm.
time. What else is going on in your life?
Not much, I guess. Ready for
Good Easter or what? Or-
Oh, yeah, Easter was our skirmish, yeah.
Oh, I forgot about
That's
that.
right. Yeah, it was.
Well, we'll see you in Baltimore. We'll see you later today. You'll be on stream probably 2 more times. But I'm proud of you
Thanks, man.
on the new hero, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you. Yeah. Can't believe it. Droma, one Oldham, one Dromai. So hopefully we can keep it up.
Sheesh.
I'm sure Zach will play me in the top 8 later and and just destroy
Beat
me.
him
yeah.
by 20 again,
know.
dude. Get it. Yeah, this is where you point the camera and say,
Where's
I'm
he?
taking all of you down. I'll talk shit for
No,
you,
Anthony.
okay?
We'll see. He's playing Oldham
He's
today,
mad
so I
at
need to
that.
dodge him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, great job, and we'll go to break and
Yeah,
see you
thank you.
guys for round 3.
Stuff.
I don't think anybody's playing this card anymore. So
Am I?
yeah.
I have 3 in my deck box at home just in case I play an Icelander. Do you put it in against?
I don't know anybody who plays this card.
I hate this card, so I want to live in the world that you live. Justin says I have 1 more to make Blake even more mad and make him pinker somehow, if it's
Let's
even
see what it
possible.
is.
Legendary Guardian Boots.
They've got
Has
temper, and they
everyone
block for
seen
6.
this already?
They block for 6. Or
Temper. You can use it 6 times before it's over. Jeez Louise. So here's
this
where
seems
we're
fair.
going
This
with
seems
this.
fair.
Do you know why this is infuriating?
No, why? It seems fine.
Let's
Because it doesn't also attack.
doesn't do damage if you hit them, the spiky parts of the boots. So here's why this is annoying. So Guardian is a class in Welcome to Wraith. And it started off with Bravo. And then he got some support in Arc, but it wasn't really his main shindig. Then there was Crucible. He got Command and Conquer. It's probably the best card he has available to him to pummel, whatever. He got the best pummel target in the game. Then Crucible, we got our arm equipment we've never not equipped since then. What Righteous Cleansing? I don't know if we care about that. Yeah, I've never used the text on this. And then after Crucible, we had Monarch. And Monarch gave them Rouse the Ancients. So what I'm trying to say is there hasn't been a release where Guardian did not get something. However, through that, and then we also had Everfest. Here's Pulverize, the best attack in the game to flip the game in your thing. And that was after Terra Sunder from Tales of Aria, which is the best thing that just closes games without trying to... You can't interact at all. After that, Everfest. Now, what did they get in, whatchamacallit? We care about Oasis. They can block even better. They got better blocking cards and all these things, too. Better attacks, better blocks, better pizza. And now...
Papa John's.
Everything they've always said is, dude, can we get some Guardian legendary shoes? How many sets do we have to go without getting any Guardian shoes whatsoever? And it's like, how could you want more after all you've received?
It's called privilege.
Yeah. It is kind of like, look at the back of the line and wonder why you're not there, because you got not a legendary shield. You got another shield. Oh, the shield's not good. I wish it was shoes instead. You literally have more options at shoes than most classes do, because you don't have a clear best option. You can just splash in my Arcane Barrier in our shoes. Yes, we're talking about Trent. You nailed it. We're talking about every Guardian online ever who goes, you know what? It'd be nice if I had... and this was a serious sentence that somebody said. They said, I would settle for legendary Guardian shoes that blocked for 2 and had 1 Arcane Barrier. And it's like, there has never been... Literally, they called it Arcanite Skullcap, and it was a $300 card for a year and a half. Like, yeah, I would take that as shoes too, bud. Thanks for everything today.
All right, well,
but we're pink now, and
just so you know, Blake, the legendary Guardian boots,
They're real?
They're not real.
Oh,
they're not
okay.
real. It's just that one's just a joke.
We're not real yet.
Wounded Bull is real, and Barraging Blake, we can only hope, because it seems like it attacks for nothing, but maybe you just fill in the amount you want to attack for when you do it.
It depends on how pissed I am at the end of the day. Yeah, Barraging,
It depends on how many E's and sheesh when you yell it when you play this card.
Randy got here just in time for that too. Is this a spoiler card for?
Yeah, this is Arcane Games and Events spoiler
For
card.
Kingdoms, the one after Dynasty?
Barraging Blake.
Okay, well, rant's
Blake-
over.
Blake needs a
Are
break
we having
now
fun?
because
Yeah.
he needs to cool off.
I gotta.
He's
Can you see this?
No.
my leg. Just
What are
completely
you
undid
doing?
the setup.
This is a family show. We gotta go.
Oh
to
my
break.
gosh, keep
We'll
it
be-
real.
We'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, we are back.
I was like, there's something in my mouth.
There's
These
something
people,
in his mouth.
They don't
Excuse
ask
us.
me.
I didn't
I'm
give him
being
a warning.
abused here.
We're back. We just watched a great Kano Oldhim match. I had a great time. We chatted with Feiyu. He's just out here chunking damage on people. And you know what? That's fine. It's just how it goes some days.
He said, get ready for some more. There's 2 more rounds of this. He's like, I already got $50, but I want the other 350 coming my way.
You know, he's probably locked in. We're doing 5 rounds, so he's 3-0. So he's probably locked in for top 8, which I'm very excited about. So Kano probably wins today. Just going to say that now.
Hell yeah.
Why not? Unless he plays Dromai, and then we're just going to have to keep that lucky streak going. I don't know what
Could you
to say about
imagine
that.
being Alexander Vor, you whatever, I don't know if he drove or flew, but you come on over to California, somebody wins the tournament you're in as Kano, and you're like, I didn't play Kano, but somebody won as Kano. Yeah.
These are the choices we all have to make before every single tournament.
Yeah.
You know, unless you're just Craig who plays Oldhim every time. You know, you're actually thinking, should I play somebody else? And that's why I envy people who just specialize in like one thing, and I'm just over here
Being bad at
putzing
7
around.
decks.
Yeah, being bad at 7 decks instead of good at 1. So we got a special segment coming up. It's one of my favorites. I'm sure it's one of Blake's favorites. You know it. You love it. It's
called?
Barraging Blake.
Oh.
It's the
Hell
beatdown
yeah.
on Blake time. We're going to have some fun. We're going to talk about some things. And
And Trent's going to talk about Guardian cards in the chat and not pay attention to what's going on at all, you know? That's
he might
how it works.
He might be in the past. So, you know,
Yeah.
he's watching the game.
I just realized I'm not watching live. Well, we're going to know that
Shout out to
happened,
Trent.
and everyone else at home that's watching this later will have no clue.
He's going to find out where we're at. But here we are, Barraging Blake.
Time to give me the stroke that takes me out forever.
Let's
Here
have
we
some
go.
fun. What's our first topic today? All right, a pre-release report, Blake. How was
Oh, how did my
pre-release for
pre-release
you at
go?
Outsiders? I don't know how mine went. Wasn't great. How about you?
Okay, I don't know where this is getting at, but I went to two pre-releases, one on a Friday night.
Yep. Right here at Odyssey
Oh,
Games.
this is what we're getting at. One on a Saturday. It's sealed both times. This
Yep.
isn't the draft thing that we're talking about. My 6-packs, super excited. I got my cold foil tokens. Down and Dirty was my Majestic.
Ooh.
That's
Ooh.
gonna not do anything for you. As we were doing it, it was like, okay, I have played Arachne. I know how this works. I'm gonna play Solitary Confinement Arachne. I'm gonna take these people to the cleaners. I'm gonna win this. I'm taking
Win
Friday
this
night
game.
seriously. And then I play against somebody in round 1, and I was taking it seriously, and I was like, they were like, I'm gonna Spider's Bite because I forgot, and I was like, I'm good on that, because that Spider Bite is gonna own me. And then they were like, all right, I'm gonna rage quit and get out of here. And I was like, oh no, that's not great. Like, but then I played Craig in round 2.
Is that really what happened?
Well,
You know what? If you miss something and your opponent doesn't allow you to happen, you have to live up with that because it was your mistake.
well, now we're piling on.
No, I'm just saying that, and it goes both ways. Because if you
Yeah.
let them do it and then you lose because of it,
Then I
that was
feel
your
bad,
choice.
Yeah.
you know, and you put that by asking someone to do that, you put that on them. And
Yeah.
I feel very strongly about this that you probably shouldn't ask unless it's like low stakes. If it's just a regular armory,
But this is a cold foil Uzuri, man.
we're playing for
This
it.
is a
I
cold
won
foil
mine in the
Uzuri.
raffle, so I was
Get
fine.
out of here. If you're going to play sloppy offense and sloppy I didn't even know I was sweating that bad. Oh
Hey,
my
look,
God.
it's
like this from now on.
getting down and
So,
dirty in it.
We're getting on a tangent. So basically, then I beat Craig.
Ooh,
And it was like, this is the first time I ever beat Craig in my life. And once again, it was one of those 3 times where when I beat somebody, they go, what the hell just happened? This is not supposed to be true. And I need to reevaluate my entire life. So Craig is never going to not play Pile Arachne for his whole time. Because he looked over at my deck. He had, there's like 17 cards in my graveyard. And he was like, okay, I got him on the ropes. There was still 24 cards in my graveyard when he did this.
Oh my
and
god.
he was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, Marcus Brown. Like, yeah, it's pre-release. It's still casual area. I don't want to lose to people casually though. I want to. If you're playing sloppy
It
offense,
is still
you're
your
playing
choice. You're
sloppy
not.
defense,
You're
Yeah.
not. It's not your responsibility to allow other people to
Right.
make mistakes and get away with it. Like,
And then
you
I
don't
lost.
have to do it.
I lost game 3 and 4, and it was awful. And I was like, get me out of here.
It happens.
There was no point of
It happens.
being.
It's casual,
aggro.
but if you're trying to win a prize, then you don't have to give people advantages when they make a mistake.
Outsider report. What we're trying to say is, I spent
Look, we're both mad
$80.
about this.
$80. I got 2 Majestics, an Infiltrate, and a Down and Dirty. No legendaries. No nothing. Ruined relationships for years. Got late to the thing. Woke up. Was tired. Got an ear infection afterwards. Just
Jeez.
everything bad happened at pre-release where I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever do this again. But I love pre-release. But maybe I'll never do this again. Maybe I'll wait until the,
But I
the
love it.
cards come out. But this is so fun. And it wasn't that fun or whatever, but
Welcome to the chat.
yeah.
You know, it's fine. Pre-release is tough because sometimes you go and you buy some packs and you open a Fable and your life feels amazing. and
Fable
other
opened
times-
up next to me.
Oh my god.
Evan got a legendary.
Yeah, we had like
Somebody
3 or 4
else got a legendary
legendaries.
that I was like, oh
It's just
god,
like-
not this guy.
It's always it's always the bridesmaid, never the bride when it
Yeah.
comes to pre-release. Am I right?
Marcus is keeping us honest. Whoa, loud noises. Yeah, somebody showed up for the first time in 3 months I've seen them and dropped 5 chairs literally 3 feet that way. After begging them to come hang out on Tuesdays when there's 25 people, can't make it there, but I'm going to come and just drop a whole bunch of like full-on metal chairs from the WWE as loud as possible on stream.
I mean, you are the heel in this situation,
Okay,
right?
we're going to zoom through these next 3 unless
go.
it's
We
something
both-
really bad.
We both barraged on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's our next topic?
It's
It's the Ice Brute Hero. Rhino,
oh my
Reckless, Rampant.
god. That didn't even make sense for a second. Ice Brood Hero is not even worth talking about. Okay, so Ice Brood
I don't
Hero.
know what it is. Tell me what it is.
Ice Brood Hero is never going to happen.
Aw,
And
come
everyone
on.
being like, Ice Brood Hero, oh my god, I can't wait for that. Intimidate and Frostbite do not go together. There's nothing that synergizes with that. And you could say, well, that's how Brute cards goes. They don't synergize with each other. I get that argument.
That's the class design.
But if you look at Tales of Aria, are there more 6s and buffs in Ice, Lightning, or Earth? Oh, Earth. How much Ice is in Reinar's card art right there? 0. How much Earth is in his card art?
Yeah, but
100.
he's not the Ice Hero.
Right.
It would be a different Ice
So
Brute.
you okay? So of all the cards that Ryan, what is his name? Ice Brood Hero. Let's call him Ice B.
Ice Bee.
No, let's call him Yeti or something. So
Oh, yeah,
if
he definitely would be a Yeti,
Yeti
yeah.
can use channel Lake Frigid. Why would you want them to? Oh, you can't block from hand.
And you
It
have
doesn't
now
affect
cards
them.
you can pitch. You have more cards
Doesn't
to
affect
pitch.
them. It's like channel Bleak Expanse doesn't work for Brute. What would that do for you?
Roll them dice, though. Find out.
Hypothermia's bust the 08, can't use it. Ice Amulet 08. Like Ice Amulet is like an intimidate, but it's an actual good intimidate. Maybe that's the first argument. You would have to completely make 6 more of those. The Winter's Visit or some bull. All the 6 ice cards from, I don't even know what these cards are called. Tales of Aria. The ones no one used. Winter's Fight Fang or something.
Oh, yeah. What's it? Frostfang.
Frostfang. Everyone in there that uses these cards is like, duh. Yeah, Frostfang doesn't work with barraging, like, all those ice attacks that we're talking about would not work with any of the cards that is currently in the thing. And you're like, yes, you would make new ones.
What if you could
Channel Mount Heroic, barraging.
intimidate all their cards and then give them like 8 frostbites and deal a bunch of damage? Then they have all their cards but can't do anything.
There's no way anyone behind me would play a deck different than that. Then it would just be 36 people playing Yeti meta.
So it'd basically be a better old him is what we're
Yeah,
deciding
and it's
right
like, do
now.
you want? Oh, the Ice Brute is old him, and we just gave him a shield. Like we've already seen that. Like cheering for Ice Brute doesn't make sense. You don't understand the cards of Brute and how they are. A better
Nobody
thing would be
understands the
Earth
cards of
Brute, where we could Blood Rush Bellow into a Channel Mount Heroic and just do 37 damage in one turn, and we set up for that the whole time. When we Force of Nature, but we can't use that because it's a specialization.
What about a light brute?
Next slide. Let's go.
Here we go.
It's not worth talking. Light Brute?
Yeah, man.
Soul Shield? Buyouts? I don't even know about buyouts. Like, buyouts?
What are buyouts?
What is buyouts? So we got, I didn't do the research on Salty Whale. So what's interesting about buyouts is you're buying cards, then they're out.
And now we can't get
people
those
can't
cards.
get them, and it's like, okay, that's what we're talking about. So it's like,
We found the
what
thread.
team are you on? I think this is not barraging Blake down right now. This is a morality question for you. Would you
Welcome to late stage capitalism,
would
where
you-
morality no longer exists.
right? Would you rather have one person make a bunch of money, or
Mhm.
every person have access to card? If you say, I prefer money for my pocket over community get card, you deserve leg broke. And that's serious. Like, we're going to grow the community. We're going to grow my wallet. Some of y'all care about growing the wallet. And it is something where it's like, I'm going to root against you for the rest of my life. And like, oh, but Blake, your collection went 1.3 since last year. I'm not selling my cards. I play cards. I don't sell cards. I don't work at Frank's Sons. I don't do any of this.
Yeah, I'm not Frank. I'm not his son.
Yeah. And it's like, I honestly, like, this is not spicy, but this is a scoop here, and they're going to know who it is, but whatever. Don't buy a pack of Alpha. Welcome to Wraith for any price less than like $50. Because the people you are just building up money in somebody's pocket and they're just sitting on stuff. I know you probably want a pack of a chance to get a legendary. Don't buy a pack of Welcome to Wraith for $100 when you're in Baltimore because you want to get a chance at it's not going to happen for you. Oh, I can get a cold foil scalp. Not
Just buy a bunch of scratchers and then
yeah, like come
use
on.
the profit
Go play
from
poker if you want to make money on a card game.
That's
like
true.
why are you and like I think one thing that buyouts are doing that I really hate about this is I am encouraging people to join this community and join this card game. And whenever you say, don't worry, tunics are $375. Like, you're just like, Jesus. They used to be $110. I get that there's more players. But like, when somebody says, oh, I opened up a tunic, great. I can sell this to someone for almost $400. It's kind of gross because I'm not trying to be charity where we give these cards away to new players, but it is kind of like a homie discount type of thing, or welcome to the community. Here's a tunic for $150, $170, like a price I've paid in the past. I'm not saying lose $200 on this because it's market value, but when we run ourselves out of players that come into this game because it's so expensive, we're all going to be looking at each other 2 years from now being like, I wish we were playing more Flesh and Blood. And then the 16 people that have mansions will have mansions.
Just Scrooge McDucking their cards
Right.
in their giant vault filled with cold foils. You know, I think this just, reiterates the truth of Tunic was a mistake.
Right.
And the biggest mistake that they can undo in this game.
Right. And it's maybe like sell your tunic now because they're going to ban
Sell now.
it soon
You
or
make
whatever.
money, man.
But I
You
think
know-
if I can soliloquy and aside or go on a tangent here,
Preach.
this is kind of like LeBron James.
Oh, it is exactly. Oh, why?
LeBron James showed up to the NBA, and the NBA worked a different way before LeBron James showed up. You play for an entire franchise until they get you better players, and then when you get a better player, a second in command, you probably win. But he was like, I don't want to wait for that. I'm going to go do this on my own. Super teams exist whenever.
We are back for round 4?
Yep.
Hell yeah. AGE Open. April, it is the month we're in, and I'm joined, of course, by Sam. How's it going, buddy?
Dude, it's going good. We got some great games out there. We just had an Oldham match go almost to time, but a pummel was able to close the game out. The very slow, respectful fist bump being thrown by the Scourge of Pasadena himself.
Oh, did he get
Craig
scourged?
Pollock got scourged.
Oh, Craig's having a rough day, I think. Meta seems not nice for Oldham currently. Azalea seems pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Azalea and Lexi both doing very well at the tournament. I will say the early rounds was not when I was necessarily expecting to see Oldham's take some game losses, and it has been how we have been seeing it at this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I think round 1 they did pretty well, but it seems like round 2 they are.
Yeah,
round 2 and 3 they're struggling a little bit.
I don't think we have any undefeated Oldhams, so perhaps the reports of his not demise, something greatly excel. Let's get into the game.
Yeah. So next up we've got Dorinthia and Lexi. Hell yeah. Arya and Bryce coming in, both undefeated at the moment. Both a bit of specialists on these heroes as well, so this should be a pretty fun one. Although I think this might be a hard one for Lexi.
Yeah, so in the last round I was watching Arya play Zane, who he had on stream in round 2, and there was definitely, Zane took a huge couple turns, ate a counter, but one thing I hadn't thought about before watching that game is how relevant that frailty token can be against a hero like Dorinthia. I've thought about it mostly for like, I don't know, Kodachis or something like that when you get value, or the spider spites, but when you let Dorinthia get a counter but then hit her with the frailty token, it's like that value is immediately nullified. So we'll see how often that comes into play in this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm excited to see Bryce. I think he's mostly on a bit of an Ice Lexi build, so a little more traditional. Probably he's got some of the better new arrows in there. I would expect Drill Shot and a couple other things like the Codex. I'm not sure if he's running a bunch of Codexes. We might have his deck list around here, so we might look that up. But
yeah.
Also curious what Arya's got rocking in her deck, if she's got anything new to battle this kind of interesting meta that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, Dorinthia, it's been a minute since she's gotten some really significant support, but the thing about this hero is if you understand what the deck does, and especially when you play against people who don't understand what the deck does, you can really take some wins out of nowhere, because that weapon is unlike anything else we have in the game.
Absolutely. It's incredible value. I hate it with a passion of 1,000 suns.
But you'll be impartial in this game, right?
I was overruled. I said, no Dorinthia on stream, and they said, but it's going to be a good game. No, but we're excited to have Arya on here.
Yeah, local legend, Arya Howe. She has been just crushing events left and right since I started paying attention to the local scene here in Los Angeles, and pretty much all on Dorinthia. So it'll be interesting to see how this matchup plays out.
Yeah. So looking at Bryce's list, he's got the premeditates, drill shots, down and dirty. He's got the 3 red Arctic incarcerations. I know that's a pretty fun one. The Codex of Frailties, of course, the Rain Razors. I'm trying to see if there's anything else new and interesting, but I think that's mostly it.
I like seeing those down and dirties, getting ready for some Dromai if he has to play any Dromai. Pop that in the arsenal. You got two zones down there.
That one is pretty fun. Let's see, what does Arya got? Anything interesting here? Steelblade Shunts, 6 of those babies.
It doesn't look like running any Command and Conquers. We've been seeing people use the Out for Blood +1 on the next attack into something like a Command and Conquer.
The old classics warrior sidestep.
Yeah, you don't expect it from them, but none of that in this list. This looks to be about as Dawnblade focused as I've ever seen.
Pretty much. Anything else? No, it's basically that. I don't even know. Does she even have any attack actions?
Just the one nourishing emptiness, which
classic.
that makes sense if you're gonna run them. Maybe just that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think God, I was playing some Blitz the other day, and I was remembering how much I hate nourishing emptiness in a warrior deck. I think they they played it, and then I did the Codex of Frailty, and then they just put it back in the room.
Yeah.
But then I was like, well, leave no witness, and they took it, and I was like, good, get that nourishing emptiness back.
You can't get it from the banish zone, my friend.
God, that's fun. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm hoping it's not a blowout. I don't know. It's just difficult when you don't have the equipment to help guard against some of Dorinthia's really tall or dominated attacks. But if Lexi can get that early tempo and maintain it, it can be unrelenting sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about I talked about this a bit when we had Lexi on stream round 2, but when these Lexi decks are going back to the ice variant, when they're putting those ice cards back in, you're getting less 3 blocks in your decks. The fuseless decks, when it's mostly arrows and pumps, you have these 3 blocks that are able to let your Lexi deck defend a little better, but into something like Dorinthia, where blocking at key points can be completely integral to actually succeeding and taking the win. When you're looking at Bryce's list, he's got the Arctic Incarcerations, he's got the Ice Quakes, you have these other ice cards that are making it a little more challenging, Insidious Chills to block 3. Or so you sometimes if you need to block 6 or 9, you're looking at a huge Dawnblade and you're trying to stop the counter from snowballing for the rest of the game. You look at a hand of 2 blocks. It's not like your equipment blocks for anything.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more of the proactive disruption he's hoping for rather than having that block value. But like we said, Arya did take down Zane, who is on that kind of fuseless Lexi build. So curious to see how she responds to Bryce coming in with the classic ice.
Yeah, and Bryce running mostly arrows. We've seen Lexi's running Death Touch. We've seen them, I think Zane was on both Death Touch and the Codex of Blood Rot, but we just see the Codex is a frailty here, the premeditates. I'm not even seeing the Go Again arrow, the Falcon Wing in this list. So this is going to be a
Bolton shots.
Yeah,
it's got 9 Bolton shots. So, but yeah, Falcon Wing I think is good. I think with the Bolton shot, it's got that reload, and that's also really helpful.
Absolutely. So looks as though Arya is going to be going first here. We've got the counter on the Tunic. Turn 1. Or not.
Maybe she just put it there preemptively.
And then maybe Bryce just missed his Tunic.
No, I think she passed, and maybe he's just loading with his.
Yeah, but why no Arsenal then? I see. This is
responding
the
to
end
her
of the turn.
passing,
This is the end of the turn. Okay, yes. This is instant.
Now is when you play the CNC and just ruin the Rangers' day. But
Yeah.
She doesn't have it. That's always the fun thing. Is just like, I passed, and they're like, cool, I Arsenal. You're like, cool, CNC.
Yeah, exactly. I actually get to keep going now.
I forgot about that. So yeah, she will
use this opportunity
to just Steelblade Supremacy coming in for was it 4 or 5? Is it +2 on Steelblade?
I think it's 5. Yeah, so it'll be
5.
+2.
Draw a card on hit. Just pretty good.
That is pretty cool. You give him the chance. You think, it's so rare when you, on this situation as Lexi, when you activate Voltaire at instant speed at the end of your opponent's turn 1, that anything else happens, and you can really get punished for that. But now Bryce is left with 2 cards in hand, as we've said. It looks like one of them blocks for 2.
Yep.
So this is going to come in. Arya's going to get to draw a card here. Does she have a way to give it go again? Does she want to blow up those refraction bolters right away?
I'm always curious about that. I feel like sometimes Warriors do it immediately, and you're like, really? You're not going to save that for a more important turn? But they try to get in there pretty deep, pretty quickly.
Yeah, this could be a huge turn if there is a way to give go again. There is going to be a draw card on hit.
Yep.
So it looks like she's stacking the triggers. She wants to.
She's thinking about it.
Yep. And she's going to go for it. Yeah, because she's going to get a counter here most likely. There's only 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
If we have any way to, even the Brave Forge Bracers can make this come in with the break point. Bryce immediately is feeling the repercussions of going for that seemingly innocuous and meaningless Voltaire at the end of Arya's turn.
Yeah. You always got to be wary when anybody does that to you. If you have the ability to do something in response to them passing, it is more often than not, I think, a bait. So that, hard lesson learned for Bryce there. Dorinthia not huge in the meta, so it is one of those things where sometimes you just forget.
You're not used to it, yeah.
You're not used to it, and this is one of those. It's the time where you go, hopefully we'll never forget this.
Yeah, it's kind of like we talked about at the beginning of this game. Dorinthia prays against players and heroes that aren't well versed in playing into Dorinthia. If it's more challenging to understand exactly what Dorinthia can do at any point, you can really get got by something like that last turn we just saw, because now Bryce is starting this game instead of even exchanges. Bryce has taken 12 damage. He's at 28, and there's a counter on that Dawnblade.
Yeah. So hopefully he's got something to really either force her to block or slow her down enough that her next turn will be a little bit nullified, because it could be easily, run away with the game here.
From here, yeah, absolutely.
Which is always the scary bit. Looked like another Steel Blade Supremacy in Arsenal. 3 of a kind. Okay, so that's not bad. He's got another Bolt and Shot. So, could be possibly a very wide turn for our boy Bryce here, but let's see what he's got.
Without something in Arsenal to continue this turn or give it something like a pump, we can see he was maybe looking for that ice card to fuse with this chilling here. Because without a buff or something else in Arsenal, this 3 of a kind could threaten to not get nearly as much value as you'd like it to. But if you have a way to start the chain with something like the chilling ice fin effect, digging for an ice card makes a little more sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did. I mean, he had an ice card. Well, he must have had at least one ice card.
Yeah, maybe it was just that winner's bet. Who knows?
Yeah, but yeah, getting this on the very start of the turn is just the value you want, because everything after this is going to hurt that much more. And that's what I was just saying. Is he wants something that's going to force her to block or mess up her turn. So it's going to be. I hope you've got a blue to either pay for all these hits and take a bunch of damage, or you're just going to block up a bunch and lose that counter. So it could be a great clapback for Bryce to gain some tempo. Hopefully he can get some little life bleed in there too, because sitting 12 down at the start of turn 0 is not usually where you want to be.
Because if Arya takes all this damage and has the blue like you're talking about to pay for this chilling ice veins effect, then that's a blue that she doesn't get to use on her turn, and she maybe needs those resources to really get the most effectiveness out of that Dawnblade. So this is, as we, if you're gonna have the turn 0 that Bryce did, it's perhaps a good way to not just completely get blown out from the start of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So blocking with the Brave Forge and the run through, I think that is. Blocks the 5. What is next? He does have the other Bolt and Shot, which is nice. He could give it the +1 to get the go again. Not sure if he's got something. He's not going to be able to get that other Bolt and Shot off, I think, with the go again. But we'll see, unless he does some bullseye bracer shenanigans.
Going to go ahead and put in the drill shot here.
All right.
Can immediately go ahead and threaten that Crown of Providence.
I see a lot of people groaning out in the field today about this card. So
Drill shot has been wild in the games I've been watching. Just the amount of value that is accrued from the threat of the -1 counter and then the -1 counter itself. And this one has 2 on-hit triggers. It's going to get the -1 counter if it hits from Drill Shot's effect, but then also that Chilling Ice Vein, as we know, is for the entire chain.
Yeah.
And
love that for him.
We love that for him. We love that for Bryce. I mean, after that first turn, brother. He also has the option here, depending on what Arya does, depending on if she's looking to keep cards and maximize her turn. This has go again. Bryce has the option to just play out that Arctic Incarceration and just throw 3 more Frostbites on the other side of the arena, which, if we don't have that blue, if we haven't represented that blue yet, it's going to make it hard for Arya to utilize those cards as effectively as she wishes.
Yeah, they love throwing that, even after a single attack, you think oh, okay, I'll block this or I won't block this so I can block the next one that has an on-hit, and they're just here's 3 Frostbite, and you're like, great, I didn't block what I needed to, and now I can't do anything on my turn.
Well, I just realized there was actually a 3 of a kind at the start of this turn, so that actually is not an option for
totally.
Because he can't play that from Arsenal. It's buried under those 4 cards.
Ranger things. That's going to be something I mess up for a long time. Yep. So looking like we might get a Crown of Providence. I mean, great. You love to see it to get these powerful equipment blocks super early. I don't know. It's a thing where you're like, I like that it's gone, but also I'm concerned about what's happening next. It's usually the 2 thoughts I have in that exact order. Cycling out a card from hand with that as well, but it looks like she will take 2, so we will get the Chilling Ice Vein trigger. See if she I would assume she's going to pay for it, but we'll see what happens. And then what Bryce does next.
And it's, the Crown of Providence doing a good job of filtering. Perhaps Varya's looking for more resources or looking for some way to better make her turn the way she wants. But you have to wonder if there's going to be a turn later in this game that she wishes she had the crown, and being forced to use it against something like a drill shot or watch as it becomes suddenly less effective and block for even less, if that's going to have an impact later in the game, proving once again just how impactful that card can be. The equipment block is so important in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
And to have a card that dang near forces it is Ranger's pretty good right now.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, too. I feel like there's some parity between Ranger's lack of defensive equipment and a card like Drill Shot that demands, basically an equipment block or a full card block from hand. And I think that while still probably feels bad on the other side of it, makes up for a little bit of that lack of ability on Ranger's side to block as effectively. So Bolt and Shot coming in, no go again, but
threatening that chilling effect once again. That's the whole chain here. So
blue she pitched though, so you should be able to afford it, but this will make her next turn much less good.
Yes,
as
so
they
this
say
is
in the business.
not much life has been leaked so far. Arya right now sitting at 38. Bryce looking like he's just going to go ahead and pass priority, but that did as good a job as you could ask about ripping cards out of Arya's hand, getting equipment block right away. In fact, all of it is gone now at this point.
Yeah.
Because he was able on the effect of the
Drill Shot.
Put a second counter on that Brave Forge Bracers there. So now we're going to get a Dawnblade coming in 4/4, threatening to keep the counter if it hits. We don't know what we said. You said it might have been a Steelblade Supremacy in the arsenal, but if it is not some kind of attack reaction and pump effect, see how many cards is Bryce willing to lay down here to attempt at least to stem the bleeding of this counter before it can get even more out of control.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what he's got in hand and how much he can continue to disrupt Arya. If he feels like he can carry that through his whole next turn, which it looks like he's going to do. I mean, in this case, it does just keep the counter. It's not a chance of it going up, which I think is the scarier bit. But that is,
Yeah, it's impressive. If I have the option to potentially stop a Dawnblade counter, it's hard for me to resist when I play against Dorinthia, and it's just I perhaps am too fearful of what that Dawnblade can become. But to just eat 4, keep the counter alive. Let's see how Bryce wants to continue and show us why he was willing to keep that thing live.
Yeah, interesting that he arsenaled this Bolt and Shot instead of the Arctic Incarceration. I feel like, the value of the Bolt and Shot is getting it, the +1 with Voltaire, so you reload and go again, you get all these, alternate benefits that, and then this Arctic Incarceration just, stays in hand, but I don't know. I don't play Lexi, so I just know that the red Arctic Incarceration is painful.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this Pathing Helix as well, not able to get the reload trigger because of that Bolt and Shot sitting in Arsenal. So this is just going to be 4 damage here. Arya taking it, going down to 34, and then he is just going to go ahead and finish the turn with that Arctic Incarceration, giving the 3 Frostbites, perhaps representing that he wants this Bolt and Shot to really be played on a turn that he has something like a Rain Razor, which we haven't seen.
Yeah.
Something that allows him to pump it up and go even wider, threaten more reloads. He's playing towards a little bit more of that kind of combo-y Lexi that we saw around the Starvo time that was very popular. He doesn't, I don't think he runs the Art of Wars, but that deck was really playing for those 4 to 5 arrow, incredibly high damage turns and was willing to take damage and mitigate the mid-game to get there.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, I think he's counting on this Arctic Incarceration to at least slow Arya down, which definitely does. It's nice to see that Overpower get pissed rather than, pushed on you. But Warrior's Valor coming in, going to make this a 7 Dawnblade swing, I think. So that's scary. Let's go again on hit as well. So this is potentially threatening the second Dawnblade counter, which I'm surprised. I'm curious if I did see that Steelblade Supremacy go in Arsenal, or if I didn't see that correctly, just because this seems like a great turn to do that on. So we'll see. I always give these players the benefit of the doubt because they are better than me. Or else I would.
They're out there. We're sitting here in these comfy chairs.
As I told someone earlier today, I've gone undefeated today. So
that's true. Hey, me too, man. Congrats. Well done, dude. Look at us.
You can't lose 100% of the games you don't play.
That was Michael Jordan, I think you said
He
that,
said
right?
that, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
He
didn't
was a great pacifist.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first time.
he was.
So yeah, 7, and Daria just Dorinthia Aria asking the question, do you just want to take this damage and try to do more damage than I can come back?
And now this is a much harder position to try to block this Dawnblade and stop either the counter or the threat of an additional counter, because now it's coming in for 7, whereas the turn before you had the opportunity to lay 2 or 3 cards down and potentially block that 4 and reset the ticking time clock, or ticking time bomb that this Dawnblade can become. And again, as we talked about, we don't know how many 2 blocks are in the hand for Bryce, and if you're going to just keep eating the damage, eventually, like, you lose that game in the long run. The Dawnblade just gets too powerful, it gets too many counters, and without equipment that can really do a good job of mitigating it, I don't know if Lexi wins that long game.
Yeah. I know you were pointing out before, I think we came on stream, the frailty really can have an effect on against the Dawnblade. But once that Dawnblade counter gets above 1, that is kind of nullified, and it's still just a problem.
Yep.
But he is taking it. Bryce twiddling. He's just over here having a good time. Cool, calm, collected. Bryce, baby, come on, let's go.
Come on.
Of course, we're going to get the Brave Forge activation, and then, yeah, we'll just do this for 5.
That's, 5 more damage coming in, and Bryce acting like he's just going to go ahead and take this, go down to 12 here, give a second counter.
He's got his 6-card hand. He's got 2 Chilling Ice Veins. I don't see like maybe the Rain Razors in Arsenal. Like, I don't know. This thing, I'm scared for him, but let's. He does look like he's more considering a block here as he sets 2 cards aside. It is daunting when the Dawnblade starts stacking up its counters, and I don't know. I grew up in the Dawnblade Dorinthia meta, and I hated it.
What was that like as a young boy playing in the Dawnblade Dorinthia meta?
It was sad.
Growing up in that time.
Back when I was playing Viserai before he was good, and Reinar, who was also just okay, and it was a rough time. But those scars have healed mostly.
I'm sorry to hear you're not all the way recovered. Let me know if you ever need to talk.
I do all my therapy on the air.
That's as healthy as it gets, from what I understand.
I just complain about it whenever I see it.
Yep.
So here he just takes it.
He's just going down to 12. So Bryce representing what must be an enormous turn on the crackback to allow for all that damage to be taken and for that Dawnblade to go up to 2 counters.
Yeah,
so
for his sake, I hope so.
Yeah, for the sake of a competitive game, let's see what can happen.
He does have the Pulse of Voldhaven, so that's a great card to start with. So he's going to get that +4. Activates the Tunic. 3 of a kind coming in. And now he's just got a bunch of cards. So yeah, he plays that Pulse of Voldhaven just so he can play that 3 of a kind. Otherwise, you find yourself in that situation where you say, oh yeah, I have to play everything from Arsenal.
Yep.
Which is already a tricky thing to do. But, he's got his Bullseye Bracers to kind of help with that. He's got the Bolton Shot to, hopefully get that reload. And we'll see how he dances his way through this.
So he's going to go ahead and elect to start the turn with activating Voltaire for the very first time. Then going ahead and shooting a Chilling Ice Vein. It's going to be coming in for a total of 8, and it is going to affect, again, that whole chain. He's fusing it with the blue Winter's Bite, so every attack that hits from here on out is going to represent discarding a card or paying 1.
Yep.
So that pulse that we were looking at the very beginning of this turn could have gone on the Bolton Shot there to give it the go again, threaten the reload, allow it to start the turn rather than potentially end the turn. But it looks as though he is, and perhaps rightly, valuing starting the chain off with that Chilling Ice Vein, even if the pump is less relevant on a card like Chilling Ice Vein.
Yeah.
What you're really doing it for at the start of the turn is to threaten the effect for the rest of this here. Now, with that Rain Razors in hand, it's gonna be tough to get it into his arsenal without something like a Bolton Shot trigger. So that might be something he looks to do on his next turn. But we'll have to see first how Arya wants to block this 8 damage with an on-hit effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he's able to chain this out long enough and force the blocks from Arya, he can have that Rain Razor set up for his next turn, which means if he can get that tempo, do some damage, and then just carry that through, that's going to be really, really great for him. but she's at a healthy life lead, so she could just decide to take some of this damage and pitch a blue, which we saw her do last time. So looks like we're starting, taking 8.
Yeah, because without taking all the cards out of the hand here, even just pitching one and swinging,
Yeah.
you know, that's going to take 2 cards, most likely. And she is going to go ahead and use the blue. She has 2 floating. So now we'll see how much more damage can Bryce throw. And if, at this point, if you lay your whole hand down on the next turn, where does that put you? So let's just stick in the turn we're at. Voltaire going to probably be activated again here.
I wonder if he does a second Chilling Ice Vein to hopefully try to hard punish her on the resources.
Yeah, just demand the cards, demand the resources, because
it's like,
critically...
sure, don't take damage, but you will pay for this either way.
You will pay for this.
But instead, we got a Heat Seeker in there, which I forget what that does.
Heat Seeker, if it hits, you're going to get to put the top card of your arsenal face down, top card of your deck face down, face up into your arsenal if you have an open arsenal zone.
Nice. So another way of getting around that 3 of a kind.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the turn, so it would start up on your next turn. It's going to, at the end of the turn, you put the top card of your deck.
Oh, it's at the end of the turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
But critically, if he is able to, it doesn't looks like Arya is content here to just keep as many cards as she can, because that tunic counter is no longer online. So even if she did lose all her cards, she would not have a way to send it in. But it looks like this Bolton Shot is going to be coming in for 4. Once again, threatening that 1 resource she has remaining.
Mm-hmm. He does have 2 resources floating. I'm curious if he'll try to Snapdragons and Bullseye Brace or something into his arsenal to extend this turn and go for as much damage as possible, and then also grab get that Rain Razors into his arsenal. But
looked like he was. Oh, perhaps he's going to go for the Quiver.
oh, he's pitching the Rain Razors. Nice. Okay. Quiver activated. Gets another Heat Seeker. Snapdragons.
Give it go again.
Interesting.
This is cool. So the Quiver of Rustling Leaves was activated there. Going to take the top card of the deck, put it in the arsenal. I think it either just puts it in or you look it in, and if it's an arrow, you put it in. But regardless, he got another card into his arsenal, broke those Snapdragons like you were talking about, and is now coming in for a second Heat Seeker. This one threatening the same effect and threatening that 1 resource that Arya has remaining. This is for another 5.
Nice. Pretty great turn from Bryce here. The problem being that Arya can still take this and then present a pretty punishing turn following this.
Now, if Bryce does elect to lay down a lot of his hand on the next turn, he is going to have at least 1 card in his arsenal, and most likely 2 here. He's going to have the card in his hand and that Heat Seeker card that is going to come and face up, allowing for the arsenal to, allowing for him to have 2 arsenal zones. So he might be able to still threaten some damage. So there's a Frostlock, and he gets ahead and gets 2 arrows, and one of them, neither of them have Go Again printed on the card.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to find a pump here to get that Bolton Shot out and allow it to actually continue his turn if he's even able to keep any cards here. But pretty cool to see, and see how he was able to navigate that situation.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. The getting the Heat Seeker off the top seems like it may be an issue, to be honest. Like, that's, you don't have a choice on what's going in there, so you can't really craft your turn. And like you said, these don't have Go Again. He just lost his Snapdragons. I don't think Bullseye's Bracers gives a Go Again, right?
No, Bullseye is just going to put a card from your hand into your arsenal and then give it +1.
Yeah. So that's going to be difficult to deal with. And then there we go. Steel Blade Supremacy was what was in her arsenal. So now we're just coming in for a classic, 7.
Oh, I think he has a Premeditate in his hand, which is going to allow him to turn that Bolton Shot on if he decides to keep any cards to move forward. But maybe at this point he's thinking, I just got to take some counters off this thing. But he's at 12.
He's at 12, but she's at 16. So,
yeah.
That's not, like, Lexi can't put out a good 20 damage in turn. So she's got no more equipment. I don't know if she's running her Steel Blade Shunts against Lexi. So that will be... We'll have to see. He's, again, looking like he's going to block, but the last time he did that, he just didn't.
So we're coming into what looks to be some of the home stretch here. Bryce sitting at 12 life, Arya at 16. The the Steel Blade Supremacy, pumping up the Dawn Blade to 7, 2 counters already, representing at least keeping the counters on a hit, and potentially even more if Go Again is able to be achieved.
Yeah, be very scary if she's got like a glistening in her hand there. So looks like we are getting the full block, which I feel like is the safer play.
And there it is. That's
Yeah,
going to be
the out for blood.
Ari had to take a quick drink before she threw down that attack reaction.
You know, she's working up a thirst, just stabbing Bryce with her Dawn Blade over and over again. Draws a card, puts it in the arsenal. Dawn Blade keeps its counters, so this is getting to looking like a dire situation for Bryce. He's got 2 cards that don't have Go Again, but he does have the Premeditate. So at the very least, he's getting +3 on this guy, coming in for, that's a 6 with Go Again. Reload on hit, although I think the reload only works if you have an empty arsenal, so that's less of a deal. But he does have the Frostlock, which could potentially be punishing if he's got an ice card to fuse it. Because I think with Frostlock, you can't pitch
Or play cards with cost 0
0
if it hits, but I don't know if he's going to have the resources. He only has 1 card in hand here, so he can, and I think it's a Cold Snap, so that Cold Snap could be used to play this Frostlock, which would leave him without an arsenal facing down Arya's next turn. Or he could elect to arsenal the Cold Snap for a Frostbite on the next turn. But first, Arya has to deal with this attack for 6. Bryce sitting at 9 life. Arya looks like she's just going to take it, go down to 10. All right, and we do have the Ponder token from the Premeditate, so that is going to allow Bryce to, if he wishes, continue the turn and arsenal something with the Ponder, but it looks like he's going to, and drawing a Channel Lake Frigid there, he's going to go ahead and pop that into the arsenal.
Nice.
Keeping the, but critically, by doing that, he keeps a 2-block in his hand instead of a 3-block, facing down a 5-card hand from Dory, sitting only at 9 life. So you have to wonder if that's going to come back to affect this turn at all, because while we're looking at even life total, Bryce sitting here at 9 life, Arya at 10, it's Arya's turn. You're facing down a Dawn Blade with 2 counters and a grip full of cards and potentially pumps.
Yeah, and your only equipment block will destroy both those cards in your arsenal if you use it. So this is a little scary.
Seeing at least 3 3-blocks in Bryce's hand. But
Ooh,
this is...
That doesn't matter because I have Dominate. Oh, and a Glistening Steel Blade. This is all the things.
You can see, go for it. You can see Bryce just, his eyebrows raised. You even saw our head judge, Evan, with a little smile. This is going to be Dominate. This is going to be counter on hit. It has Go Again from the Glistening Steel Blade. This is tough.
I think Glistening Steel Blade was a mistake.
Yeah, Glistening Steel Blade is tough. It's such a powerful card for such a peaceful piece of art.
Yeah, right?
Just sitting there looking at this glistening blade of steel. But
It's
every
just,
time it's played across from you, I feel like the drums of war sound.
This young
Blood
woman
rains
has
from the
murder
sky.
in her heart
Yeah.
as she caresses her sword in her bedroom.
So at this point here, is Bryce even going to be able to stay alive on the turn? He's blocking 3. He's going to take, it looks like, 6 from this. An immediate counter is going to be placed right upon the Dawn Blade for the next turn, unless there's any further reactions, which there is not. That's going to pump up the Dawn Blade again. I love that she's got the 2 of them. So this now comes in for 7, just...
7 Dominate. I think that's good game.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be any way to do anything about that without giving up the New Horizon. And we still have a card in hand that could be something like another Iron Song.
Yeah, I don't even... Yeah, I guess if he could block 5, nah, that still doesn't seem like there's much getting around what's about to happen here. And do we have...
Taking 2, going to 1, losing both the Arsenal cards. The Dawn Blade is going to
5
counters. Oh, because 1 from Dory, 1 from Glistening Steel Blade.
That's the thing, you know, it can seem like you need to...
The loudest door in the world. The loudest door shut I've ever heard in my life.
It seems like sometimes you can like get around the Dawn Blade and like the counters and go for your aggressive plan, but unless you can really guarantee that you're going to disrupt and force blocks out of their hand, you do need to find that turn that's, you know, on 1 counter or 2 counters that you basically just full block, and even then you can get hard punished for that.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be it, unless I mean, we're going to play the game of it's just a Dawn Blade for 8.
You can see Bryce shaking his, giving the nod.
Yeah, I get you. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah, you just have to lay the whole hand here, right? We see that there's another 2 block in that Arctic Incarceration. He's checking the blocks right now.
Or you're just checking out the ceiling. You know, those are nice lights up there. It's a good little stream setup we got over here at Arcane Games and Events.
Arya setting herself up to be 4-0 and locked for top 8, I have to imagine, from
Yeah,
that point.
definitely. We got 6. And there's a route.
Just
in
showing us the
Arsenal.
route,
Yeah.
just in case we were curious.
Hey, everybody, check this. Check this out.
And we're just going to route for game here. That's going to go ahead and clean this one up. Let's take one of the 3 blocks away. Let's add 2 for a total of 5. Fist bump extended.
Good game.
Arya taking the victory over Bryce. The Lexi Slayer, our 2 Lexis went into the last rounds undefeated. One fell to the round. Zane fell the round before. Bryce falling to the Dawn Blade here. Arya showing that even though she's the only Dorinthia in the room, she is to be respected on the hero at all times. Just because there's not high representation of a hero does not mean they cannot be devastating.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be... I feel like they're still, both Zane and Bryce have a shot at making top 8. They have done pretty well, so if they can win out the next couple rounds, might see a repeat action. Maybe they'll get a bit luckier and get some of those more blowout combo turns from Lexi, but we'll just have to see. Just to look back at our metagame breakdown, the Azaleas showed up in force today, and they told Oldhim to go play somewhere else because they've just been getting stomped all day, it seems. Not sure how our Dromeyes are doing. I know the AGE champ from last month, Zachary Wallach, was doing pretty well, but I know he lost. He was on stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lost on stream. Outside of that,
Andrew Rudin, a very well respected and well decorated player, also lost the last round before this to Bryce.
Yeah,
on
to
Lexi.
Bryce, yeah, on Lexi. So, definitely a great mix of heroes and stuff. Crazy to see the one Dorinthia player rise into the top here. We'll have, some more information on heroes that are also doing well. But, so, I mean, been a good day. I guess, we have some time, so, maybe we'll go into the old think tank and
Is it time?
Oh, we're gonna do
momentarily
a
it's
short
time.
break, and then we'll be back for some thoughtful things with me, Colin, the pondering man. We'll be right back. we are back. We got a few minutes between rounds here, so we're gonna take a little second to sit back and think about some stuff. It's time to ponder with Colin. Me, Colin from the Attack Action Podcast. I'm joined by
I can be with you or by
you.
you.
Can be with and by me at the
Whatever
same
you
time.
prefer.
Sam O'Byrne. You know what? This is a time for me to ask some questions that I don't have answers to, but we're just going to talk about it.
We're gonna pond.
Yeah, we're going to ponder because, I've got the face that looks like I'm thinking about something when I'm really just, wondering what's for dinner or how much more Kano I can fit into my schedule. So let's dive into it. I think we got a couple of topics today that I think are somewhat relevant and interesting to talk about. So yeah, we're talking about the calls for bans, and maybe when I came up with this topic, it was like, well, maybe people should stop calling for bans. But after seeing some Azalea stuff today, maybe they're right. But you know what? I don't know. Here's my thought.
Tell me.
This is what we're pondering on.
Okay.
Should we just cool it on this calling for bans 2 weeks after a set comes out? We're in a new meta, and the first thing people do is see a hero do really well, and then they call to ban a bunch of cards. And my reaction is, well, why don't you just adjust how you're playing against this hero first, and then come back with a ban idea later? So I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I guess. Well, this is. I'm but the guest on your talk show here. So
I'm asking the questions. So.
Oh man. Well, can I will respond to your question with the question. What do you think constitutes a ban in Flesh and Blood? When do you look at something and you think to yourself that needs a ban?
I think when there's a proven track record over a period of time that shows that something is absolutely busted, or if you can point to the card directly and say why it violates the core tenets of the game.
Sure.
We saw this with Awakening. It basically encouraged you not to block and then do something completely insane that you gain nothing but value from. So that was clear,
Sure.
Duskblade. Just busted.
We didn't even get a chance on that one.
Anybody who did try to take a chance was yep, this is busted. So, things like that make a lot of sense. Starvo probably should have been banned. I'm going to say that. That's okay. I can say whatever I want.
This is your show.
This is my show.
This is we just created this just for you to get your willies out.
And I think in the past, LSS has been really great about looking at the meta and banning certain things. They suspend cards where they think they need to be suspended. They ban them outright when they think they're broken. And they've been very kind of transparent on the reasons why, and I think that's all really great. They've also been transparent on the fact that they will use this suspension and banning to manipulate the meta because they want to, which you can feel about that any way you want. I just realized we got this mushroom up here that's kind of funny, but that's okay.
That's our next segment.
That's our next segment. What is this mushroom?
What is that mushroom?
But yeah, it's so, I think there are clear points where that comes into play. And I'm not against banning things. Mm-hmm. I just think when, we have one big event or 2 big events and one hero does really well at that event and people's immediate reaction is well, this is too good, this is bad. And you're just just let Azalea have some fun, man. She's been just under the rock for a couple of years.
Yep.
And all the diehards who've been playing her ever since she came out finally get a chance to have some fun. And the first thing everything people do is call for a bunch of bans. I don't even keep track of how many bans they want, but it's Codex of Frailty. It's whatever. I mean, I guess Codex is probably the only one that I would consider we might see a ban in the future, but I don't think it really needs to be worried. Right now, let it play.
It seems like it's from what I'm understanding, for you, it's about length of time with the thing. See how the thing actually develops. If Azalea is unbeatable for 2-3 months, at that point, data is clear. But we're still in the period of time where we're gathering the data and we're seeing how the cards really play, seeing if there is counterplay to something like Azalea. Codex is hard to play around. There are small ways you can, but in terms of just the hero itself, Lexi, Azalea, if these cards are pushing it too far over an extended period of time, that's when you'd want to see something change.
Yeah, and I think that has been the way they've done it. Mm-hmm. So it just seems like the reaction people have to a hero doing well is to just call for bans.
Yeah.
And I'm not into that.
Yeah.
I think, I'm also, not someone who's chasing the meta. I don't switch up my hero to play the most important, best deck in the meta at any given point. So I'm probably in the minority for a lot of people where it's just like, well, I'm going to play what I want to play, and I have to adjust that to be as good as I can into this meta. And sometimes it's not your meta to shine if you do that, and that's okay. And it can be frustrating, but I don't know. It's just I just don't see how your first response isn't, well, how do we beat this? That should be the first response, especially if you're considering yourself a competitive player. I'm calling all of y'all out. So if that is your
Where's your
concern-
fire?
Yeah, like that should be your cue to like go into the lab and deck build and try to find a counter to it. And if you can't find a counter to it, you're probably supposed to be playing that deck. So figure it out, and that's easier said than done. That's why I'm not one to do it, because I'm not the
Yeah, everybody,
deck
you
builder,
deck
but-
build, not me, but you do it.
do it for the rest of us. I mean, that's how
That's
most
true.
of this works.
That's
A
true.
couple people build some decks, and the rest of us just profit. So
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
you.
for your service. But at the same time, I think the first reaction it just seems like kind of just overblown, and I don't know. Twitter again. Also, another thing, side comment, Twitter's not the place really for, coherent discussions about stuff. So
What?
I'd rather
Really?
you have those conversations, in person and, on maybe a podcast or, a YouTube channel. So if you have a lot of opinions that you think are relevant that you need to share, it's real easy. Just go out there and just do it for the rest of your life. Spend a bunch of time and money to make that. But yeah.
Easy enough.
Easy enough.
If you have things you want to talk about, don't go on Twitter. Start a podcast. God knows we don't have enough of those in Flesh and Blood.
We don't have enough of
Podcasts.
It's like low stakes, happy, fun podcasts where we just have a good time. Everybody's so competitive.
Ugh.
But that's fine. You do your thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's about it. I don't have much else to say. I think it's just silly that people want to ban things immediately. And if
You
you,
want to let it marinate.
if you disagree,
Start a podcast.
yeah, don't at me. Start your own podcast.
I don't want to hear about it.
All right. So next up, I think we got something else I've been thinking about. Is staying open in Outsiders draft. How much draft have you done so far?
I have done like 6 or 7 drafts. I
Okay,
wanna
it's
say.
pretty good. I think I'm at like 4 or 5. And I was just thinking about this, and I've heard some other people talk about it. I think the general feeling I get is a lot of people are excited about this draft format. It seems really fun and interesting. I think the gameplay is really interesting. There's definitely more of a mid-rangey feel, and as Isaac Jessen from the Attack Action Podcast likes to say, incremental exchanges of damage. And you block, you do a little bit of damage, you pitch stack, you do all these things that are like really good core fundamentals of
Super fun.
of Fab, which I think is great. Question being, can you actually stay open? We got a ton of generics. It's the first talentless set we've had in a while, a draftable set. And usually in that case, it means you can stay pretty open. I think the last couple metas, that has not really been the case. You've been incentivized to either go, first it was hard into Briar, and then Oldhim showed dominance, and then in Uprising, Fi, just Fi. It's like be good at the Fi mirror, and then you're good at Uprising draft. So, my question kind of is staying open real in Outsiders? One, couple factors here. One, the generics aren't equally good for all the heroes. Some of the heroes might kind of be a non-factor. Not making a totally bold statement, but it seems like Benji. I mean, Ninja in general seems harder to get together a really good deck that does what it wants to do, and then I am not sure about the rest, but so generics not always as good. So just taking generics to stay open doesn't quite get you the cards you need to do well in a draft. And then there's so many assassin cards because of all the hybrid cards that, it's kind of like you should probably be an assassin, it seems. So, but I don't know. What's been your experience? I feel like so far I try to stay open and I kind of just get punished because I didn't pivot into a hero much earlier in the draft.
Yeah. For me, I've had a fair amount of success not being fully open, but being open and a half, where I'm kind of between two heroes, often assassin and something else.
Mhm.
There one draft I was over either going to be a ranger or a ninja, but because of the hybrid cards, I'll feel like I'm in between things. And I try to take a lot of generics kind of into pack too. I feel like the Ravels don't work well necessarily in something like a Benji, unless, the it's just
Blue
for
one.
two. Yeah. But, I really like just like red Seek Horizon at the end of the chain. I found looking for a scrap to just be like ridiculous. Humble. I mean, we're seeing Humble just played as a 2-for-6 in Classic Constructed out here. So sometimes you can just throw that card down and just be like, what do you got about this? So I've definitely found it to be possible to an extent, but my last draft, I hadn't gotten to play Azuri yet. My first pack had red Death Touch. My second pack had red Sneak Attack. And I just said, I am forcing Azuri for the rest of this draft.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to hope that I get it and I don't get cut off. And I 3-0'd that one. So sometimes you just got to force, I think, to like... I think that's a natural thing in draft. Like, you sometimes things have to just break your way, right? And I think part of what is important is just being able to read, like, am I getting the generics I need to stay open, or, like, do these cards just suck? And I kind of need to, like, find a lane and just maybe hope things stick with me. One of the things I think interesting about what you talked about is because there are so many assassin cards that with those hybrids, it feels like maybe a pod can support slightly more assassins than the other things. So you might, like, I feel like Arachne, you can have an okay Arachne deck and still win a draft just because there are so many good stealth cards. You can just kind of get some stuff that other people won't really care about, but, 2 for Blood Rot, the yellow Blood Rot card can be okay. The yellow Inertia card can be okay in certain situations. So I don't know, but I'm certainly like, this is my first set really drafting Flesh and Blood, so I've just been loving it. Yeah, I kind of stayed away from Uprising just because no one wanted to play it if they didn't have to.
I think that's fair, and I think this is all to say. I think this limited set is great. I'm really excited about it. I think maybe staying open in the past, like in Monarch or something, would be something you do longer, and maybe staying open now, like as you say, it's kind of open, like half open. You're trying to take generics that are good, but you're also grabbing key class cards that could benefit you going along the way. The other side of this too is something we talked about in the last segment where we pondered together, but it was me and Blake.
So by together you mean?
Or was it Blake? It was Josh. I think it was Josh. Yeah.
So by together you mean definitively not us.
Well, if you go watch this, go back and watch the segment, you could be a part of it.
Okay, cool.
But the other thing being that the 2 token slots and the 14 cards that we're drafting rather than traditional 15 cards, I think does also impact.
Yeah, for sure.
The ability to stay open, how long you stay open, and what that actually looks like. So, I think, I'm kind of like a pragmatist or purist about this. I'm like, I want to draft my seat. I want to try.
So you want you want to be open for as long as you can be, so you can read the signals.
Yeah.
And you're finding that to be not as easy as you want it to be, or
I think and this is limited data. I'm doing this on. I tried to stay really open
data.
in.
Come on.
Boom! That was unintentional. I'm basing this off of a couple drafts where I was really trying to do that, and I read my seat very well. The last draft we did, it was 6 people, which I think also it was also weird. I think that throws in some other kind of issues that may have contributed to this, but we had 2 of each hero and 2 of each class, 1 of every hero.
Wow.
And I was just like, dude, we did it, guys. Like, we drafted perfectly. And then I just had the crappiest Benji deck, which, is probably more of a me problem. But I have seen better players who have been talking about, staying open. What does that mean? Is it actually a thing, or, is it more correct to, pick those powerful class cards and go into a class quickly so that you can kind of gobble those up, and then later when people stop taking generics, you can get some good generics too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't have any good answers. I think this is also interesting because it kind of pivots into a lot of talk of the kind of collation issues between the Belgium and Japanese packs and what they're going to do at the Pro Tour.
Well, don't ask them because they're not going to tell us.
I mean, honestly, I think that was a great response. They're like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna give you something and trust us, it's fine. And everyone's like, well, it's not fair. I was actually, this is the most fair because the only edge you get is how good you are at quickly reading packs and paying attention to your draft pool.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. If you're going to the Pro Tour, you should be pretty good at drafting. So, you know, if you're worried about not being able to memorize the exact, you know, pack layout, and that's the only thing that's really contributing. I mean, that's not the only thing. I'm being a bit glib about that, but
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is. But I think I think it will be interesting. I'm excited. I was talking about this earlier. I'm really excited to see the Pro Tour limited play and what people do if we see any like real archetypes form up. And you know, I don't know, but again, all this is just me and my silly opinions, thoughts. But thank you. I think that's all we got today for pondering with yours truly. Sam, thank you for coming on this thoughtful journey.
It was an honor to pond with you, sir. I've never ponded so hard in my life.
I feel like I've entered a Zen state and will just not take any damage for the rest of my life.
Wow. Could we be so lucky?
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. We're taking a short break.
Round 5 coming right up.
All right, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the AGE April Open here in Redondo Beach at Collector Legion. I'm Sam O'Byrne. This is Blake Meyer. Blake, tell the people what they want to hear.
Round 5.
Round 5, baby. What are we looking at? What
We are going to watch two people walk in. They're going to be playing 60 card decks, 40 health, and heroes that are not really played very well. We're watching an exhibition match type deal. You would think maybe this isn't round 5 of a tournament where people can win $400, but it's maybe just two people having fun, because we have our Levia Shadowborn and Abomination player, Alan, against the Wanderer of Katsu from Nicholas Snyder. Nick Snyder is a former top 2 Battle Harden from the last LA Battle Harden. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Did you watch that stream?
I did watch that stream.
He's on the right today. Still looks like Nicholas. He's ready to go. What's interesting about this is Alan showed up with some fun stuff today, but doesn't get to show all of it on stream because we have our Arcane Games and Event mat. But what kind of mat was he playing on earlier?
He was playing on the pressed paper, very creased, ancient new player mat that when I saw it, I thought the only thing I thought was it looked almost as bad as his actual hero card. His Levi-ish. It's ripped. It's taped back together. He has another name of it taped on the side there. And he actually made eye contact with me. He said, hey, come over here, come over here. And I was like, why? And I walked over and he just cheekily pointed to his pitch, and it was just one titanium bobble. And he just looked at me with the biggest ass-eating grin on his face. Just so stoked to be playing that game. And I don't think he took that one, but he is 3-1 on the day. So he has won 3 games with titanium bobble.
That's great. And, oh no, not Soul Harvest going immediately. I think what's interesting about this is Nick Snyder, recent adopter of Katsu. He's a big Arcane shooter guy.
Is that what they're called? Is that the technical term?
Magic user. We don't say magic user in Flesh and Bloods. I think we say Arcane shooter guy. Immediately gonna use our white border scab skin. That's gonna get us 2 action points. 2 action points. If he does that every single game, every single turn, Nick will be blown out here.
So this is gonna be in a command and conquer to start things off. Not with go again, but with 2 action points. It very well might. It just as well might have it. He's gonna go ahead and block with maybe.
Right.
The 2 Lord of Wings, but here's that pummel.
Pummel will do gross stuff to Nick because it's basically going to say, I'm going to do damage and reset you completely, and then I get initiative right back. The Bonds of Ancestry is gone from Arsenal. The Dishonor is gone from hand. And then I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, so that was a brutal start to the game here for Nick. He's going to maybe just go ahead and...
I think you just block here. It's not the worst thing ever because... What's the card? We're going to Bonds of... No. Yes, Bonds of Ancestry, because we need this to be in the graveyard so we can go banish it from our deck to play it.
The Dishonor, yeah.
Having Dishonor be in the graveyard early is never a bad thing when we're trying to do that combo.
So Alan's going to go ahead and start his turn off by rolling a die off the table.
Oh, we don't know.
Let's go ahead and try that again. He's just going to grab another
Nick
die.
said
Someone else will grab
Nick
that
is
one.
already over this until 2 die rolls in.
All
That's a 2. Nick's going to celebrate by blinking. I think we're going to... What's interesting here is we have this round's on me. That says no Kodachis here. Daggers are not allowed in this bar.
Nick also electing to just bring the 2 Kodachis in against, I think, the Phi matchup. He brought in a Zephyr Needle that he registered today, but just going for the classic Kodachis here. Going to go ahead and draw up to 5 cards as a result of this round on me being played. So
5-card Katsu is not fun, but taking 1 off of every damage is probably a lot of breakpoints. That's not that scary. Endless Maw, this is going to be something where, okay, we're looking for a 6, and then it's going to buff this up to 9 damage, I believe. This is the red one.
This is just 1 card or 3 cards?
We're going to banish 3 cards from graveyard.
We just need to hit 1/6, huh?
Yes, please.
So when looking at a matchup like this, you being a faithful Rhinar player, are you happy to see Levi do it, or do you feel like doesn't really you don't feel
there's
kinship?
still Blood Rush Bellows in that. Anytime somebody's Blood Rush Bellowing, I'm having fun. So I'd be rooting for him. Oh no, are they going to keep the 4? This could change everything.
This could change everything. It looks as though
they're going to redo
it because Alan went ahead and touched that die.
Nick
You saw him whip his hand away as fast as he could.
Too slow. Titanium Bauble is interesting because are we doing it for fun or are we doing it because it's really good in this deck?
You have to imagine we're doing it mostly
Perfect.
for the memes.
That is
right?
a perfect hit because that one doesn't have blood dot.
That's true.
Mostly for the memes. Okay, keep going.
You have to imagine a Titanium
okay.
Baubles for the memes, right?
I mean,
Especially when he's calling people over to look at it. He just has the one in there.
because that could be a clearing bellow, and then there would be a Titanium Bauble with Intimidate on it.
Which
But
seems better, right?
Right. I think Alan is some. I don't want to say. I wish more people like Alan, but I do like that he has the joie de vivre to bring something new to the game instead of just like, this is how the math works and this is better. He's just ripping dice on you, dropping 9 damage, and also turning off half of your offense next turn.
Yeah.
And none of that is like, I don't think this is a normal, what am I trying to say, line of play in this deck, right?
Yeah. So not worried about on-hit effects later in the game and or potential further pummels, it seems, because he's just going to go ahead and cash in the Battle-Worn block right away. Maybe thinking he wants to make use of the Breaking Scales as soon as possible, or the Breeze Rider boots, because Breaking Scales allowing him to bump up an attack with combo by 1 as an attack reaction. Breeze Rider boots allowing him to turn all of his combo cards into go again attacks as long as 1 card hits. So maybe he's more thinking about using them effectively than getting them using them as like a blocking card at a critical point. Because he is reaching for that Heart and Cross Strap, which we didn't pay much attention to start this game off, but Heart and Cross Strap is going to make his first attack on the turn that costs 2 or more, costs 2 or less, costs 2 less. So this is going to be for
So free Surging Strike basically every game, but instead of 5, now it's for 4.
Yeah, which is critical going into Alan here, because Alan, if he wishes to, could just block 4 with the Crown of Providence and the Scabskin Leathers. So without some other way to get that.
The crazy thing is, I'm part of the old school way to block this. Is you always take the first Surging Strike because you need to block the other stuff coming later. Way more, and you just say, I'll take 5 damage 4 times a game because I still have 40 health.
Yeah,
he's choosing to block,
doing that exact thing. He's going to go ahead and resolve the Crown. Alan also rocking a Heart and Cross Strap, his of the much classier whiteboard variety. But this is going to look like it's going to be the
which Gust Wave is it?
Descendant Gust Wave. This is going to be free, coming in for
0 for 4 -1 is 0 for 3. There's
there
not
is no
a 3 on that die.
It's okay, Nick.
No matter how many times you turn it around.
They didn't give us one. They
Wow.
only had the up like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Dang.
I know.
Attacks of 3 or less are not valuable for this. What is this company called? Legend Story Studios.
I believe, yeah.
Can't count the under 4 in New Zealand. We're still doing damage though. Like, Alan, I don't think you care about this one. Maybe if you like your hand, you don't block this.
Yeah, he's working with 5 now after that Crown of Providence effect from the arsenal, putting it to the bottom and grabbing another card. You got to think he's worried about, or at least considering Mask of Momentum, but this is the first attack on the chain. So by blocking here, you put yourself in a harder position later in the chain. So let's see how he wants to do it. The other thing that Levi does sometimes want to do, though, is just put some cards with 6 or more attack into the graveyard to be banished for later in the game.
Right. I think another thing here is the only on-hit that could come out is Dishonor. So I need to save my blocks for that.
Yep.
Unless, just like we were talking about last month in this exact scenario, Alan plays less Blood Debt than you think. There's going to be a couple Endless Maw. There's going to be a couple Endless Maw. Oh, Deadwood Rumbler. And Soul Harvest I don't think has it. So it's basically only like 5. So Dishonor means nothing. But did Nicholas watch the video on demand from last? Did you do your
the VOD
Arcane game events homework?
Because he's going to go ahead and grab that Bonds of Ancestry, which is going to most likely threaten the Dishonor at the end of this. He did activate Katsu upon the hit of the Descendant Gust Wave here.
Dropping it down. Bonds of Ancestry.
Now,
it's interesting. I maybe wouldn't grab a red one because it's going to do -1. And you can just do something cheeky like, okay, block this 2 damage one. He's like, okay, I'm going to banish Dishonor, and then Dishonor's going to come in for 3. Yeah. So he's just going to require cards from Alan's hand, or he's going to get Dishonored. I think Alan's going to go, yeah, I'll take 6, bro. Like, and give me that Dishonor too, because 5-card Levia is about to drop 25 or something.
Yeah, and Nick did go ahead and cash in those breaking scales to bump the yellow Descendant Gust Wave up to 4, which, because it would have been, it got the -1 from the this rounds on me, so to make it hit, he went ahead and attack
Does it
reacted.
have to hit to get something? Oh,
You
to
to
get
get
hero
Katsu,
power.
yeah.
That's what we care about, Blake. Got it. The
So
boots are Nick. I don't know if I should ruin his deck for people at home. This is kind of what commentators do, though. He has built his deck around to have a crazy Breeze Rider boots turn. So he's gonna do a big damage attack, big turn with his other equipment, knowing that he still has a Breeze Rider turn to bump damage out of nowhere. Where you're like, I never expected that.
yeah.
5 damage on your use 2 equipment turn feels really bad, though.
Yeah.
We know this is going to get pummeled if you paid attention to the hand. And Nick here can't afford to block all of this. So I think he may just be like, oh, what's the worst that could happen?
So yeah, you look at a turn like this. This swing big here is only powered on because of Alan's Heart and Cross Trap. Because Alan choosing not to bring a card like Carrion Husk into this matchup,
Right.
people say is one of the single best reasons to play any Shadow hero in the game. And we only have one right now. And Carrion Husk is with such a strong blocking ability.
And I think when you go face up against that, Flick Flack will do what it needs to do.
He's going to make that Quicken token. He's going to block the whole thing, keep his arsenal.
Okay, I think he's just going to say, draw 4, pass. That was great.
Yeah, that was sick.
Nick had what he needed to do
Yeah.
there. Alan's probably like, okay, as long as I draw a Blood Rush Bellow, I don't really care. And
Look
he
at him.
immediately draws it. But Nick's
Breaking
like,
the
oh,
Quicken right away. Interesting. Just pushing the 3 damage.
hi,
Yeah.
that's an interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
You,
okay.
do you want to set yourself up for a 5-card hand, having a Quicken token to, like, if you wanted to start with some combo piece, or
If we're being honest, Katsu doesn't really work of having, like, at best, you're going to play a combo ender to start off and then start a combo, which probably is crappy anyway.
Yep.
So maybe it's like, oh, what else am I going to... Everything I want to play first has Go Again written on it already.
Sure.
Who cares about this Quicken token?
Yeah, and the Flusterfist here, let's see, does he have just the... No, he has 3 red Flusterfists, so he you know, I've been seeing some people running just like it as a 1-up to fetch off of
Right.
Katsu just as a 0 for 4, just to grab something with combo.
That's how the people in Odyssey have been using that. So 2 damage goes through, but then it's my turn to play, and I think this is going to be a... Ooh. That is the best card to draw when you have a Blood Rush in hand, but how lucky does Alan feel?
We saw last tournament, that card did not go incredibly well for him, did it?
Card dice is off the table. We don't know what it is. It's a 1. 1 is the worst one to get.
Gonna go ahead and break the Gambler's gloves, try to get a
being
better
really
result.
greedy. That's the best one you could get. Nick showing no emotion on his face. He's seen this before from other people. Claws coming in. That is so weird. Alan knows what he's doing. But that's interesting use of the 6. He's just going to... I want to claw and save a Blood Rush for later. He is going to do 30 damage next turn.
Yeah, and so Nick showing a...
Unless Command and Conquer.
Yeah, totally. Nick, I've seen him. His round 1 was into a, pounder aggressive dash. He fatigued that dash. He did 2 defensive Art of Wars. So Nick is comfortable blocking, though it does look like he blocked on that turn at least, considering the ability of having his Kodachis to turn on them as momentum. He went to attack with the Kodachi, realized it's not going to do anything because of the this rounds on me, and is now just going to draw up. Alan's going to go ahead and...
That's got to feel bad.
Yeah.
A 1 here ruins his life.
All right. 3 is this. Oh, there it is.
The bobble is here. The bobble has to be immediately pitched.
Because we can't get anything discarded.
But I think he's got the blue Savage. He's got the blue... What's the one in there that I'm always like, what are you doing with this in there? Is it Smash Instincts? There's some blues that he runs that are 4 damage that don't quite fit. Maybe those are the pack hunts. I think those are pack hunts. Honestly, Flesh and Blood, the only thing I wish was a little better was the ability to see if the yellow strip or blue strip. What's interesting here is we have a 6 damage attack with the blue. When we have a Blood Rush and Arsenal, I don't really know what's going... I think that is pack hunt that are those colors.
Yep.
I don't really know what's going on here because I would have blood rushed by now. So Alan has a different plan, and I wonder what it is.
Yeah, we're gonna be spectators like the rest of us. So-
Because currently he's gone so different than what I have done that I am just like, okay.
And if you're Nick here, you've now gotten every piece of equipment block out of
Right.
your opponent. So all these Kodachis are harder to block from now on.
And that's a Savage Feast blue, I think. That's the one I'm trying to talk about of like blue pack hunt. Thank
Yeah,
God.
that is pack hunt, yeah,
Okay,
that is
blue
pack
pack hunt. So that's why he didn't play the
Blood Rush.
because he had 2 blues, and that's where yes, Titanium Bobble is going to be a different color anyway, but it does suck that I couldn't blood rush for free because I had 2 things in my hand. Titanium Bobble, if it's Clearing Bellow or Barraging Beatdown, you can intimidate and go. So yes, we're having less fun, but he could have moved in all in last turn instead of this turn.
So
We're gonna do some damage though. Look at this hand.
This is gonna be a big because this is 5. We're using the 2 floating. We see at least a swing big. A couple other powerful brute cards that are gonna be buffed by the Blood Rush Bellow. Alan sitting at 31 to Nicholas's 33. We're on Alan's turn as Nicholas is gonna decide how much he wants to block.
I think this is a matchup where I am not great at playing against Katsu with our good friend Brutes. I think this is also a great time to have Flick Flack in your hand because you're going to block both of these claws perfectly. But then here's 10. And do you give 9 here or do you only give 6 and hope for the best? Because going down by 4 only puts you at 28. And if you only really leak 5 damage on a Blood Rush turn, I feel like that's a good cycle for you.
Yeah, and Alan's going to be without an arsenal on his next turn. Now, Nick was content to just throw that Flick Flack out on just raw damage. We saw him use it incredibly effectively to block a swing big with a pummel on top of it, get his quicken token. But here he was happy to just use it on the Mandible Claw, take 1. He's going to block 6 on that big attack for 10. Looks like he's just going to arsenal up and pass back.
Right.
So Alan's still sitting at that 31. Nick, though, now down to 29. Like you said, not leaking an enormous amount of damage. And we're going to see what can Alan really do off just a 4-card hand, no arsenal. Is he going to have to, looks like, once again, we're starting all these turns off with Scabskins. It's 4. So
I think most of his strategy is I want to play Command and Conquer and something else. And that's a pretty good something else of get a card out of your hand. Because Nick's going to have a bunch of 2 blocks. And if I get a card out of your hand and you block this, and then I show up Command and Conquer, you're just going to have no turn next turn at all.
And he is going to, it looks like Alan does have a Sink Blow in his hand to park in that arsenal, which will probably sit there until he needs to use it. That's a great card to have at the end of this chain.
Because I think he'll pitch the Sink Below to play Command and Conquer, though.
He only has 1 floating. Yeah, you're totally right.
So that's going to come in. Nick guesses right, though, of not blocking the 6 damage that doesn't have an on-hit. So he's either going to, it's kind of like, which cards do I want here? Because you can't have all 5. Should you block with a couple in your hand to keep the 1 in your arsenal, or do you care more about the ones you would block with? I think the pummels, we've seen 1 pummel from Alan. He has 8. He's been pitching pummels.
Yeah, so they'll be coming back later.
I think it's interesting of Nick having the counter, having the defense reaction is probably why he's not way out of this game, because Alan's been on the offensive completely here. And this is just an interesting style of play from Levy, I feel like. Because it's not like, Dread Screamer, Dread Screamer, Dread Screamer. He's using his shoes as Dread Screamers. So he doesn't get a whole bunch of blood death.
Yeah. We haven't, as you said, we haven't really seen that come into play at all. He's basically using Levia for just the couple well above rate Shadow Brute cards, but not basing his entire game plan around it.
Nick is looking deep. None of those things say block 6, so he's going to need 2 of them. We see the Gust Wave in there.
He's got an Art of War in his hand.
That sucks. He wants to keep the Art of War and get full damage, but he's against the card that he can't do that with. Alan's shaking his head. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
So he's going to take another point of damage there, lose the card from his arsenal, which was a yellow Searching Strike.
But now Kodachi Lock is ready to go. If you don't have defense, you don't have equipment to block any Kodachis anymore.
Yeah. You have to wonder, can Nick get Alan to that point before he just eats too much damage? Because this is just going to be an attack for 1. He's going to Arsenal the Art of War, though. So depending on how much Alan... Now Alan's once again just faced with a 4-card hand. We're going to have to see what he can really swing together. He hasn't really been punished yet by the Scabskins. The one time he got the 1, he was able to catch those gamblers. But those are gone now. And so, now Nick he's going to go for the roll, facing into an Art of War next turn.
Oh.
We're getting a 5. He's getting 2 action points. This is how this deck has to do it, though, right? Like, you have the natural downsides of some of these Brute cards. You have to find the advantages where you can. And, like, if you're going to play this hero, you just need to roll well on a lot of your turns.
I think what's interesting is Alan is doing the ill-advised version of everything. I'm doing the rolling dice into my opponent's crotches. I am just literally going to beat you playing as recklessly as possible. I'm going to be doing fun things like let's do we're going to pitch an extra thing for Claw. Like I think it's something where Alan, you're not playing with your food, but you're just like getting away from the restrictions of the rule book and conventional wisdom and saying, I'm going to do this stuff my way and just intimidate you a bunch and still do this much damage.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm definitely not like a Brute aficionado, but I didn't realize how many of these cards just have Intimidate printed on them. You think of it as so ubiquitous with Reinar himself, but he's able to get these Intimidate triggers off just by playing Brute cards. And Nick's taking all of this damage here, like we talked about. He's going to go ahead and eat Alan's whole turn to try to clap back with a 5-card Art of War turn of his own. You have to imagine that's going to be cashed in here. Maybe this will be that Breeze Rider Boots turn you were talking about, because he's just going to go ahead and start things off with this Art of War, draw some cards, and buff all of the attacks for the rest of this entire turn.
He's going to need something juicy off the top. Because right now, Alan's holding a Sink Below, which I think is a great space to be in for him. Even if these are all blues, Nick is fine.
Yeah, you want to have a card, hopefully, to discard Takatsu. You want to have maybe a card to continue with these Kodachis to threaten the Mask. You still have that online. We haven't really seen Nick be able to threaten Mask of Momentum yet. And Alan has been sometimes blocking, but he's at 30. He's been doing a lot of the attacking. And this is Alan's 30 to Nick's 9. So you're going to have to see a huge turn from Nick relatively soon, or else Alan has so much of a life lead that he's going to be able to take the damage and then throw lethal damage back.
I'm interested in what Nick was looking for in discard pile. He's like, okay, which Gust Wave can I go look for? We're trying to hit here. I think I mentioned take 5 every time. Maybe this is the time where you're like, I can block 6 here. I can try to shut out my opponent and claw him to death for the rest of the game and play it the quote-unquote safe way. I think Alan's like probably has said screw that to every other time the safe way, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, I'll just take 6 and let you do whatever you want with your hero power.
Which looks like it's just going to be coming in for another 6.
We already have this in here. 6 plus 6 is going to be 12. Can you block half your life for free? Is he just going to naturally have Dishonor in hand? That's not what's going to happen today. What's the best follow-up to this? Would just be another 5 more for another 0 for 4 that gets bumped by 1.
Yeah, most likely. And he did go ahead and pitch that blackout kick to turn on that first surging. And so now by taking the 6 of the first chain link here, if you were wanting to block at some point in this turn, blocking the second or third chain link is going to, turn off that Mask of Momentum, which we just have not been able to see do much of anything in this game.
I don't think Breeze Rider Boost doesn't have anything on there where it's like you have to use this the first time you hit something.
I think it's just when it hits.
Anytime you could say go again. So if Alan gives up a mass trigger, maybe he could say I'm going to go again and just hope. We see the Blood Rush in Alan's hand, so blocking some of this is interesting. This is gross.
This is the best one you could have had, right? This is going to go ahead and get another card to continue this chain.
I'm going to try the Dishonor. That's what he was counting, is how many Dishonor are in which zones. Is there still one in my deck?
But again, like how... I mean, this Dishonor here...
6 plus 4 plus 5 is gross.
Wow, and Alan's going to go ahead and let this Mask trigger happen. He just takes 4. That's going to trigger the Mask of Momentum. So Nick is going to continue to go here if he's able to. It looks like he might have drawn a Surging Strike, so that might just be popped in the arsenal. Because it looks like Alan, he has that Blood Rush Bellow in hand. He's just going to try to
Right.
use that on his next turn.
But he's going to be dishonored, so he's not going to be able to get rid of Blood Dead. Oh, no. He's like,
You know
"Hold
what?
that
You know what to
dishonor."
do, Alan. You know what to do.
So we're putting a card in arsenal, and we're going to hope we draw our defensive cards if we're Nick. Alan's just trying to, let's put this away. If Alan rolls Scabskins right now, he's crazy.
And we're just going to Blood Rush first.
And now let's see how many damage we do to ourselves. Maybe it's 8, like last month. Nicholas is going for the, we're going to intimidate, but that's not how this hero works. Because it's not Reinhardt.
Jason saying Nick looks flustered playing at Alan's pace. I'm going to lovingly tell you that Nick just kind of looks like that when he plays.
Nick is one of also hatingly the slowest people playing cards sometimes.
He
which
just
we
thinks
always
through.
joke
He
about.
thinks through his turns. He's just always like this, but he's very good, and he's very respectful.
I think what's interesting, we're at 11 and 9 after everything that's been done.
Yeah.
Alan's having 3 or 4 pretty good turns, and Nick's having 1 Art of War turn just erases all that. But that's kind of by design of, I think I can win off of a 5+5 plus something else.
Now, we do see that Command and Conquer in the hand for Alan here, which could just represent another 5 damage.
But it's not great because you don't get the bonus.
You don't get the
from
Blood Rush. Yeah, it's just the Arsenal threatening, which, like, hey, Command and Conquer is a good card. It has been since it was printed, but if you're trying, you took a lot of damage to establish this Blood Rush Bellow turn, so, like, you imagine he wants to be throwing more brute cards than generics.
I think it's interesting. This is just a different way of playing brute. Of you're like, I'm playing pummels. I'm playing disruption of Command and Conquers. I am playing maybe more like a Guardian, but I still have access to Blood Rush, and that's a little bit scarier for Akatsu than just straight damage Reinar or straight damage Levia, because I do have to worry about, am I going to get pummeled? Obviously, you can't pummel one of these 5 damage claws, but the Command and Conquer is just going to go in the arsenal.
Yeah. This 5 damage, Nick is able to take it if he wants to have a 4-card hand, go down to 2.
He's got another Art of War, right? Is that what that is? He's doing it. He's doing it.
He's going down to 2.
He's Kodachi. He's claw locked. He's going to have to block every single turn for the rest of the game, because claws will come in for 3. We got people waving into the fishbowl right now.
So let's see how Nick, I think that was a red Surging Strike that he drew off the mask on his last turn.
That's great. That's what we want to see if we're Team Ninja. Everyone in the chat, right? I'm Team Ninja if you're Team Ninja.
Or what do they type if they're not Team Ninja?
I'm Team Shadow Brute.
Cool. Making them type way more words.
That's all I could think of in such short notice. Nick is definitely... Nick has beat me with this deck before, so it's not like...
And you're really good.
Yeah.
You're
if he
really,
can
really
beat me,
good.
No, it's one of those things where he is just... We got the Reckless Swing range, of course. How many Reckless Swings do you think are in Alan's deck? Normally there's 3. Guess how many Alan has?
How many?
Just 1.
Just 1.
Just
You want to know why? Because
let's mess around and find out.
he's gonna draw when he needs it.
Yeah. I think that's so funny of like, Alan is just playing a different game right now. He came up with his friends. He's like, it's not like he's trying to beat us and rub our faces in it, but it's something of like, if I was playing a meta deck, I would always win. I'm trying to have fun today too. Let me just play some really bad cards in a unique way that can do what we need to do.
Yeah.
And
So-
if he just immediately plays Reckless Swing right now,
Imagine.
that'd be hilarious. It'd be like when you're 3-1, you're correct. You get to walk away and say,
Yeah.
maybe I know more about what I'm doing than you do.
Yeah, I wonder if Nick is thinking about the Reckless Swing here. I had a draft game a week and a half ago where I forgot you just can't go to 1 against Riptide, even if you're going to win on the next turn, because
Yeah,
you can just die.
That's the traps hit first.
Yep. That was my first game into Riptide.
Dude, I remember Riptide. He was such a cool.
That was
hero.
cool, right? That
Yeah,
was
what
fun.
happened to him?
What happened? The milk carton. Have you seen this
Yeah.
fishmonger?
I wish wish they would give Ranger better cards so we could get Riptide in the middle.
Yeah, that's what it would be, right? Is if
Yeah.
Ranger got some support, you think Riptide would be
I
good?
mean, the next 4 sets need to have
Some Ranger support.
specialization Riptide written on every Ranger card.
Hook, line, and sinker. That's
Okay,
what
we're
it's called.
Arting of War. That's what was taking a little bit longer. What are we going to do? We're going to add 1 for the whole turn, cutting his life bar in half, getting 2 cards randomly off the top. Are those good ones? Didn't look
They're okay.
didn't look like an immediate oh hell yeah.
One's another surging strike and then a blackout kick, so I don't think they're going to do too much for Nick here.
None of those have. They need to save a 4 on it because that'll get bumped to 5. We'd also need Alan to, of course, not block to make it. And does he get there? Oh, we've got a hero power.
Oh, true. He can.
That's going to be
discard
the one to
zero.
get the gust wave that does a 0 for 5 for free.
That's pretty good.
That turns into a 6.
Now,
Alan, what are you doing?
Alan has an unmovable in his hand. I did see one of those.
He's going to have to use it.
He's gonna. Yeah, he's gonna.
Just use it there.
He's gonna. Have
Now
to
there's
use it.
another one.
Yeah.
It's 1
I did-
6
I
or
thought-
2
yeah,
6.
He took the time.
What are you doing, bro?
He did take a time to think about it. I was like, oh, that's why,
Yeah.
All right, so we're
oh,
gonna
the
go
hero power. Whoops.
get rid of the rising Nithras.
We're going to go grab this 0 for 5 that turns into 6. He somehow still has.
Oh.
The other one.
The other one.
This is a 0 for 5 now.
Yeah.
That if this hits, I draw a card off the top.
So we have to imagine this one's gonna get.
This
blocked.
one would get unmovable unless Alan's really playing 5D chess and says, I'll just die.
Yeah.
The go again is there, so we could Kadachi, but Kadachi is not strong enough. So we hope this is a 0 for 4 that
It's a-
turns into 0 for 5.
It's a yellow surging
It's
strike.
a
So
Arsenal pass.
it's going right into the arsenal.
Pummel kills him.
Lots of things kill him. We're at 5-2. We've got the peanut gallery in the back watching. We've got our esteemed founder.
Command and conquer. He's gonna bluff the pummel. No, he can't bluff the
Yep,
pummel.
yep.
That's not there, Blake. It's just a command and conquer for 6. Take it. It's just a simple math problem. Nick's gonna assess all of his cards. He's gonna go, okay, this one's at the beginning of the chain. We'll use, and then he's gonna use the 2 worst damaging cards to block here. Except some of his are gonna say 2 blocks.
And every turn that we continue to play in this game, we're getting potentially closer to that reckless swing. There's only one on the
Right.
list. I have not been keeping track and seeing if it's been
Right.
pitched or anything like that.
But
Because if it hasn't, we're getting there.
But I'm just gonna call it whenever we do reckless swing. Alan's gonna wait until it's beast within, and then try and kill himself too. Like he's gonna do something crazy like that. Kadachi's coming in, block with a blood rush.
There it is.
Oh, and he was waiting for blood rush. If he was waiting for that, gotta play Oasis or you're dead. 6. Hopefully it's beast within. That's the only way he can win. Reincarnate.
That's going to do it.
Sheesh.
2 damage off the 1 reckless swing. He only needed the 1. That's why you only play 1. It's because you just draw it when you need it, dude.
Alan
Come
is
on.
smarter. Alan knows his deck. Alan knows his play style. I think what's something too is like, I don't know if you've heard this story 500 times, but it's like, what's the hardest to play against? Is somebody playing against the book or something?
That
of
you're
like,
not expecting.
like
yeah.
how does a poker pro lose $100 grand? Somebody shows up and just does something weird.
Yeah.
And so this is something weird of, oh, you've been playing against not the 17 Levias in your meta, but maybe the brute players in your meta.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something different. I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to style on you. I don't get punished by ever drawing a 1 off of Scab Skins, rolling a 1 off of Scab Skins. He's showing the titanium bauble and laughing at it. It's something where it's like, this isn't villainous, but it's kind of like, damn, I would hate, if this happened to me, I would be like, man, it's a lot more fun to watch this happen than it happens to you.
Yeah, you have to wonder, is he pulling that titanium bauble out every single time and just being like, hey, did you know I beat you with this in my deck?
I mean,
Because that's a little bit what it looks like is happening.
that's a good way to be like, I'm the evil one here.
He's not. He's but the bobble one.
Just kidding. That's been the cough the whole day. I'm excited that a brew won. We're 4-1 in brew. Kind of crazy. We did kick the camera.
Yeah, that was me. I kicked the camera.
We're gonna put it back here. I think we're gonna break for about 37 seconds, or maybe a little bit longer, and then we'll be right back for a Barraging Blake segment, and then we'll have our final round of Swiss. Some people will go eat some cheese, and we'll announce top 8.
Who's eating cheese?
Swiss. I don't know. It was the next thing that came to my mind.
Oh, I see. We'll see you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colin Honigman from the Attack Action Podcast. I'm back with Blake,
I'm
my
Blake.
main man.
I'm Blake Meyer from the Non-Attack Action Podcast.
He's from the podcast that exists only in his mind. And to tap into that, we're going to use some special technology, zoom right in to the Barraging Blake cast. It's time to get Blake's opinion on a variety of topics.
Okay. And they're starting to get easier than harder, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I haven't been actually mad since last February. So let's go, you know.
I feel like there was one we were both mad, and that was fun.
Oh.
So.
Okay,
maybe we'll
I remember
do
that. I remember that.
Let's do that. Here we go. It's Plague Hive. What happens when they pitch Plague Hive, Blake?
Oh my God. Okay, so I'm gonna be part of this problem finally. I mean I've been playing Uzuri, blah 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 blah.
Blah.
What sucks is my first outside. I'm so excited about all my outsiders. I'm gonna build this deck. I'm gonna play this. Somebody in our meta, he judges these things. He's the worst because
Not to name names.
he's like 9 codex. I'm blowing up his deck list. He's literally gonna go fight in Baltimore, but it's just a pain in the ass. I'm always like only have 2 health to survive, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna roll this dice, and he puts out his disease tokens, and he goes, a 1 or 2 is blood rot, a 2 or 3 or 4 is inertia, and a 5 or a 6 is frailty. Every mother F time he rolls his die, and it'll literally go to 2, and I will block with my full hand. The blood rot comes in, and I literally gave him the kitchen sink, and he beat me exactly, like, without, like, some arrow. I was probably going to lose anyway 2 turns from now. But, like, the 4 damage that pitching Plague Hive did twice of 2 exact rolls on Blood Rot was, like, a moment where I was like, why do I like this game? Like, I don't get it. Because, like, I do like having the options of I am the person who's going to block extra here and get this out of here. And now, if you block extra, now you can't afford the Blood Rot Pox. So that's annoying now. And now we're going to have to move straight to the people in the window who think they're cooler than Blood Rot Pox, you know? Those people are annoying as hell. So it's just frustrating because I'm sure if you're a dagger wielder, you're like, oh my god, I hope I don't get frailty, and then you get frailty. It's probably one of those things that are explained in science of like, oh, of course you're going to get the worst ones because those are the ones you're going to remember and all that kind of stuff. I don't care about inertia. Give me inertia every time.
I think that's what they call the Blake hypothesis.
Yeah, the confirmation bias, but negative.
The Blake paradigm.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen to Blake will happen when Plague Hive is pitched.
The other thing that happened about this card is I was going to trade my Codex Blood Rot that was $300-something for a Plague Hive and a couple of legendaries. And somebody's like, I'm sick, I can't make it. And then 2 weeks later we traded and he was like, oh, the value's down, so we're just going to do 1 for 1. And I was like, what? I lost $130-something of value because you were sick or didn't want to go? You could have told me and I would have traded someone else.
Yep.
I just got to be meaner.
All right, here's a question.
Okay, here's an answer.
When Evan, who we won't name, rolls on Plague Hive, does he always do the same 1, 2, you know?
He's
1,
looking
2,
at you
3,
like,
4, 5, 6?
okay, so 1 and 2. Yeah, it's always the same.
It's always, okay, I feel like
So
if he was chaotic
so
evil, he would switch it up every
1
time.
and 2 is Blood Rot, and you're just like, and whenever he does the hand to hit you after like good
The hand to hit
good
you?
game, I'm always doing the
Get out, my fan.
get that out of here.
Evan
wanna
does have a
touch you at all.
particular way he likes to congratulate you at the end of the game where he just crushed you, and it's not fun.
No, and then he'll go
But he won't watch this, so it's fine. Because he's out there
No.
judging. Great judge.
this card, and it's annoying the hell out of me.
Oh, all right, here
Ugh.
it is. The psyops are in effect. How are they affecting you?
Okay, so psyops is another word for conspiracy theory. I feel
Ooh,
like,
Is it?
and in my mind.
I mean, there's an element of it. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
All right, okay, I'll let you
Okay,
go with
so
it.
where I'm going with this is basically are there aliens in the Hoover Dam? No,
Yes.
no, there's not. But the weirdo people in Nevada that are living near Hoover Dam are like, I lost my wallet at a bar and I never got it. It must be the aliens that live in Hoover Dam. And it's like, if you tell enough people about the aliens in Hoover Dam, then people are going to be like, whoa, did you hear the story about the in Hoover Dam? And it's like, the people that are saying that aren't smart. They're just saying stuff long enough and getting a little bit more influence, and then people start believing that.
All right.
So now instead of Hoover Dam in Nevada, we have the best Dromai player in the Great Lakes area or whatever it is. So if the best Dromai player says something in the Great Lakes area of, no, I promise you, you put smashing good time in and you're going to crush everyone. Or knick-knack, brick-a-brack, whatever that disaster was. I know he's not in the Great Lakes area and he doesn't play Dromai. I don't even know that dude's name. But it is kind of like, no one is influential enough in this community to make the card market go buy cards. And if you are, go do something else in Flesh and Blood. Go be influential and run for Congress. Why would you use your influence to make a Majestic from Arcane Rising rise up by $4?
For money.
Make money at poker. Like, this is a hobby. There's no psyops. Psyops is like, dude, I honestly,
think there's another term for when you do it for cards and their value. That's called market manipulation.
speculation.
Which is also
Yeah.
just unethical and morally bankrupt.
Right. And
But
it's
psyops,
allowed at Mall Street.
when you tell, well, yeah, I mean, this is late stage capitalism we're in, so get used to it. until
Yeah.
the singularity comes and saves us from ourselves. But
And one thing that's honest is like, is there anybody who's sitting here in rural South Carolina who's like, I always pick on South Carolina, but like, does the person in South Carolina have by far the tier 0 deck of, you know what? It actually is, it's tier 0 Bolton. Here's what's new in it. Boom, 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 boom. We're not gonna hear about it. We're not gonna hear about it. They're literally gonna show up that day. Nobody knew what Kano was last year for New Jersey. Somebody showed up. blew people up. That's what's going to happen again. There's no psyops of you need to be you got to be running Fog Down for the Bolton deck from South Carolina. It's just going to happen to you. So there's no point in paying attention of I need to go to every single podcast and pay for every single Patreon because maybe I'm missing something and that's why I'm going to lose Baltimore. You're going to lose Baltimore because you didn't practice enough and you didn't draft well, and you're going to lose because you're really good in your own meta, but you've been using Talishar to practice, not other real people. And you don't have a game plan for Azalea. There's so many things wrong with your deck. Why do you think you're going to win Baltimore? Why are you even flying there? It's to have fun. It's a hobby.
That's right. And this itself was a psyops. So
Because
wrap your head around
I actually like psyops, bro. It's Barraging Blake approved. Dude, was I psyops that whole time? Okay,
that. Am I psyops? Is this psyops?
Is this psyops?
All right. So here we go. Let's go.
Who took that photo? That's pretty good.
Blake was right. Blake won another skirmish.
What the heck is this? Is that
Blake is Blake
is that
being
Pontius
held up.
Pilate with Icelander's face on it? Oh,
I believe that is Atlas holding up the world.
Jesus.
That is Blake, and that is Icelander.
Oh, Icelander's holding
you up.
me up.
Not
Thank
to
God
undermine.
we explained that for me and the audience all in one.
Not to undermine. I mean, if you're
Okay.
not versed in classical art,
Let's go previous picture if we can. I like that one a little better. We'll address this stuff that is visible in the. Okay, we can't go to the previous picture. The man in the sky is telling me. So, we can.
There you go.
So we got our perfect Reinar sign mat from Singapore for good luck.
nice.
I showed up that day. Last year I won a skirmish. I feel like everyone knows that. Blake won one.
That's right.
One.
We were tied.
I got the Spring Tidings mat. It was Icelander before she had ice cards. Like, wow, this is really good Arcane from Arsenal. And we didn't even have Waning Moon yet. We're just going to Stir the Aether Winds and then Spark Lightning 14. And then it was like dead. So this is Evan, the guy who lost in the finals.
He's right there. He's in both these pictures.
He's also the guy that was talking about 9 codex or whatever. So anyway, now it's Bullander, and I hated Bullander. Why did I hate Bullander? Because I love Arcane-only Icelander. And now it's time for
Purist.
Blitz season again. And I'm like, what am I going to do to beat those wizards? I wanted to play Reinar because obviously Reinar's first love, but it was like, everyone was like, nobody's going to be playing wizards. What are you talking about? And I was like, if y'all think that, I play wizard. And then on the Saturday before the Sunday, my skirmish was on Easter, which is why I thought this was Jesus. It was a list that was posted on Twitter, and I was like, that person won with that list. I could win with that list.
There you go.
And it was like riding a bike that I had been used to for years, and it was like everything I did with the deck last year, it got better. Waning Moon just adds 3 damage a turn. I immediately got blown up by Feiyu on Kano immediately, and I was like, Feiyu, you got to teach me this. You got to teach me this. Then I beat a Chain. I beat a Sif Bravo. The Sif Bravo was like, why are you playing Sif Bravo? I told him to play Sif Bravo. That backfired immediately when he played me. I lost to Reinar. Then I was like, Reinar, let's rematch. I lost again. I was like, bro, I don't know how I'm going
to skirmish.
I'm going to, because we rematched. We were just playing in between. And hi, Colin, Connor, I'm talking. You're using in the middle of the Barraging beatdown rehash. You want to say hi to Colin? Connor, you're on probation, bro.
You could have ignored
and so I basically taught Joel Joel taught me how to beat him, thinking, oh, well, we're not going to play again. I just need to certify play the other Reinar. Then we play in top 8 immediately afterwards. And I was like, Joel, it sucks to suck, dude.
You should
And
have
then
not said anything.
he goes, my health was 6 before I had my first turn.
Really?
So 18 down to, 12 damage.
15.
And
No,
I'm at 18, yeah. Icelander's
Plays that other
disadvantage. So anyway, we got through that. We got through the top 8. I beat a AB 5 dash, and then I beat Evan using the Feiyu from the first part. Every mistake I ever made, I undid the mistake. I beat the best in the field. John Zapata didn't even get top 8 in this. People that have almost won Battle Hardens. didn't make top 8, but I made it to the top. And Blake, there's a lot of jig. I gotta figure this gym shit out. I made it to the top, and I get my first skirmish win of the year, April 22nd. I'll do it again. Be ready for it. It's coming. One skirmish win a year. It's one of those things that it reinvigorates your love, and then you start watching Azalea dominate arrows today, and you're like, maybe I really do got to figure out this gym shit, and I can just focus on that for a
So
bit.
could you say that all of your experience through the Swiss of that skirmish, you were just psyopsing all of your
Oh, I think that's just called learning. You know?
opponents? No.
What's the difference between experience and psyops?
Subscribe now to find out. We
Yeah.
got one more topic.
That'll be on Patreon only.
Yeah, Patreon only content. How to psyops everyone you know and be liked.
Cool. I like that.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
we have
so
one more?
this is some warning content.
I don't
Not
like
warning
this.
of the content, but this is
Is this
a
the one from earlier that I
this is a PSA
saw a little bit
announcement.
of?
And just so you know,
Oh,
whenever you see Blake, make sure you slow down while you're walking in front.
okay, you gotta say in my ear where you saw me be the most mad about this. Every day at Odyssey. I feel like people aren't gonna be on my side on that. I gotta figure out a fake one where they'd be on my side. I think what's frustrating. Okay, so I walk in the mall a lot. So I'm walking in the mall. It's like left and right mall. You walk on the right side because you drive on the right side. So if you're ever walking on the other side and going the wrong, that's like completely different. If we're walking on the sidewalk, like walk with purpose, I think is the main thing. There's just walk slowly isn't. It is kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, I think there's a standard pace of like, this one's, I don't know. It's like, is it 3 miles per hour or whatever? But there's just a lot of people. It's not the slow walking that's the worst. It's whenever people will literally walk to the escalator and stop in front of the escalator to have a conversation with their friend, and you can't walk around them. And I literally started talking to people. That's a new tactic I've been doing of like, you guys are in the way. And people are not taking it that well. And there's some people on TikTok that will do stuff like this. I don't know if you don't do TikTok. But like there's somebody that'll go, oh, do you know how to get to Taco Bell? And you'll say,
Yeah, it's right over there.
oh, okay, take a little bit longer.
Oh, I think.
That's enough. And so I'm like, okay, I need to start using that tactic of, like, let's just, as people are in the way, let's just go like, bro, get out of here. Like, I'm trying to go quicker. I don't know. If you see Blake in person, walk slowly in front of him. I think this is just a good way to get me frustrated as soon as possible. And, oh, that's what it was. At Odyssey, I was trying to go pay. At Odyssey, and it has a choke point on both sides.
Yeah.
And so you walk down the access ramp. If you have a wheelchair, go slow. You need it. Go slow. You got this. But there's somebody who's like literally, I guess it's just like, what are you doing when you're walking slow?
Just thinking, I'm pondering about stuff.
But
You know
that's
me.
like at the park. At the park, I wouldn't be mad about that. If you're in a place where there's nothing in between you and where you're going, you're not like, oh, let me read this stuff. If you're reading, you would stop.
And
I don't-
honestly, they've got all that fine artwork on the wall. That you
Bro,
gotta
and
check
if they
out.
were looking at any of that, that'd be fine. This is a good way to piss me off. I like walking fast. I like getting to where I need to go fast. Probably because I'm just trying to sit down and plump down again, and like, it's like probably the whole like need to get better healthy stuff of maybe I would walk slow if I wasn't dying the whole time I was walking. Maybe we're learning a lot about me right now, but
honestly, if you want to piss,
don't do
Blake
anything
off,
slow in front
just,
of me.
Just talk to him.
Because, like, don't even slow play in Flesh and Blood.
That's
And-
true. That'll
And,
piss
like,
him off.
now, I swear to God, Tuesday, Hearthstone, new set came out. I was like, these cards look super cool. Normally, I spend $80. This is the first time I spent $80 3 times a year for years. This is the first time a new set has dropped. I didn't spend the 80. I spent 15.
Oh.
And then I played 3 games. The slowest games of my life, Marvel Snap and Flesh and Blood, have ruined Hearthstone for me. I can't even sit there for like literally 30 seconds. Somebody, do you have your 2-drop or not? And Like, don't do anything slow in front of me. The only thing that sucks is I drive slow. So I'm the problem in driving, which most people are like, they go fast when they drive, but why are you fast when I want to go slow, and you're slow when I want to go fast?
These are the questions.
This is where I don't fit into society. I don't fit into society very much.
Society hasn't made room for you.
I don't fit in this shirt, baby.
Look,
just kidding. There's nothing.
I won't walk slow in front of you, Blake, okay?
And that's psyops. That's how you get people. You use reverse psychology. And so I'm going to do that with, oh, and by the way, don't use the deck that someone from Vegas made for Baltimore. That was a psyops. I do know about that. And that was a psyops to get you to walk fast in front of me.
Congratulations. You did it. That was Barraging Blake.
Round 6.
Always a pleasure. We're going to go to a short break. We're going into round 6, our final round of Swiss. Shape it up to be an interesting top 8 for sure. Thank you all for hanging with us all day, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Long Blake to a short break.
right, we
Hello.
are back for round 6. Josh, are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, we're going to jump right into this match intro. We've got a cool winning in for Eugene and a on the bubble situation for Andrea Biaggi, also known as Capolo, coming in the San Diego crew, bro. Right, Eugene?
Yeah,
San Diego
yeah.
team?
Eugene is one of the big local Wizard mains, and Andrea, great content creator, coming out. Only dash in the bracket, making it all the way to the top table.
Nice. Very excited about this. We had Eugene on earlier today in our first game, the Kano mirror. That was a lot of fun to watch. So excited to have him back on. I know he's a great Kano player.
Oh yeah, very smart.
Do you know? Oh, I like
Yeah, those are the altars.
Those are
I think
fun.
they're from Blackwing Studio. I gotta double check, but yeah, those are Quillo's altars. He loves them. He
That's
said
great.
preferred one. I like the Goliath Gauntlet. It looks real nice.
Yeah, I love that orange on there. That's pretty cool. Anything you can tell us about Capolo's deck that you might have some insider information on?
From my understanding, it is not as controlly. It's a little bit more aggro, but he always has a couple different spice things in it. Well, we can pull up the deck list real quick and see exactly what's in it. Eugene, he said that he has a spicy list as well. Once again, we're going to pull that deck list and confirm. This is going to be really interesting. Both these players have played against each other before. We played against each other at locals. So they would definitely be comfortable at skill-wise, but it's going to see who can draw that damage first, because Capolo is going to pressure Eugene really fast, and Eugene doesn't have that many turns to blow up this dash, especially with this pounder out right now.
Totally, yeah. You always got to worry a little bit when you see that pounder come out on the hero reveal, but, just come in with an Ether Spindle for 5. Classic. Just, opt our deck, move through it, get to our
Perfect.
combo.
Drawing the reds, pitching the blues. That's what Eugene is all about. Eugene has been playing Kano as long as I've known him. He's very in-depth about it. He has spreadsheets. He can tell you the math on certain things.
Oh, homie's got spreadsheets.
Homie's got spreadsheets. He also was a world contender. Went to Worlds via leaderboards. Played really well there.
Nice.
There's a lot of talent out here in California. You can always appreciate it.
I'd say there's almost too much talent, which is what forced me into the booth rather than on the field out there. So nice little turn. You love to see the opting Ether Spindle when you're on the Kano side.
Oh yeah, setting up that next hand as best as possible.
It just gives you all that information you want to know. Yeah, Kano's all about information, or relying on knowing what's there or manipulating the top of your deck to put what you want there. But yeah, so then Dash going to do some Dash things, I think.
Yeah, it looks like that Capolo is definitely doing go to face Dash for sure. He does have some D-reacts, but obviously I imagine he sided them out for Kano as they're not as effective. So he's going to be just focusing on getting big numbers on the board, pressuring Kano's life down. That's the only thing he has. He has no armor.
Yeah.
That you wear fun little boots and cloth hat. So you definitely can take a lot of damage. Going to be pulling 2 cards out of Eugene's hand now. 2 blues. Boosting again. Maybe boost. Maybe Eugene, not liking his hand, is gonna try and buy some time to try and find maybe a red card. Looks like he has a lot of blues right now.
Yeah, I feel like in this matchup, you're probably just trying to set up your bigger turns and survive the pressure, especially when the pounder's out there. You're incentivized just to block out until it goes away. Getting that Teklo core out there as well. Dash has AB3, right?
I'm pretty sure that the boots have something, the visor has something, and the chest has one. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I always forget if the head has 1 or 2 arcane.
We can double check. Not a Dash player, so I can't remember at the top of my head.
We'll look it up. So looks like Eugene just passes his turn.
Redraws up. Arsenal's that card he kept. I think he did the right move there, blocking out and just waiting for that opportunity. Boost dash can be real scary.
Yeah, so Visiatronic has 2.
Hey, okay,
The chest does not have it.
Got you.
So he's rocking 3, which is good, at least until he pops his boots.
Yep.
And, so... Oh, here we go. Popping out his gauntlets right now, just
Beautiful.
for that big old combustible carrier, right?
Yep. Boosting. Boost hits.
I don't even know what that's coming in for right now. Is
And
that
the
coming in
buff?
for 10?
10, and then doesn't it buff the next card as well?
I think it busted or yeah, that's the one that busted, not the dominate one. Yeah, so this is usually a must block. Love to see it coming in for 10.
Eugene's looking like he's lining up his hand. Gonna give him the. We'll see. 10
Yeah.
is definitely a lot.
Let me just drop these cards in front of you.
The Goliath Gauntlet really made that one hurt, and he still has 3 cards in hand
Yeah.
with Go again. So 2 Sonic Booms
Ooh.
at blue. Eugene's not wanting to let that hit.
Yeah, I think, it makes sense. It benefits Eugene right now to
Boost.
move through his deck to find his combo, because there will be the point where, usually it seems like Dash will break the boots and they'll be stuck with just the 2 Arcane Barrier, which when you're throwing down your big Wildfire turn, that usually isn't enough if at least he can get some of that chip damage in earlier. But for now, we'll throw out the node for the no block required from T-Bone.
Super good. And Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Ooh.
So I'm pretty sure Pulse Wave Harpoon counts for how many things have hit on the chain. How many he's revealing. But if he only has 1 card left, then obviously
I'm just going to block
He's
that
gonna-
one.
he's going to full block it. Pulls it down.
Yeah.
No, Harpoon pulls it down because he gets to look at 1 card and he chooses to defend with it.
Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah.
Reveal the X cards from their hand where X is the number of times you boosted this combat chain. Choose an X card with defense less than or equal to X, then add it
Spark
to
of
the
Genius. Apollo doing all the mechanologist things in the right order.
Doing all the dash things where he's just going to... Oh, he's
another-
going for a core, okay.
Yeah, it's just free.
Does he have 2 pounders or just a 1 pounder?
No, you would have
He's got 3, yeah,
3
okay.
pounders is definitely the route.
Interesting. Curious if he's thinking about the Tekla core as kind of a arcane defense vest, generates his nice resources to block, or or maybe he takes out the pounders in this matchup. I'm not sure how he sideboards, but I would think you'd want to put more pressure, and you might not even need that many resources, but I don't play Dash, so I don't really know.
Well, just from an aggro perspective, I can speak on this, and definitely with Kano, it's kind of like it's a step-by-step process. You play your first card, but it has Go again. You see what Kano does. Does Kano give you his cards? Well, if there's an on-hit, probably going to block. So that's less cards that you can slap back with at instant speed. If then I say, okay, this one got 2 cards, let's do another Go again attack. And then, so far, Eugene has had to respect every one of these chains because of Goliath Gauntlet, because of the on-hits that are coming through. And he's trying to buy as much time as he can to find that big 40 damage line, or he's going to have to not block 1 turn, go down really low, and try and chip him down to half, and then figure out from there. But looking with all this setup that Capolo has, it's going to be very hard for him to sustain that long.
Got 4 floating to start his turn. Easy dash stuff.
Beautiful dice, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank you, LSS. Appreciate it.
Those. So as long as that pounder's out, I feel like the pressure is just going to remain. Eugene's not even bothering to look at his hand right now because he needs to survive long enough to be able to get to.
You see him looking through the
combo
graveyard? I think he drew like a pretty good opening and damage-wise, but he would have taken so much damage if he didn't block any of those things.
Yeah, it is that thing where you have to really value your life as a resource, but sometimes you do need to give up some of those powerful cards just to give yourself the breathing room, especially, AB3 makes this a little bit more complicated. I don't think he has anything like Oasis Respite. No, it doesn't look like it.
No Oasis is. He does have a good amount of blues, though.
Yeah. Dash usually does. I feel like they have at least enough that it makes you think a little bit before you go too far in. So here we go. Throttle coming in for 8.
Ooh.
Again, I think,
Last one for the pounder, though, until he can find a new one.
So that's a bit of a breathing room. I think he has a Spark of Genius in hand, though, so that will complicate things a bit because he can probably just grab another Teklo Pounder to continue to put this immense amount of pressure on Eugene, who is, doing well blocking up. He's only taken 5 damage so far.
Yep.
I think I have to assume Capolo's presented on a much more than 5.
Oh, yeah, definitely a lot of damage. I think just letting 5 leak is reasonable, especially at these big, large 8 attack turns.
Yeah.
Eugene's going to put 2 cards down. He's going to block 6, take 2. I think right now it's hard for Eugene to block really well because no armor as a wizard, but he's trying to survive these big boost turns, and hopefully hope that Capolo might not get a boost off of something off the top, or might not draw something correct and find that opening. Just being patient and defending.
Yeah, so those Teklo Core resources really coming in handy, paying for these large attacks. So he's coming in for 8 and then coming in for, looks like 6 here, or just a 5. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it was buffed by Powder. So just a regular 5, and he still has 3 cards in hand. So definitely going to leak some damage this turn. I imagine Capolo attacks a couple more times, and then at least once more, and then maybe he goes for the Spark of Genius play. So activating the Heart to generate some resources. Oh, nice. Love to see the Teklo Core and the High Octane get banished for...
There's another Spark.
So I think that gives him 2 resources. He pitches a yellow, so I think he's going for the Teklo Pounder, because otherwise the Teklo Core is free. Which maybe that's why he grabbed the Teklo Core before. Maybe he didn't have resources to do it. I always forget about the XX cost on that. So Teklo Pounder coming back out, which you hate to see.
That card can leak so much damage for Andrea. You seeing Eugene not be able to block from the 8s or the 5s. He's taken 4 damage already. That's almost a third of his health gone.
Yeah. So it's gonna be rough. I think we'll see if Eugene can dance around this. If he, there is that chance against Dash where they do overextend and they don't have any resources left, and then you can win from almost anywhere if you've got the right cards as Kano in that situation. So
you need a wildfire, right? You definitely need a wildfire.
You always need a wildfire, and I would guess that he might have a wildfire in his arsenal already.
That'd be cool. Tome's pretty good here.
Tome's always good. You love to see Tome.
Giving him some damage. The hard part, though, is now he has an opportunity to, kind of close that gap in health, but Andrea has AB3 built in. So if he chose to, and he had a blue, oh, nice, there's the E-Pot from the Kano, he could soak up a big damage attack and still be able to continue to pressure.
Yeah.
So you're still in a tight corner here, but it's nice to be able to play your cards.
Yeah. We love to be able to play our own cards.
Yeah.
And I think in any case, just getting cards out of Andrea's hand is beneficial.
Yep.
I think, as much as the E-Pot does advance Eugene's game state and provides him the ability to go even bigger on his final kill turn, it didn't demand any cards from Andrea. So we're coming back with a 5-card hand. He's got the 2 resources starting out from Teklo Core. So this is going to be another onslaught of boosted attacks that, of course, will be first ones coming in even bigger with
it's a blue one, though,
Pounder.
I think.
Is it a blue?
It kind of looks like blue. 5. Yeah.
That's wild.
Because it's
wild, but
2 plus 3, right?
yeah.
Or yeah.
Interesting that was his choice for his first one. I guess, it's still coming in for 5.
You turn your blue, you kind of get above rate now because of it, and let's say he still has his reds in hands. That's still going to go for 4, not be as tall.
That's true. If he's got other breakpoints, maybe this just pushes it to a breakpoint that hurts.
He knows more about Dash than us. He has a whole YouTube channel where you can learn about Dash.
This man's forgotten more about Dash than I've ever known.
Definitely knows what he's doing. A great pilot. Eugene just in a tight corner.
Yeah.
Those pounders don't make it easy.
The aggressive decks like this are really the most difficult for Kano, at least in my experience. It can just feels bad. Even if you are, you know what you're playing towards. It looks like he's going to leak a little bit of damage here. Curious if he is
T-bone
saving his blocks for perhaps a hit effect. But when it's just vanilla damage,
Yeah.
it's still just rough, though. And especially, I don't know, if he's got like a maximum velocity in his arsenal, it's going to be painful the longer this chain goes. So it's just hard. You just get those so much faster with Kano to the point where you have to block. and then you kind of are left with no choices, and you kind of lose out
Yeah.
to that pressure.
That's definitely the spot it seems like Eugene is heading towards. Still staying optimistic. Eugene will fight to the very end, the very last 1 health. So don't count him out just yet. It's obviously seems like an uphill battle, but I have actually lost to Wizards from 38.
Oh, yeah.
They were 1. They can pull it off somehow, but Andrea keeps boosting. It's going to make it real hard.
Yeah, I think Eugene's got to be wondering if there's a maximum velocity in his arsenal.
Oh, definitely.
It's always the case, it feels like, against Dash these days. So, I mean, he's just in that spot where can he go for it? If
Seeing it, he has an E-pot.
he's got E-pot, if he's
Nice.
got his couple combo pieces in arsenal in hand, I feel like this is it. I feel like we were going to go for it. Does
I think,
Capolo go for the kill
Here you go.
right
Pitching the
away?
Blue.
It's got to be. There it is,
One and
maximum
only.
velocity. We knew it. We saw it coming. He's got 2 floating, so that does help him pretty well here. I think what's the ceiling on Ether Wildfire combo? I think it is like 38 or so. So
Oh, yeah.
if he can block 2, that does
Mess it up,
immensely,
for sure.
immensely help him. So we'll.
And he got the pistol loaded, so now I'm pretty sure maximum velocity here. It does have go again. It may not. Let me look up the maximum velocity.
No, I don't think it does.
It
and I
doesn't,
don't
so this
think
is the
it
last
has
one on
boost. Yeah, I
the-
think it's a chain ender.
So this is a chain ender. Okay, so this one does not have go again. So if Eugene
He could
survive at 1
Achilles accelerator if he wanted to technically.
to give it go again,
Yeah,
and then Andre already has a steam counter on the pistol.
that's true. So he could just come in for that too. So he's
So-
in a bit of a spot. So he's really got to figure out, do all his Kano math, and decide if he can withstand this.
All right, here we go. Eugene doing the math, checking the numbers, remembering the stack. What has he seen so far? What has he seen?
Yeah, I mean, this is the hardest part, and the games go so fast. You haven't seen that many cards. He's blocked with a bit of blues. I'm curious. We haven't seen really his hand,
Here's the storms.
but here we go.
Brewing up that
So-
storm. Pitching a blue.
So activating Storm Striders. He's going to do his Crucible activation as well.
Yep.
This is where the sequencing matters a lot.
Here's Aether Wildfire. You called it in his arsenal.
It's got to be there. You're going to put it there as soon as you can in this matchup
Yep,
because
yep,
you don't
yep.
know how long you have. And in this case, it was about 3 turns or so.
All right. Here comes the Metacarpus node. Still hasn't used the E-pot. 2 cards in hand. No Kano just yet.
No Kano yet. Doesn't need to. He's got the Wildfire, so
Yep.
curious if he has another combo piece in hand or if... Okay, so now he activates Kano. Now he's going to draw the card.
Well, he's activates Kano, then Ragamuffins
And then
on the stack.
Ragamuffins, yeah.
Puts that card from his hand, or imagine his hand back on
he,
top.
he did a little switcheroo there, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that would be the case. Hopefully he drew another blue.
Kano resolves, comes off the
And-
top. Lesson in Lava. Lesson in Lava can be very scary.
Yeah, so, this is the classic combo. You're going to Ether Wildfire. You're going to Lesson in Lava. You're going to grab your Blazing Ether. This can come in for, lethal from anywhere you stand, but it's going to be a little bit harder because of these 2 floating that Andrea has right now.
I think, okay, so one thing I want to point out. If this is your go for turn, this is the make it or break it turn, I think he should have blocked with Tunic.
Yes, I
That
think
1 health might matter here.
I think if he was already in, and it seemed like from first attack that he was gonna take it.
Yeah.
I think that would have been helpful just to ensure that he can't do something silly like
Yeah.
break his Achilles and go from there.
I guess you could use Tunic if he shoots the pistol, but even then it's not enough. So we'll see. We'll see what matters. He's the Kano master. He knows better.
Yeah.
So far he's popping off that Lesson in Lava, resolving backwards. He's Capolo. He's gonna use 2, and
He's gonna take 4 damage.
4 damage.
So everything from here on out is buffed by 4.
Yep.
So Lesson in Lava will come in for 7, assuming, he takes that because he has no other resources. His damage will be then at 11. And then, the...
Colin has a calculator out.
Yeah,
too.
this is how we
He's
do it as
doing
Kano.
Kano calculator.
If that hits, we're at 15. And then if he Blazing Ethers, he will do another 15. So he's presenting 30.
30 damage right here.
I think it's only 30. So
Oh, he has 3. Yeah, he still has 3 floating.
he
too.
does have 3, and he's got 3 on the board, 1 floating. So there is a strong possibility.
You have to get Blazing.
Well, he has to get Blazing.
He has to get Blazing for sure.
But then he could also Kano on top of that to maybe hit another 0 cost and come in for potentially 4 or 5 more damage. So it's definitely possible. It might be improbable, but we'll see.
What do you fetch with the Lesson in Lava? What's the fetch?
It's always Blazing.
It's always Blazing?
Always Blazing.
Always Blazing.
Yeah.
Just great card.
It just doubles everything. So, the only way that he can deal as much damage as possible is to do that. I mean, maybe there's other pathways where you try to do, something clever, but I think the consistent play is to fetch Blazing because, that just doubles everything. So it's going to come in for 7, 4 plus 4. So it's actually coming in for 15, 19. I think, is that right?
4 plus 4.
7. I can do math. 7 plus. Then plus 4. Wait, no.
Someone put the GIF of the guy from The Hangover with all the numbers.
Yeah,
That's
I'm feeling the lack of lunch I ate right now. In my brain, I should have eaten that sandwich.
Eugene brings snacks. He's prepared.
Yeah, you got to when you're doing
When you're
Kano
doing
stuff.
brain
So
math,
yeah,
yeah.
so he's gonna do 7 plus 4 plus 4, which is 15.
There we go.
And then like I said, if he can do something else that's gonna come in, like any 0 cost that comes in for 1,
There's the Blazing.
is
Called
gonna
it.
come in for. I mean, no.
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
There's not much to
Good.
call. This is what Kano does these days. If you're doing anything else, you're probably maybe a little less consistent. But I know there's variations out there, but it's just the value.
No. Blazing's great. Blazing's great. And I'm really interested to see. My anticipation has peaked on using that E-Pot and the Tunic mana to see that card on top. What is that card on top?
Yeah.
That card to me is what's going to break this open.
So he's going to put that there. He's definitely going to Kano. Hopefully he drew a blue. He did, so he can Kano there. The question is, I think the move right now would be to Kano again if he wants to, but I think he's just going to go for the Blazing Ether and maybe hang on. Because, if he has the Tunic and the single resource off of that, he could potentially, have what he needs to chip him down on the next turn. But, yeah, it's not a great position because he is going to go to 1.
It's kind of insane that Andrea was at 38 when we started this sequence, and now at 12, almost the same health as Eugene. So showing you that don't count wizards out until they're dead. I promise you, I've lost to wizards at 1.
Yeah.
This is a common thing that can happen, and Eugene knows the numbers.
Yeah, he is about to take 10 from this maximum velocity, though.
It's okay, he's at 11. Health is a resource as wizard.
Yeah, I think, he's responding to the play of it, so he actually could still block with
The Tunic as
The
well
Tunic, I think.
after, but you wouldn't have anything left in hand, so then go 1. So I guess the Tunic block doesn't matter here, but
yeah, it might, but yeah, I think he's also realizing that this pistol is in play as well. So yeah, it's hard when they've got some resources floating. It really, Andrea just pointing out the fact that
that he could give it a go again. Yep. So here Eugene says, then I will crack it.
Yeah, cracks E-Pot, gets his Tunic resource.
All right, here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for. What is it?
And
Oh,
we love that for Eugene.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
see, I'm I'm on it. If I'm honest, I would have done that before playing Blazing Ether because I think he was. I think
Tome, draw
he would have had
2.
all the information, and then his Blazing Ether could have gone in for even more if he was able to get some good cards off the top here. Of course, if he draws 2 reds, the nice thing about drawing a Tome is that I think he can still block.
Yes, this gives him more opportunity to block and survive here. Evan, head judge, edge of his seat here.
Yeah, Evan loves this. He's
Yeah.
I feel
This
like
is a
we've been
game.
on Eugene this whole time. Andre
That's
over
okay.
here.
It was the
Probably
close set.
sweating.
That was intense. All right, pitch to blue. Got the spindle. Not enough.
Not
Yep, yep.
enough. Yeah, he's still gonna break his boots and then go in for the kill there. Good game, Eugene and Andrea. So I believe
How big was that blazing?
Blazing I think was just for 15.
Was for 15, and then that got him down to 12, and then the Aether Spindle wasn't enough to.
Yeah, Aether Spindle is not going to be enough. It's just going to be for 4. So that's a rough spot. I think
because then you're at 1.
it's I think if he had Kano'd before playing the Blazing Ether, he might have been able to do enough damage to get him down to 0. But
I think you're right.
that's you don't know these things until you know them, and that's what we say. You don't know what you don't know.
Yep. You don't know what's past that one card. Definitely, it was well fought by Eugene. Didn't give up at all. Went for it. Did the math. And great game out of both players.
Yeah, I think in Kano, a lot of the time you're trying to find out the most information, and that costs you. Sometimes it can cost you a lot because just finding out some of that information means you're losing a card, and that can be the game right there. But I think if you are going for it, and maybe Eugene just didn't realize that the Achilles Accelerator plus the pistol
maybe
was going to get him no matter what, so he had to go all in because you want your Blazing Ether to come in for the most amount of damage possible. So you need to make sure that that's buffed up as much as you can. But it's how it goes. You live and die by
the lifestyle
fire as a Kano player. And mad respect to Eugene. Great games today.
Definitely. Both players at the top tables. Putting in work in the bracket. There's 2 Kanos today and 1 Dash. So the outliers doing really well in this top bracket. Seeing between 5 Oldhams and 5 Azalea, beating those ones. I'm pretty sure Andrea's been doing pretty decent against Azalea, putting that pressure.
Nice.
There.
Yeah. So Oldham definitely showed up today, but did not turn in the points. I don't know if anybody is still at the top tables. Dromai, I think, has been struggling too. So it's going to be interesting to see who actually eked it through to the top 8 here. I think Dorinthia was locked in. I'm pretty sure Alan might be locked in on Levia.
Levia, the top 8 Levia, and Dorinthia might show up, Dash might show up, Kanos.
It's
going to be real diverse.
It's definitely interesting. So we'll have that top 8 for you guys in just a minute, I think. Sure. Before we take a break, you want to shout out to Collector Legion for hosting us today.
Shout out.
We're out here in Lawndale, a.k.a. Redondo Beach, depending on who you ask.
It's beautiful outside. Nice and sunny, but not too hot, right by the beach.
Yeah, great day. There's a circus across the way.
There is. I was going to go.
Of course, today's stream, it's Arcane Games and Events. This is how we do it. This is the open series. If you're interested in showing up, we've got some great events coming up in the next couple months. Of course, May, we just have another AGE Open down here, Collector Legion. But then in June, we have a Battle Hardened Los Angeles, which will be confusingly in Pasadena, but it's all the same.
It's all the same. That's what as someone from San Diego, everything up here is just Los Angeles. Yeah, I'm going to Los Angeles.
It's LA County, okay? It's fine. LA metropolitan area. That'll be June 24th, 25th. So you can come out for the Battle Hardened on the 24th, and then following up on the Sunday will be another AGE Open, which will be a 2K event just to make it worth your while to show up. There will also be a PTI and a gold cold foil on the table, I believe, for both events. So yeah, come out and show us what you got. It's
really
definitely a lot of killers out here, that's for sure.
No, it's definitely a step of the game. I've seen lots of rumblings in Discord. People are excited. This is the event to be go to on the West Coast. If you're a competitive player, if you just want to see what you're worth in a bracket, if you want to just buy cards from great sponsors like Collectors Legion, you should come out, enjoy us, meet us all, have some drinks, have some food, play some Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Super fun.
Absolutely. Open series, you know, you get a bunch of points for winning, you get a bunch of cash, and then you get to be cool like all these cool players right here. Craig Pollock had a rough day today, but he's still a #1 spot for us here on our Player Championship standing. He is probably locked for the Players Championship that will be happening in August, which if you're unfamiliar, this whole Open series is leading up to a top 16 event for just the best of the best throughout the year who've played at these events. However, if you do come out from somewhere else and just win, you will probably make it in there. You get a bunch of points for winning. So
yeah, topping for sure gets you a bunch of points. Look at Zachary Wallach, our recent champion,
That's
shot up to 38 points from last time,
That's
putting him
right.
at 5th. So
yeah, Alexander Vore coming out from Arizona to show us what's up, doing well. And then, you know, just a lot of names you've seen all over the place, like, you know, little players like Chris Ayali and Alan. I can't say his last name. Yeah, Alan's just done well, and he's made it all the way to #10. So come on down to the battle-hardened Los Angeles and have a good time with us.
yeah, meet us, hear the stories. That's the most important part, highlighting these players, highlighting people like yourselves coming out and showing, expressing what you have. Like you saw Capolo's altars, you saw that Eugene had a really cool Kano Marvel. These small things,
Love
different
that.
texts. Alan brought a titanium bauble to the things like that. I think really shine through, especially at these events. And we like to tell your story and why you bring these things and your thought process to help better the community. So
Totally.
it's a fun time, lots of laughs, definitely lots of games. There's been so many games. We got another top 8 to cast after this.
We're ready.
Yeah.
We're ready. So we got 20 minutes left in our Swiss, and then we'll be turning the stream off.
Oh.
But then we'll be back for the top 8 stream. Just after that, I think we'll probably be about 30 to 40 minutes in between those. Yep, that stream will be popping up right away, so jump on over there and hang out while we get ready for the top 8, do the deck checks. We do this at a competitive level, so we do the whole shebang with deck checking all of our top 8 players. We will be back before this stream ends, I think, to let everyone know what the top 8 is, just so you can get prepared and excited for that, and then we'll check in with you soon.
Yep. Thanks, guys, for watching. We'll see you guys soon for the top 8.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
There's the Showtime Lakers that had a super team before, blah, blah, blah. But he was like, I'm going to make super teams, and I'm making the NBA cater to my stuff because I'm buying out. Like, it behooves the NBA to cater to me because I'm the star player. Star players in our community is people who have a bunch of money. But once LeBron plays for 20 years, and then he ruins the NBA where it caters to him, and then what's left after LeBron retires of now everyone's just used to super teams, and now we don't have the NBA like we used to.
You lost me at sports.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
But I will agree that I don't like buyouts, and I think if cards have value, they will have value intrinsically and don't need to be forced by buying them out, making it harder for new players. I think, it's hard enough to get new players into this game. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. And it doesn't really help. And if you're trying to make money, that's great. Go do it somewhere else.
I haven't completely rolled my eyes on any of these topics yet, so I'm very worried for what's about to happen next.
It's fine. I just like that I've been hot and heavy with you in it.
Yes.
We're feeling it today. This is barraging
The double-sided beatdown.
Blake and Colin down.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. Okay, In-N-Out is better than Whataburger. I've had both. I've had one Whataburger.
What are you about to say, Colin?
I love In-N-Out.
Well, that's very diplomatic, I guess.
I feel like Whataburger had all these choices, and I didn't know what to do, and it was just like, okay, I got it.
Which at In-N-Out, they eliminate choices.
There's no choice. You get it
eat
animal
what you
style every
like.
time.
Yeah. We'll give you the only thing we have.
What is your opinion here?
It's interesting here. In-N-Out is better than Whataburger.
Is that
Allegedly.
what you're saying?
No, that is what this screen says.
This screen right here.
This screen right here. In-N-Out is better than Whataburger. These are two things. Whataburger hands down in the chat. That's the first time someone said anything. I'm from Texas, and Whataburger is my what a burger.
What a burger.
What a burger. Like the commercials, you don't have the whole thing. In-N-Out commercial. What's your favorite In-N-Out commercial?
The one that
Doesn't
says,
exist.
In-N-Out.
That's what. Oh, actually, I guess it does exist.
It's
I
a-
like
they do
In-N-Out
radio
better now.
commercials, you know? I don't
so-
know why that's what their burgers are all about, though.
So Whataburger has the nostalgia for me. I'm
Okay,
from Texas.
that's fair. That's fair. Texas.
Ingredients, better ingredients, better burgers. Maybe that's at In-N-Out. But there's only one thing you can get at In-N-Out. Do you want a burger? They literally say, do you want onions? Do you not want onions? Do you want cheese? Do you not want cheese? That's it.
No,
that's
you get
all
animal
they
style.
do.
Grilled onions. It's grilled with mustard on it. Extra sauce, extra pickles.
Right. At Whataburger, they're
all I
putting A1 steak sauce on your burger.
Gross.
At Whataburger, oh, gross.
A1 steak sauce goes on
delicious.
steak, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, so if we're gonna brass taxes, Whataburger, nostalgia for me because
That's
I
fine.
grew up there.
Yep.
In-N-Out is very good. Whataburger I can get out of in 4 minutes. In-N-Out it takes an hour and a half, and like that doesn't make the burgers worse. I get it, but it's like it's a chore to go to In-N-Out. Like somebody was like, it literally happened Friday after pre-release. Let's go to In-N-Out afterwards. I was like, great. I could really eat a burger that tastes worse than Whataburger. And I was like, we went over there. We drove over there. The line was packed completely at the box because people love In-N-Out. But I think if there was a Whataburger option here, some of y'all would be split down the middle. Whataburger is like charbroiled or whatever. In-N-Out is like grilled. There's a little bit of a difference. Whataburger is like what Burger King could taste like if it was a smaller chain. Of like, do you like the style of Burger King? You're gonna go, no, I vastly prefer McDonald's. But what if Burger King was a better burger, and that's Whataburger? And you're just like, oh, okay. Shakes, they had a Dr. Pepper milkshake. They've got
I don't know what that means.
taquito. Oh my goodness, honey butter chicken biscuit alone dunks on anything on In-N-Out. So I didn't even have
What
to.
does it have to do with burgers?
But it doesn't say better burger. It says is better than Whataburger.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Unless we're doing literally In-N-Out burger is
caught me on
better
a
than what a
technicality.
burger.
Look. Is there a world where
So Whataburger is just Carl's. I swear to God.
is there a world where burgers can just be enjoyed from different places without having to be so in a tier list?
I do think people do the whole like, let me choke you out if you don't think In-N-Out is good. What's interesting, the only place you can get both of these, Arizona. So we could ask Alex Moore if he wins the whole thing.
That
how
would be
he
number
thinks
one
about this.
question.
And then Texas. Texas has both of these in certain cities. And I would assume that the people in those cities, I would say in Arizona they probably eat more In-N-Out, and I would say in Texas they probably eat more Whataburger. Definitely.
We'll have
They
to
would
look at the numbers there. I think our decision here is inconclusive.
No, it's okay. Here we go. So doused and die. This is gonna be bad later, but gigantic cinnamon roll. What cinnamon roll can you get at In-N-Out?
I didn't know I needed to get one there.
I mean, what I'm saying is Whataburger.
They got
Top
a
to
lot to
bottom.
offer. They got a lot to offer, it seems.
I think
When
after
did they come into California?
after 10 years of eating In-N-Out, the zero selection kind of goes from being like, this is pretty cool, to being like, I have to really want that specific thing.
Wasn't that why you go somewhere to eat?
And that's for sheesh.
Look, we got Flesh
Okay.
and Blood coming up. We
We're gonna
had a
have to
bit of
edit
a
that
long
one
break
down.
because that last Kano game was real short. So
Yes.
obviously we're waiting for the round to end. Otherwise, you would just be watching old games. So hope you found that fun. Blake, thank you for always taking this like a champ. And I think we'll bring Josh up in here
Cool.
so I can take a bit of a break. And have fun. We'll be right back.
Cast this one with you. I hear you have something exciting coming up.
I guess so.
You do.
I think we have a segment.
Okay.
It's like It's like Blake's segment, but less angry.
Oh, okay.
It's called Ponder with Colin.
Oh, okay,
We're
nice.
gonna have a fireside chat because I think we have like 45 minutes before
That
the
was a
next
very
round.
fast game,
Uh,
for sure.
That's what happens when Kano's there. So
A lot of
yeah,
pondering going to happen.
So,
I love
yeah.
the edit.
yeah,
Is
you
it
know,
beautiful?
it looks like me when I'm thinking about stuff. I
Oh,
just like
100%.
I just
Out there just
gazing off, kind of
brooding.
smiling to myself. It's kind of cocky, but you know, it's okay. I'm probably feeling insecure about myself. So let's
That's all
jump right in.
What are we pondering today?
We are talking about 2 token slots
Okay.
in draftable sets.
Okay.
So here's my thought, or here's the basis of this thought, and then we'll talk about it.
All right.
It just seems like, okay, they fixed one thing. Fab 2.0, we get cold foils in the token slot.
Correct.
So drafting for value out the door, great job there.
Mm-hmm.
But now we have 14 draftable cards in a 16 card pack. And that feels bad. What are your thoughts? What do you think?
You want it to be, what, 15?
I
cards a
missed
pack?
that one extra
That
card.
one extra card?
Yeah.
That was the slot?
Yeah.
I could see it. In a draft set, I could see what you're talking about. You want to have that one extra slot for the rare or for a carnival slot, as James White would call it. That something a little more that can make your deck a little spicier.
Like, I just opened a case between the last couple of rounds because you guys were casting and I was bored and I had a case. And I have, like, hundreds of tokens
Hundreds.
that they're trash. Like, they're just,
Yeah.
like, if you're opening packs,
Mhm.
they're just straight trash. And that feels bad.
Yes. Okay, I understand. Like a waste of
general.
cardboard because
It's
it's
a
gonna
waste
go.
of cardboard.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then in a draft scenario, you have, you know, when you open, let's see, there's 8 people.
Mhm.
There, one extra card is a token, 3 packs. What is that? 24 cards that could be in your deck
Yeah.
that are not.
That's true. Have you ever experienced a draft where you didn't have enough tokens for everybody?
Maybe, but
Maybe.
like,
So there might be some reasoning why they did this.
but you could just flip a card backwards and say this is this token. Like,
You could just.
it's more of like an understanding of what a card
Okay.
does than like, oh no, my whole game's ruined because I don't have this one token. You
Yeah.
know, it's like,
Okay, that's fair.
and especially if you're at a store, they usually have a bunch of tokens. Like,
Okay.
unless it's like the very first time the set's drafted.
Mm.
So, and I guess for like kitchen table, I could see it too, but that to me that doesn't seem like the best reason because I think it affects every level of draft play all the way up to like professional.
And if you're at a kitchen table, you could just print it, or I could use
That's
my
right.
phone,
You
or
just write it down on a piece of paper,
Yeah,
which you
yeah.
could do it. You could do that at your game store. You're just like,
Exactly.
okay, yeah, this is my spider's bite. It does this. Okay, cool. Everyone knows what it does.
Yep.
It's a token. You're legally allowed to have it. There's nothing weird about it. But that's, I don't know. I just thought it's been feeling weird since Uprising.
No, I think I see your reasoning. I get it. It's an extra slot. Like I said, you can use it, you can scribble a little piece of paper. You can tell your opponent this is what this is. They didn't have it. Sorry. That extra slot could have been used for a common or a rare.
It should be a rare. After
Should
opening
be a
some
rare.
one rare packs, that sucks. One rare
pack. Yeah, that is rough. So
Actually, I
take
think we had a no rare pack. I opened a pack that had no rares in it, which I didn't think was possible, but that's what happened. So I don't know. It feels like we've
Okay.
we found ourselves in where we solved one problem and made up a new one.
that's fair. That's fair.
But I don't know. I'm not even the best draft player, but I think I've noticed it. Like there's just a slimmer margin
Yeah.
where you're not going to see as many cards. So if you make a bit of a mistake, draft one too many hate cards,
Yeah.
or pivot, you just get hard punished. It feels like.
I see your reasoning. I think I'll come to your light on this one. I'll say we don't need that extra. We don't need that extra token in there. It's fun. It's flavorful,
Yeah.
but it's wasteful. It's 100% wasteful. And
I mean, I'd be fine with 2 tokens, but put that extra card back in there. It's a 17 card pack,
okay.
which probably has just cascading amounts of problems for packaging.
Problem.
But that's not my problem. I'm just a
No.
guy here.
Just the
selling
idea guy.
everything. Yeah, I'm
That's
just
what they
here
pay him for.
spitting stupid things out. But yeah, just something I've been thinking about. So
Okay, I think I like. I see
all right,
what you like.
I've convinced you. So we're done. We'll just move on to the
next
next
pondering thing that you've been thinking about all week.
I mean, I think about these things all the time. I stay up late at night, just like, what do I do with this second token slot now?
Restless.
It's just something I like noticed, and it was like, it feels not great, especially when I just threw away 100. Because a case is 96 packs. You're
Yes.
basically throwing away, 192 cards.
Just recycle them, but yeah.
But they have that black core. You can't recycle.
Can't recycle that?
I don't
Oh.
think you're going to recycle. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you can recycle the cards because of the black core inside of them is not actually recyclable, and it's actually I think it's plastic, to be honest.
So just extremely wasteful.
I'm
Then
pretty sure. I'd be happy to be wrong. Let's see. They send token packs with the new draftable sets now. There you go.
there you go. That fixes the issue. Gets the store stocked up.
We
Yeah.
don't need it.
Yeah.
The thing I can see, to play my own devil's advocate here, is that second token keeps the cold foil safe because it's not on the outside.
They're never safe in paper packs. They're never safe in paper packs. I promise. Okay, there you go. Producer says that Magic doesn't come with all the basic lands you need to play. Those are
Little
given from the
game.
store.
I just heard about this game, Magic: The Gathering.
Okay.
They don't give you enough stuff to play the game.
Yeah.
That's
no.
what someone just told me.
Yeah, they need extra support. So take out the extra token slot. We don't need those. Actually, you can take out probably maybe both. Just send this token separate.
I mean, that could be it. But you do need that cold foil slot. So, that's the thing. You need it to be a token slot so that the cold foil is just yours when you draft and not something you have to draft.
Gotcha.
I like that bit. I think that makes sense, and I think it's a good thing. But I think it's just created this weird spot where we're missing a card, and I miss it every day. Next topic. Let's
Next
go,
topic.
Justin. Boom. New player products.
Okay.
Let me ask you. Have you introduced Flesh and Blood to a lot of new players?
Yeah.
Like personally?
Personally, I have talked to new players. I've given them cards.
No. Like, have you been like, yo, person I know from regular life, I'm going to teach you about this game. I'm going to show you this game and play some of it with you. Have you done that?
In regular life?
Yeah.
Not anyone necessarily super close to me because all my close friends play card games and play Flesh and Blood already. But
That's the other problem,
yeah. But sometimes I try to convince my girlfriend. Not always quite there, but I'll get through one time.
Nice.
Yeah. Maybe I'll use the new player products.
Well, okay. So, side note, I was very excited. I got my wife to play the Ira decks when it first came out during the pandemic, and she was like, cool, let's play that again. And she never wants to play like a board game like again right afterwards. So I was like, let's.
Oh, yeah.
And then immediately I was like, okay,
yeah.
and now these starter decks have equipment. She's like, no, this is too complicated. And I was like,
equipment always throws a wrench in things.
I was just
like they stay on the board. You can use them.
They just sit there. You can look at them. No, it was too.
People get confused.
To be fair, she wouldn't have gotten into the deck building. It had been too much for her wanting to play more casually. But I digress. So I tried to show like a coworker how to play. We do board game nights sometimes. Some people bailed. It was just me and him. I was like, oh, I brought these blitz decks with me.
Yeah.
Starter Monarch blitz decks.
Nice. Easy.
I go into the pitch on how you play this game. It's a complicated game at its base.
Yeah.
You got resources. You got attack value. You got defense value. You have a reaction step. You got a defense, all these things.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, also here's a soul. This is phantasm.
Yep.
This is this. And I was like, I feel like a crazy person, and you don't really. I'm like, well, we'll just play because you're not gonna really get it.
Yeah, you try to explain it in depth.
And he's sitting there, he's like, I can kind of see why this is cool, but also this was a lot and kind of weird, and and I was just like, these are a bad starting place for this game.
The blitz decks, especially the sets that are like talented blitz decks, so Monarch and Tales of Aria, are way more complicated for players to understand.
Which are our only, and Uprising, because
Uprising is less talented. There's no less talented. It's more, they kind of does it all for you.
That's true, but they're pretty complicated when you got, Ash and Dragons.
Yeah,
and,
you got the token layers. This makes it a little more complicated. So you'll make up for it in other tokens. So the sets that are talented heroes seem to be definitely more complicated for people to learn on.
Yeah.
But sets like Classic Battles or WTR, where it's just trading, just physical damage, that seems to be the easiest way to intro people because then you don't have to explain another layer of things.
That's true. So, yeah, I think Classic Battles is like a pretty good step in a direction. We haven't seen a follow-up to this. There's no other Classic Battle to be had.
Nope.
And all we have is Rhinar and Dorinthia, who are very particular play styles that not everybody likes. And then on top of that, just you know, whatever that card is they printed for Dorinthia that people are just buying these things.
Oh, the
for.
Singing Steel Blade? Yeah, yep.
That was just a mistake. Like, why did you print a so powerful card in this intro beginner package?
This makes it sell. It makes it sell. That's Yu-Gi-Oh does it. Yu-Gi-Oh prints cards in their starter
Well, why
decks.
didn't they give Reinar one then? I guess they got that one where you block and you look at the top card. That's pretty good, but still, it feels like if you're trying to get new players into the game, but you're making a new player set that is more attractive to players who already play the game.
Correct. I understand that.
Missed the boat there.
Yeah.
And all right, so we'll stay in the Blitz deck realm.
Okay.
I think Outsiders might be a good place to start.
I think so. I think it's very physical damagey.
Yeah, it's got the physical damage. First set in a while, we don't have arcane damage.
Yep.
No weird talent stuff that adds another layer of complexity. And, you know, there's a little bit of keyword nuance you got to figure out, but it doesn't seem too bad. It's like stealth. It just says stealth. It doesn't really do anything. It just interacts with other things.
Correct.
So that seems pretty good. I haven't checked out the Blitz decks. Have you checked out the new Blitz decks?
They were playing them last night. I didn't get a chance to go into them, but the people I've talked to have said these ones are much better when it comes to competitive viability or synergy with itself.
That's great.
So I've heard good things so far from locals. I haven't cracked any open myself. I'm probably going to be doing that at some point to get the goodies inside. And most of the time I'll buy them and then give them to new players or set up new player learning events like that. And then those are real easy to hand out because it's in a professional little box.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the real selling point is that professional little box. People are like, oh, perfect. I can grab something. I can go ahead and I can play it. So it's really good for, I think, quick grabbing people.
Yeah.
Like quick, like, oh, I'm at the game store. Let me just grab this real quick with my friend. We can do something. All right, cool. Now I have that small intro versus CC decks where that's like buying a whole commander deck and not knowing what commander is. You know, it's a much bigger hurdle.
Yeah,
I think.
I could see that. I mean, I was thinking about this, and I do think Outsiders is a better starting place for those Blitz decks. I think even for like limited as an introduction, Outsiders seems like a good spot.
Yep.
I do still wish that we had like an intro starter deck with CC decks.
Yep.
I don't know why. It's like then they have a deck that they can take to armories. Most armories, I think, are classic constructed. So like
all depends on region. I have found every community is different.
That's
I know
fair.
San Diego, big fan of CC, a lot of CC players, but there also is a small Blitz community that's starting to emerge who like playing more Blitz events because they can get home faster, it's quicker, they still get to play Flesh and Blood, they still get to use the cards that they bought, you know. So I think you'll see throughout as it's growing a changing landscape of what people's favorite the format is.
Yeah.
But Blitz, I think, is the best intro place at this moment because it's less overwhelming.
That's true. Yeah, and I guess we do have history pack Blitz decks coming in, which will be really cool.
Yeah.
But I don't know. For me, when I started, we got the original starter decks, and it had a young hero, and it was like, if you want to play a shorter game, just flip the hero over and play 20 health with a CC deck, and like still, like the power level is not crazy because it's an intro deck.
Yep.
But it's a shorter game, so you can kind of like learn a little bit faster and iterate on like how you're approaching it, and then you just flip it over. And for me, it worked really well. I was like, okay, cool. Like I can kind of take it at this beginner level, but I'm still seeing the same play that is like the standard format for better or for worse. Like that classic constructed is it. It's like almost every major tournament is classic constructed.
Yep, the proper one. Yep.
So, to me, it seems like a missed thing to not do that. And then when they do that, they have a full deck. It's easier to go, in my mind, it's easier to go from a CC starter deck to a Blitz one.
Okay.
Because they're just like, hey, take out, the third copy of each one of these cards, you have a Blitz deck.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
At
least in my mind, that seems like a better solution. But I understand that, it's smaller. It's probably cheaper that way.
Yeah.
But, I will try it again. But in the past, I even tried teaching a friend Classic Battles. That was even hard. Just trying to explain all the attack reaction stuff for Dorinthia.
Steps and everything. Yeah.
It was just like, oh, yeah, this isn't easy. I can't just explain it. It's like took us like an hour and a half to explain the game, play one game of like Blitz. And it was like, this is
at that point. You could have played like a whole board game. And that, definitely understandable. I think
more learning tools would be helpful. I know before like Magic products, they have cards or little pamphlets that help explain the process a little more. So it's less of you being the friend rambling on about your favorite game, and more of this person being able to have like something they can actually read and follow, and reference to. So I think we need some more of those things, like some intro tools, and just to help ease people in and they can reference to.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I mean, even just having like the Ira decks more available all the time. Like, let people just order Ira decks. Like,
Yeah.
sell them for
Print
like
those.
$5. Like, I'd buy 10 just so I can have them, give them out to people. You
Yeah.
know, like
Yep.
they're a nice intro. They're basic. I think.
Ira's not OP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ira's
Not
good.
anymore.
Not anymore. I guess, yeah, back in the day, she was a...
Back in the day, she was terrorizing us in Blitz. But yeah, so I don't know. That was just something I've been thinking about. I personally have struggled trying to introduce it to people because even if you know people who like TCG,
a competitive TCG.
yeah,
at that, where
exactly, and it is competitive. Honestly, that was going to be like the third topic I had thought about, but I think we've talked enough. But the fact that it is so competitive, so even just going to your armory is tough. I mean, I don't know, Southern California is special. Everyone here is like on the top 10 list, it seems like. So
It's definitely very intimidating, even being a player who knows what they're doing coming out here to these events sometimes. I know there's a lot of players who sometimes don't show up to AG events because they're like, oh, I don't think I'm ready for that kind of pressure and something. And it's not pressure we put on people from our side or from another player's side, but the pressure internally that builds when competing. Some people can't necessarily handle that. And that's fine. I've run events for maybe like 5-6 years now, and I've seen many different people come to events, and I've seen people come in straight nervous, or like just shaking, just nervous to even talk to people. And I see people come to events like they've been here for 20 years, so every person's different. They take their pace in coming in, but it's always great to be more welcome, be friendly, be about the experience and less about necessarily the game, and be and just inviting and welcome, and have the game just be that medium in which you can laugh through, not necessarily make it the whole existence of hanging out.
yeah, totally. And for all of that, I do feel that Flesh and Blood has a very inviting community.
Yep.
Whenever we have new players, especially if it's like limited release stuff, like we're playing draft, we're just like, here, I have these cards. You just take all these cards, and they're just like go home with like a box of cards, basically.
Oh, we've had people be like, stop, I can't, I feel so bad. These are probably worth $20-$30.
Tens of dollars.
Like, it's nothing to us. Like, please take it. Be one of us.
It costs
Have
more to
some
keep
fun.
it in my home than it does to give you it here. So.
100%. It takes up way more space, man.
But yeah, so
space.
I'm hoping to. I have dreams of introducing some friends through like Outsiders Limited, but it's a big ask. It's a lot to explain all the things to them, and then have them build a deck. But we'll see. We'll see if I get there. But I don't know. I think some better classic battles and these HP decks, I'm hopeful that they are helpful in providing a better starting point for people to get the basics down and then build from there. Because it's just hard when like you're just diving too deep into it right away.
Correct.
And you're like, I'm managing multiple kinds of resources that are like actual resources and other more conceptual resources, and like it can be a lot.
Yep, it can be a lot. Especially when you're a Wizard player and you love managing those things in your head, and you're trying to explain to people the rambling of the void, and it doesn't quite translate.
I would never introduce a new player to Wizard.
That's like your main class. You're like, don't do it. I've gone off the deep end.
Look, just because I like it doesn't mean you will. I've learned that a lot in my life. So but yeah, we'll see. I'm not totally written off new player products, but I really hope we see some more classic battles. I hope we see more kind of blitz decks and even some starter CC decks as well for people who want to jump into that format, because why not support both main formats?
Why not?
All right, well, that's it for now. We'll take a little short break. So we'll be back with the semifinals. Sorry, that was just a very short round.
No.
Kano doing Kano stuff.
People, that's what happens when you don't
Bring one AB to a
null rune. You disrespect Wizards, they're going to AB check you. There's always going to be one in the bracket. AB checking.
That'll be me at Armory, but not here. You can always be safe from me at the AG Open because I'll be up here.
You have to hold it back up here.
Just, talking mess about other people. All right, so we'll be back
definitely
in a few.
All right, bye.
All right, we are back. It is time for everyone's favorite segment, Barraging Blake.
Hey.
I'm joined, of course, by Blake Meyer, and we're just gonna throw things at Blake and
Yeah.
see what sticks. You know, it's always a fun time. If you don't know Blake, this is just how he reacts to everything. So this isn't a skit. It's
This
just
is how whenever I woke up and it was raining, whenever I went to bed and it was raining, I was mad at the rain.
this is just
was
how
mad
it
at
goes.
waking
So let's
up.
see what do we got in store today on Barraging Blake. Oh, Peace of Mind. This is a new card. It
Oh.
says basically, you want to do damage, I pay, you don't do damage. And I also create a Ponder Devil.
Right. I think what's funny about our community is that people who don't play certain heroes are like, Peace of Mind's fine. Like, what does it actually even break? And it's like, you can't Oasis a claw during Blood Rush Bellows, but Peace of Mind's like, you don't have to guess right. You just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it, block 4, who cares? And you'll
Like
get
it.
another card.
Well, that's why you pay extra, right? You
Yeah.
pay one extra just to say no.
And Dorinthia, like, I think there's some other people that hate this even more, but like, Oasis and Peace of Mind just means you hit me with dishonor, basically. Like, I'm never going to ever hit you with the second swing of my sword. And so it's just another instant, like, good for you guys that you have this, but why is this in the game? Like, that you need more blocking of, like, because it's a big pain in the ass. You play overpowered 6 copies in Dorinthia because I want to beat Guardians, and now it's just like, well, if I have 1 extra, I'll just block 4, grab a card for next time, and I don't have to think about blocking you anymore.
That's right.
Just happens.
Pitch it, do it, move on. You know what? Take that, Dorinthia. But my
Right.
boy Reinar.
Which is funny because I play the heroes that would get owned by Peace of Mind,
Yeah.
which is the opposite of what Peace of Mind means. It's a big pain in the ass.
But you know, Reinar and Dorinthia have been running wild and
Yeah.
just tearing down all sorts of
When
events.
you get
so we might as well
a
nerf
sniff
them.
of single digits on that tier list, they say, "Hey man, back to the bottom.
Cool it.
This is a welcome to Wraith hero. You're
You've
supposed
had
to
your
be
time.
absolute mess unless you're Bravo or Katsu. Katsu, come on in. Here's 7 more cards that do whatever you want. Your opponent won't know.
You're
It's
literally just
fine.
named whatever you want now. Yeah.
Good, brother.
Sounds like a great
yeah,
card.
Peace of Mind, not great. Oh God.
I don't know what this is about, but I can only speculate, and I'm excited to find out. The LA, as in Los Angeles, personal trainer market. What's that like?
All right, so you move out here from Texas, right? And you're
Step
like,
one.
all right, I'm at least 85 pounds heavier than everyone else I see in entertainment industry. So I got to do something or I'm going to be ostracized even more than I have been in my life. And you go to LA Fitness and you say, you're the one who's the cheapest one. You start paying the trainers. It's Paul. Paul's a homie. And you like work out
Shout
with
out to
Paul. Paul's the only good one in the entire LA part. And Paul's like, hey man, I'm the premier trainer now. So it's going to cost double unless you just want to do the other thing. So I was like, well, Paul, I ain't got double, so I'll go to other places. I've had 10 personal trainers since Paul, and like I forgot about them because they're in the blue books that you bring to LA Fitness. And I have gone years without doing personal training. Like we get it. And like Vahe, shout outs to Vahe because he's somewhere within 18 miles of this space right now. He is a personal trainer that was in the Glendale one. And I was like, hey, I'm looking for a personal trainer. I talked to Mary, not shout outs to her. Shout in.
Boo, Mary.
Mary should quit her job and probably change her name and move. She was like, dude, Vahe or Manuel, which one do you want? I don't know if it's Manuel. I didn't pick Manuel, but it's Vahe or someone else. I was like, I'll choose Vahe because you said he's better. And I showed up to personal train with Vahe, and I was like, I'm going to spend a whole hour with him. Do the, hey man, I'm doing physical therapy. My lower half, I don't really ever need any workout on the lower half. I just want to focus on the upper body, get some strength, get some muscle definition.
Strength there.
He was like, great. Let's get you doing some lunges first. And you're just like, okay, remove the ropes. My body, upper body hurt for like 4.5 days.
Yep.
And I was like, damn, I have an appointment with Vahe tomorrow on Friday. I don't know if I can make it. Like, I can barely get out of bed. And I got a call from Mary. Mary was like, guess what?
Vahe's the premier.
Vahe's going to be sick tomorrow.
Oh,
I was like, what?
he's gonna be sick.
Can we reschedule your appointment with someone else? And I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just get an appointment with him next Tuesday or something. And she was like, great. Then she called me again from the same number. She's like, it's Mary on Friday. And I was like, what? 2 days in a row? She's like, actually, Vahe was fired today. So would you like to schedule an appointment with the brand new trainer? Meanwhile, this lady told me, choose Vahe. He's going to be perfect for you less than 4 days ago. And it's like, what was this friction? Did Vahe show up drunk?
We need to find out
I
that
should have
story,
used
yeah.
a placeholder name, Vahe. I mean, we had 45 minutes, so there's not much honor there. But maybe I'm going to get banned from 24. It's not even 24. I said the wrong one. It's LA Fitness.
I mean, let's be honest.
It's not great.
LA
You
Fitness
find-
is not great.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. All right, we are back, and we have your
Hello.
top 8 for the AGE Open in April. Here we go. Drum roll, please. At number 1, we got our boy Bryce coming in with Lexi. 2, Zachary Wallach, last month's champion on
Wall.
Dromai, the wall, as they like to say.
Yep.
Number 3, Alejandro Cuevas coming in with Azalea.
Ooh.
Number 4, Aria Howe on Dorinthia. Number 5, Alan Chevron on Levia. Love that. Number 6, John Zapata on Azalea. Number 7, Andrew Rudin on Dromai. And number 8, Andrea Biaggi on Dash. So just to wrap that up, we got 2 Dromai, a Dash, 2 Azalea, a Dorinthia, Lexi, and a Levia. I think that's 8. Well, that's 8.
That's 8. That's all of them. And a pretty diverse field. A Levia, a Dash. We expected the Rangers to be a little power crept this time around. And as seen, there's multiple Rangers in finish.
Yep.
And some Dromai. So I think a little bit of people expected besides Levia. Dash, I think, has a great game in this meta we've seen. Can be very versatile with being defensive or offensive, pressuring those decks that need setup time.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very interesting top 8.
Yeah, totally. I think it'll be, we'll see, because let's see, Lexi will be playing Dash. I don't know how that matchup goes, but it could go either way, I think.
Yep.
Then we have, I think, a Dromai Mirror. That's lucky
Oh.
for everyone else in the top 8, I think. And then we'll have an Azalea Mirror,
Oh, man.
and then a Dorinthia Levia matchup. So we got an interesting top 8 lined up. So this should be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely not what I would have expected. Coming in just short, Christopher Ayali in 9th place, and then Dennis Pham. So, great games all around today. We will be back at this stream's going to end. The other stream on the channel will start up in just a few minutes, but we'll be live at 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
We're past the standard.
That's right.
Yep.
Standard's over. Now we're in the daylight time.
That's the
Shout out
old
to
one.
Christine, producer Christine, letting us know how
Yeah.
time works.
Yep, that's a new one.
And we'll be back for your top 8 with some more great games. If you want a certain matchup,
Yep.
let us know what you're into because we got some good choices. But we'll be back in a little bit,
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Sharp. See you there.
Thanks everybody.
Get some snacks.
You get what you pay for.
Paul literally trains like only celebrities now and has
Paul,
fought cancer 3 times. Beat it 3 times. I think he's going through a 4th. Paul, you got this.
also hook this guy up with a discount. Come on.
Dude. Okay. Justin said, okay, we get it, right?
All right, here it is. Hashtag Blake was